I think we're ready to start. Kelly McDermott, who is our administrative assistant, is back in the back. She takes care of our recording equipment. Screaming online we are. But as chairman, I'd like to call this Real Estate Commission meeting to order. Ms. Maxwell, would you call the roll?
Alexander.
Here.
Collins.
Here.
DeChara. Here. Flitcroft.
Here.
Grease.
Here.
Haynes.
Here.
McMullen.
Here.
Northern.
Here.
Stevenson.
Here.
Everyone is here. Let me read this little statement I forgot to read before. This meeting's date, time, and location have been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website, included as part of this year's meeting calendar since September the 7th of 2012. Additionally, the agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website since Wednesday, May 29th, 2013.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. This time I'd like to call on Commissioner McMullen, if he would, to lead us in our invocation this morning.
Thank you. Will you pray with me? Eternal God, we thank you for the many blessings that you have given us this day. We thank you for our lives. We thank you for our freedoms. We thank you for this opportunity to come together and meet. We pray that you would guide all the actions of this board, that your will would be done. We pray for all members of this profession. We pray that they would act with energy, with integrity, and with ingenuity to further this profession and its good work in our community. Again, we thank you for all the many blessings that you have given us. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Next on our agenda is to adopt our agenda. Are there any additions or corrections that anyone would like to make to our agenda for this month?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Northern has served this commission ably and very responsibly for 10 years by my counting. And I think we need to add an agenda item where we recognize his service.
Where would we like to do that? Where would you?
I would put that at the chairman's discretion.
I'd like to say.
Have a motion that we add to our agenda a time for us to recognize and to show our appreciation for Commissioner Northern, who's served on this commission for 10 years and has served this commission very admirably and has done one whale of a job helping and assisting all of us to get through these monthly meetings for the last 10 years. But let's put that just before the legal report. After we have our informal conferences, we'll do that just before Julie Kropp does the legal report. Robin Ryan, you going to do it? Robin Ryan, okay, I'm sorry. Robin's going to do it this year. It says legal report, Julie Kropp.
Miss Kropp is in
Julie's
Mississippi.
grandfather died.
Right.
Brian probably is replaced.
Know that now. Okay, any other additions, deletions, corrections to our agenda?
Make a motion we approve as amended.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner DeShar and seconded by Commissioner McMullen that we accept and approve our agenda as amended, with the one thing just before legal report concerning Commissioner Northern. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The agenda as amended is adopted. Next we have an informal appearance request for waiver of 50-mile rule. David Pritchard and principal broker Jeffrey Evans.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Alexander.
I would like to address my fellow commissioners and ladies, since 3 of the commissioners were not at last month's meeting, since we have not had privilege and no fault to staff of having the minutes of last meeting to make you aware of what happened. This gentleman sent last month a letter this principal broker, asking that he be given a complete waiver of the 50-mile rule. The majority of this commission voted to deny that. This month, he's back on the agenda. I assume he's here, Ms. Maxwell?
Yes, he is.
He and two other gentlemen that he is going to ask you to waive the 50-mile rule. If you go to the website or you check, these two individuals that he is asking you to approve are not licensed. They've never been licensed in the state of Tennessee. Therefore, I don't know how you can approve somebody that's never been licensed. Secondly, this man has a non-residential broker's license. He has a non-resident firm license. It is to some of us old heads who have been around for years, who have served on this commission, that some of you have not served since a few years ago, this commission discussed doing away or waiving the 50-mile rule. We got into the situation, we got to doing it. Commissioner Flitcroft, I believe, was on the commission at that time, probably Grover, Commissioner Northern, and Commissioner Stevens and myself. Late Charles Haynes, who was chairman at that time. And we decided not to take proper notice to remove the 50-mile rule. I am in belief that the 50-mile rule was to, when it was written in the wisdom of our forefathers, that when they adopted the rules, that the 50-mile rule was for people in state, inside the state of Tennessee or on the fringe line. I cannot see how this commission could have voted to waive the 50-mile rule for somebody in Illinois. If a man wants to practice in Tennessee, he needs to open an office in Tennessee. And I'll have a motion when we get through discussing it. That's all I have to say.
Hey, Commissioner Alexander.
Sorry.
Hey, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. I guess I'll just address a couple of things that Commissioner Alexander said. The 50-mile rule, which is found at, it's Rule 1260-2-.01, does say no principal broker shall engage a licensee other than a property manager who lives more than 50 miles by straight line calculation from the firm office unless the principal broker demonstrates in writing to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's satisfaction that the distance involved is not unreasonable and that adequate supervision can be provided. For purposes of this rule, a property manager is defined as a licensee who engages exclusively in leasing and otherwise managing rental properties. The two individuals that are here with Mr. Evans, and they'll be heard separately, are, Commissioner Alexander is correct, neither are licensed in the state of Tennessee as real estate licensees at the present time. They would not be able to be licensed as real estate agents and be affiliated with Whitetail Properties Real Estate LLC because they live greater than 50 miles from the office. So the only way that they could get licensed in Tennessee and affiliate with this office would be for them to appear before the commission. And so that's why the two individuals who are appearing along with their principal broker, Mr. Jeff Evans, are not licensed at the present time in Tennessee. If approved to affiliate with Mr. Evans' firm, then they would complete their pre-license education, take the test, and get licensed in Tennessee. But as I say, it would take this commission approving that waiver of the 50-mile rule before we could even approve them internally for licensure in the state of Tennessee. Mr. Evans, who is the principal broker of Whitetail Properties Real Estate, is licensed in Tennessee, and his firm is licensed in Tennessee. He is also licensed in Kansas and Iowa and Illinois. His firm is located in Pittsfield, Illinois, which is in the western corner of Illinois, and it is 312 miles from Mr. Pritchard's location and 374 miles from Mr. Sean Maxwell's location. Just as I say, I'm sort of addressing them as a group, just so that you don't have to listen to the same thing again, the same set of facts again. Mr. Evans' firm, Whitetail Properties Real Estate LLC, is a specialized firm, and they specialize in recreational and agricultural land, hunting land, farmland, and land, some mineral leases on land. They do business in Texas and South Carolina, Nebraska, Kansas, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, and I think that's about all that I'm aware of. There may be others. And as I say, they have a highly specialized business that they're in, which is, and they, even when they do farmland, a lot of what they're doing is agricultural management and habitat management, and then the individuals might lease out portions of their land for hunting land. And that is information I gleaned from their website primarily, so Mr. Evans may be able to give you some more specific information than what I have, and I've talked to him briefly about it, but he'll probably be able to give you a lot more information than I can. The first individual, and I guess that Mr. Evans, oh, there you are, I'm sorry, so disparate. Mr. Evans and do you want to hear them separately, the two, Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Pritchard separately with Mr. Evans, or do you?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a preliminary question? Just follow up on what Commissioner Alexander was saying.
Yes, Commissioner McMillan.
I wasn't here last month, and I apologize for that. Which applicants did the commission hear last month?
It didn't hear any specific licensee applicants. Mr. Evans had written a letter and asked just for a blanket waiver for individuals that would be hired in the state of Tennessee to work for his firm, and who would ultimately be licensed to be hired, but he'd asked for just a blanket waiver. And the commission voted against that and said that he needed to, bring in specific individuals that he wished to have the waiver granted for.
I wasn't here last month. Does he have license by reciprocity in Tennessee, or did he say he did not have license?
He does have, Mr. Evans, the principal broker of Whitetail Properties, he is licensed in Tennessee, and Whitetail Properties, the firm, is licensed in Tennessee. He lives in Illinois, and his firm is located in Illinois as well. So he has a non-resident license. I mean, he has a license. It's just that he is a non-resident, I guess would be a more appropriate way to say it. So would you like to have the three gentlemen come up here together, or is it, what's the?
I think together is fine.
Individually or together?
Together.
Okay. I'm sorry, if y'all come up here and just sit up here, just like sit over
We're
there.
dealing with individuals.
Yeah, what-
I would prefer we deal with each one of them individually.
I mean, that's my feeling, Commissioner Northern. I mean, each one of them are individual. They're on our agenda as separate applicants.
Okay.
And let's hear them individually. I mean, that's my
So
my feeling.
Mr. Pritchard is the first individual, and he can come, Mr. Evans and Mr. Pritchard, if you all.
Ms. Maxwell, you want
Yes,
to
it's,
swear them in?
well, I don't think, do you think they need to be sworn in?
They don't need to be sworn in.
Okay.
As I say, Mr. Evans is the principal broker of Whitetail Properties Real Estate LLC, which is a licensed Tennessee firm. It has been licensed since 1/10 of 2013. Mr. Evans is the only principal broker that has ever been the principal broker of the firm here. And he is licensed as well, and he got licensed on 1/10 of 2013 also. Mr. Pritchard does not hold a license, and he lives in Cordova, which, as I say, is about 312 miles straight line from Pittsfield to Cordova. Mr. Pritchard's background, he has not been licensed. He's not licensed in Tennessee, and he has not been licensed in any other state as a real estate licensee. He has had past experience as a land and recreational manager and helping individuals plan out, if they bought recreational land, how it will be used, how the land will be managed, how the habitats will be managed. And he has done that, as far as I know, for a number of years. And now he wants to come work for, and Mr. Evans has wanted him to come work for Whitetail Properties, selling and listing properties in Tennessee, recreational properties in, I guess, West Tennessee. And I'll let you all expand further on that.
I'd like to thank Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Kelly Heston. They've been very, very helpful for me to get to this point to see all you folks, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you all. As Ms. Maxwell said, we are a brokerage that might be a little different than when someone thinks of their stereotypical real estate brokerage. We, as she indicated, specialize in hunting, recreational, and farmland. Sell very few residences. If those residences would happen to be on a rural property, obviously that's something that we could do. Our business model obviously is a little bit different than the traditional real estate company, in that we have one principal office, one primary office, and have currently we're licensed in 13 states, as she said, all the way from Minnesota to Texas, from Kansas all the way to South Carolina. We employ about 80 agents right now, 80 full-time agents, and to this point have been very successful. Our business has, I think we started back in 2007, so in a relatively short period of time, about 6 years, we've grown to where we're at now. I myself am the principal broker in the state of Tennessee. We have two other brokers in our main office, which is located in Pittsfield, Illinois. We have about 9 full-time staff there, anywhere from human resources to administrative assistants that are full-time individuals. They're there every day providing guidance and instruction to our agents in whatever respective state that they're licensed in. Last year, I think we transacted about 400 transactions and have done an effective job of maintaining and managing our licensees. And I certainly understand Mr. Alexander's doubt, maybe, or speculation on that it may be tough, in the traditional sense of a normal real estate brokerage to effectively manage its individuals. I think, as you'll notice in the letter, if you've had time to read it, with the growth in technology and what we can do through the internet and just the readily available resources that we have, cell phones. I mean, I don't have to go through all those things that you all know and use every day. Mentoring and guiding and instructing our agents is something that goes on every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we're very proud of the agents that we hire. Just to give you a little background, unlike most stereotypical real estate brokerages, we have a very, very strict hiring process. We require all of our agents to have 5 years professional experience in whatever career field they've been in. We've had people who've been executives of Fortune 500 companies, and people who, maybe like Mr. Maxwell, who are just wanting, and Mr. Pritchard, who are just wanting to get into the real estate business. We are looking to hire within the state of Tennessee maybe 6 to 8 individuals. And how our business model works is every agent has a specified territory of approximately maybe 6 to 8 counties. So we're not looking to flood the market with 100 agents or 50 agents. We're looking to hire a hand-selected, 6 to 8 individuals to represent our company throughout the state of Tennessee. I think when you talk to Mr. Pritchard and Mr. Maxwell, they're very excited about this opportunity, and our company is very excited about the opportunity of being able to do business in Tennessee. We think there's a lot of opportunity here. We would really like to generate revenue and bring awareness to the state of Tennessee and the natural resources that it has. That's our business. That's what we love. I mean, everybody that works for our company has a passion for the outdoors, has a passion, for agriculture. That's what we do. And I would, I really appreciate your consideration in allowing us to continue our business model in its present manner and allow us to do business in Tennessee.
Commissioner Haynes.
I too have a passion for the outdoors, and I have hunting leases and farming leases. So tell me how this works. A farmer comes to you and says, I have 2,000 acres and 1,000 of it is hunting and 200 is pasture, and I want you to find me a renter. So what happens? Is that the kind of thing that you do?
Not so much. I mean, we're more of the traditional real estate brokerage, ma'am. I mean, so if Mr. Farmer would come to our brokerage and want to utilize our resources to reach the maximum amount of buyers that he can. And
Buyers, it's not leases then.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So you're marketing the land. You're not trying to lease the land to hunters or recreation, or it's more buyers for specific lands that have that.
Yes, ma'am. We are a traditional real estate company in the sense that we list and sell list property and bring buyers and unite buyers and sellers to fulfill real estate transactions. Yes. So not so much the leasing, but
Okay.
predominantly
Okay.
property sales.
So
Yes, ma'am.
who are some of the folks that you represent, like trust and unions and retirement funds and people that want to invest in land that...
Yes, ma'am. As far as on the selling side, it could be, anyone in this room who has a real property that they would like to sell.
would like to sell.
Yes, ma'am.
But
And-
then those are your kinds of clients that you market to would be bigger clients that are looking for investment portfolios?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. And even, individuals like yourself who are on an individual level looking to invest maybe money that they've taken out of the stock market or a bond or some kind of annuity or mutual fund and are looking to, invest that money in rural property or agricultural property.
You have other components to your business then, stock market, bonds. I mean, are you total investment? Is real estate just part of that, or do you
Oh,
have
ma'am,
other
we're
components?
strictly a real estate company.
You're
Yes,
just
ma'am.
a real estate company.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, no securities, et cetera.
No, ma'am.
Okay, what about mineral leases? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am,
part of it too?
Yes, out in the western, right now, out in the western states, obviously, you're probably well aware of what's going on there with the oil and gas leases. That is something that we have gotten into more so in kind of the Kansas, Nebraska, Texas markets, not so much, out east here.
Do you find somebody that has land that possibly has, the Chattanooga Shale is the big thing in the state of Tennessee because the gas is in the Chattanooga Shale, and you find somebody in the plateau that has Chattanooga Shale, and you try to market that to, and they say, I want to sell my farm, and you do you look at the minerals underneath, and you say, well, maybe I've got an investor.
Yes, ma'am. In the states that a real estate license also enables you to sell leases, yes, that would be correct. Our one thing that we pride ourselves on is the knowledge that we help our agents garner. Whether it be current commodity prices or just like you're saying, an oil shale that maybe is not hit the mainstream and there might be a way to capitalize.
Tobacco
on it.
leasing, because that's gone out the roof.
And that's something that we haven't gotten into because we haven't gotten into a state where tobacco is really a large commodity at this point. But I think we can offer our agents the education that they need to really represent a buyer or a seller to their fullest extent. And make that transaction, because obviously a real estate transaction is probably the largest financial commitment that any person in their life is going to make, and a lot of our farmland transactions are multi-million dollar size transactions. So the importance of getting it right and making sure that everyone walks away
Knowing
happy.
what they have.
Absolutely, that's priority one for us. Is representing the public, our buyers and sellers, in the best way and the best manner we can. Yes.
Mr. Northern.
Mr. Evans, you and the firm have been licensed in Tennessee since January.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Has there been any activity under that license?
No, sir. There has not.
You mentioned that you had a number of agents. I think it was it 80?
Yes, sir, right around 80.
Okay. Are these licensees, or are you just using the word agent interchangeably with licensees, or,
I'm sorry, sir, yes, they are licensees, yes, sir.
but none in Tennessee?
That's correct. I am the only agent broker in our firm that is licensed in Tennessee at this point. Since I applied for the license and was made aware of the 50-mile rule, and the necessity to get a waiver from the commission, we have not officially been able to hire any licensees within the state thus far. Yes, sir.
Do you have any offices located anywhere outside of Illinois?
No, sir, we do not.
Would it be your intent to open an office here in Tennessee, or not?
At this point, sir, with the commission, obviously depending on the outcome of this meeting here, our initial desire would be to continue with the business model that we're on right now, of not opening any other offices and keeping our primary location there out of Pittsfield, Illinois. So that would be our preference at this point, would be to not open an office in Tennessee.
Can you go into your training and supervising of your agents a little bit? Tell me specifically how you go about doing that.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. One of the things that I outlined in the letter that I think you all received, we've spent a lot of money. Obviously, technology is not a cheap thing, and knowing the complexity of our business model and how it's out of the norm of what a traditional the broker's going to have a Monday morning meeting and all the agents come in. I mean, obviously that makes it difficult having agents over 13 states. Some of the things that we've done to, in my mind, almost go beyond that in the sense of a traditional once a week meeting with a broker. We've created a series of webinars, which I'm sure if you all are not familiar with the webinar, a webinar is we all of our agents are sent an invitation and they log on to our computer and they can actually see and interact with our broker. So we've developed a series of about 10 webinars up to this point that we conduct on a weekly basis, anywhere from contracts and forms all the way to risk management, which our contracts and forms webinar will go through each contract in its entirety to make sure our agent understands how that needs to be filled out and what all the information in there entails, all the way to risk management, which teaches our agents how to deal with the public and how to keep the public's best interest as priority one. I've got a list of 10 of the webinars that we have that I would be happy to pass around and let you all take a look at. Another thing that we're doing right now is we are in the process of developing a CRM system. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with the CRM system, but basically it's a customer relations management software that we've spent. It's a proprietary software. It's being established specifically for our company. It's not something that you can buy out of a box. That is a generic type of program. It basically ensures that the client has the best experience possible, and they're kept in. A lot of times, if you talk to a majority of people that are a client that's involved in a real estate transaction, their number one problem is communication with the agent, and I think that's probably a fairly common. A common thing, and so what this system does is it actually keeps the buyer and or the seller involved in the process throughout the whole process. It's also got an ERP component of that, which I'm throwing out a lot of terms here that probably don't mean a whole lot to you, but I'm telling you, nobody else out there in the real estate industry is doing this, and the ERP component is designed to keep that agent in touch with that client through every step of the process, whether it's that they have a showing lined up or that if the property is set to close, a closing date, or if the title work is done, any step throughout the whole process, it keeps that client and that agent connected at a better level than normally would be. And I think most importantly is just our readily availability of our brokers. And I think that's important in the fact that our company's only looking to hire 6 to 8 people throughout the state. I'm not trying to effectively manage 50 or 100 people like maybe a normal brokerage would, say, in Nashville. We're looking for a specialized, select, hand-picked few that we can give the attention that they need, especially starting out as new agents, in the real estate industry, which obviously is the most important. Getting people a good foundation to build off of.
Are your webinars state-specific?
Oh, yes. Some of them are and some of them aren't. The Contracts and Forms website obviously is a state-specific, a webinar. Some of them are more generic. As far as one of them that we just developed and I'm very proud of is called Developing and Maintaining an Honorable Foundation. And basically, we're basically trying to instill in our agents the ethics and the integrity that needs to accompany every real estate transaction. And that's something I'd like to expound on too. Is that in my letter to the commission here. That's one thing that we look for in an applicant. Obviously, gentlemen that are not fresh out of college but have been in the professional world, we look for people that are honest and have integrity and are more important, ethical. And that's something that we can't teach. That's something that's been instilled in them as a person. So, those are the things that we look for in our agents, because at the end of the day, those gentlemen or those folks are the ones who are representing our company, and that's when the people of Tennessee or the people of whatever state that we're working in, when they think of Whitetail Properties Real Estate, they automatically think of whatever agent they've worked with and the experience they've had. And it's very important in our business. Referral business is a huge part of our business, and we're very proud to have a good referral business from past clients or friends of clients who have had a good experience with our agents and with our company, who in turn want to continue to do business with us. So,
you said you have 10 webinars. As new agents, how many of those webinars are they required to attend?
They're required to attend every webinar, and we have a checklist. Our human resources individual at our office has a checklist, and every webinar, when it's created and the invitation is sent out, a record is kept of that every time a person logs on to that. So we encourage them to attend them multiple times. Obviously they're about 2-hour sessions, and obviously it's hard to retain 2 hours worth of information. So we encourage them to attend multiple times, because we feel like every time that they listen, they're going to pick up something that they might have missed in the previous session.
With these webinar trainings, I'm very familiar with webinars. I also am familiar enough with webinars to know I can turn it on my computer, and I can go in someone else's office and help them with a problem, and I can wander down the hall and go take a break, and nobody knows. What's to prevent that from happening in this case?
Point taken. I guess there are webcams. Most of our agents do have webcams, so you can actually see them, but there are others that don't. So I would to answer your question, I don't think that can be prevented, but I would hope with the quality of individuals that we are that we're looking to hire and that we've affiliated with our company, I hope that wouldn't happen.
Mr. Chairman, first a comment and then a question. The comment is that historically we have never granted a waiver of the 50-mile rule to a company whose principal office is located outside the state. we were very close to just abolishing the 50-mile rule and came within a whisper of doing it, and then we had a case where we had similar statements about computer training and the like. It was an outfit that would just barely cross the line in Chattanooga. Mr. Chairman, the question is this, and from Tennessee has got a dubious honor of, at least until this last year, of being number 3 in the country in passing statutes. We passed a lot of statutes. Some of them are somewhat minor statutes. Coon hunting in remote county. Mr. Evans, can you explain the Greenbelt law?
No, sir, I'm not aware of what that is.
One quick question, if I may.
Commissioner Northern.
Mr. Evans, are you or any of your agents affiliated with RLI?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's something that we are just getting into. One of our other brokers in our office, who's Mr. Dan Perez, he is affiliated with the RLI. He is an RLI member as of right now, and several of our agents, including myself, are in that process of being designated RLI members. So right now, I think there's 2 who are fully completed with that training, but I know there are several who are. That's something that we are definitely pushing for as a credential that most of our agents would hope to have here within, maybe a year or so.
I have a question, if I could, Mr. Evans. You said you're licensed in 12 states. 13 states?
The company is, yes, sir.
13 states. You said Texas.
Yes, sir.
What's your business model in some of these other states, with your office being in Illinois? Say in the state of Texas, how do you operate within, say, the Texas statutes with their real estate commission?
Yes, sir. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. I may have misspoken, because in Texas we have another designated broker who is affiliated with our company, and they do have an office in the state of I guess it would be a branch office, I guess, in the state of Texas, because Texas is a brick and mortar state. Yes, sir. I misspoke earlier when I said we didn't have any other offices. That's correct.
That's a Whitetail Properties office in Texas?
That's correct, yes. He is a designated broker who is a resident of Texas. That's one of the laws in Texas, is that the designated broker has to be a Texas resident. So that is correct, yes. Thank you for clarifying that. I apologize for that.
And also, I know in Tennessee, you've got an office here.
No, he does not.
I thought you said he had a firm license. I thought Ms. Maxwell said he had a firm license.
He does have a firm
He
license.
does have a
but
firm
no
license,
building.
but it's a non-resident firm license.
Non-resident firm license, okay. I misunderstood what Ms. Maxwell was saying then.
Mr. Evans, you indicated that you have approximately 80 or so licensees, I think. Have there been any complaints filed against any of your licensees in any state?
Yes, sir. The only complaint that we have, or have had, or currently have, was in the state of Missouri, and I can give you a little bit of background on that. What had happened was there was a property that one of our agents our company had listed, one of our agents had sold. The lady who was selling it, her husband had passed away. They were an older couple, and what had happened was the husband had passed away. The wife had listed the property with us, and there was an easement that was unknown to the wife who listed the property. The property was sold, and actually the easement was discovered by the title company, and the seller, or the buyer, I'm sorry, actually read the title work, closed the transaction, and later, at some point when he was on his property, a neighbor had driven through the property, and of course the seller had confronted the individual and said, what are you doing here? And he said, I have an easement, and that was, we are currently named in a lawsuit over that. Something that, I felt like it was erroneous to anything that we had done, but nonetheless, that's the one and only complaint that we've ever had filed. Nothing filed with any real estate commissions. That's the only suit that we've been involved in with as a company.
Evans, you were licensed in the state of Tennessee and this year,
Yes, sir.
both terms.
Yes, sir.
How long you been, how many other licenses do you hold?
I hold a broker's license in my home state of Illinois.
How long have you had that?
I've had that since 2006, I believe. I'm not sure exactly.
But you're an affiliate broker in Illinois from 6/30/06 to 11/17/11, and you became a broker in Illinois on 11/17/11, and you've been licensed as a broker since that time. So you got your first license 6/30/06.
Yes, sir. So I've been licensed in Illinois since 06. I received a Kansas license, I think, in about 2009. And I also just I got my broker's license in the state of Minnesota in December of last year. So those are the 4 states that I'm licensed in.
I want to go back and go back to Commissioner Flitcroft's question that he asked you. I too am a country broker. I'm a farm broker. I know a little bit of farm, and you're going to be the principal broker of this man, and you don't even know what green belt in Tennessee, and you going to sell farms? You need to go to school yourself.
Commissioner Haynes.
Or Grease, if you want to. That's fine.
Go right ahead.
Well, I'm looking at your website. It appears that you have several companies. You have your, I've lost the, I'm on the oil and gas. You have an oil and gas company. You have a farm leasing, a tillable land. You can tell me about your companies. There were several. It takes you to different websites.
Different tabs. Yes, ma'am.
Through the tabs, it goes through your website. There's awful lot of explanation on the increased land sales for oil and gas and other strong private investors. I'm just kind of reading off the website. And my question is, what do you think is your biggest market right now? Is it selling oil and gas leases? Is it hunting land? But hunting land is very prominent on here too. I know there's a lot of people looking for hunting lands across the United States. But it seems like you have about 4 different companies that are associated with whitetail properties. There's the mineral properties, there's the waterfowl properties, there's the tillable land properties, and the hunting properties. Is that the 4?
Yes, ma'am. And honestly, they're all the same company. Those are just different tabs on our website to highlight different properties that would have those attributes. So say you were a buyer looking for tillable land. Instead of going through 500 or 600 listings, you're going to go straight to that tillable tab.
It segregates
and it's going to segregate those specific properties. And the same thing with the oil and gas, and the same thing with, you probably saw waterfowl on there as well.
Waterfowl, I thought I said that.
So
Yeah.
they're all, and it has waterfowlproperties.com, mineralproperties.com. Those are just URLs.
Those are just your URLs.
That are owned
Okay.
by our company. Yes, just different parts of our company. That all ran under the same brokerage.
I know you have these 10 seminars, but when you send somebody to Tennessee, what will he be trained in? I mean, will he be trained to go out and find properties that meet certain criteria for hunting? How will that work? Particularly, I'm like Commissioner Alexander. If you don't know what greenbelt is, you got a long learning curve.
Sure, and again, I am new to Tennessee and the property and the type of habitat and things that are down here. I'm not going to dispute that. One of the prerequisites, I feel like, with individuals like Mr. Pritchard are they have a background in wildlife. They have a background in knowing about land and knowing what the attributes of that land are. And a lot of our buyers. They trust in the expertise of
They've worked for the federal government, for the ASCS office, for the I don't remember all the acronyms.
IRS.
IRS, not that part of the federal government, but the ones that deal with agriculture. Although, no, we're not going there. So is that kind of where their backgrounds have come from?
I mean, in a way, yes. I mean, not that there's a prerequisite that they had to have had work for a state or a federal agency. It's just that a lot of their professional life and their personal life has revolved around land and around hunting and farmland and that sort of thing. So we feel like we've got individuals that have a good base, a good knowledge base, but also a passion to pass on things that they love and different aspects of the land that they see that might be valuable to a potential buyer who is looking to get into the hunting world or something like
I
that.
have one last question. Do you have many lands that have conservation easements?
Yes.
So are you familiar with the laws in the state on conservation easements? And I'm sure natural.
I mean, yeah, like through WRP or the CREP program or something like that. Yes, I mean we have a. I feel like I have a good knowledge of specific states. Maybe not or not specific states, but the programs in general. Whether it be the CRP, how payments are. How the contracts run. September 1st through October 30th, when those payments are made. And the rules and such that an owner of a property would have to abide by, if there was a current easement on that property, such as CRP or WRP or something like that.
Several more, too. besides
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah, there's a whole gamut. You bet. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I was going to say, we have before us an individual who has a non-resident firm licensed in the state of Tennessee. He is asking us to allow him to employ agents in Tennessee and license agents through his non-resident firm while his office is in Illinois. I think that's the question before us. Am I right, Miss Maxwell?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I
McMullen.
thought we also have the two individual applicants here, too. I didn't know if we wanted to hear from them as well.
That is, thank you, Commissioner McMullen. Yes, before we...
Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Alexander?
if there is a motion made to deny, why would you won't even hear those people?
Have a motion yet, but I mean, it's Commissioner McMullen. That's very, very quickly, just, Mr. Pritchard.
Obviously, I'm not a real estate agent. I'm not licensed in any way, and I want to be careful not to overspeak here, but I'm a certified wildlife biologist and forester. Have been doing this professionally, land management for, was doing it when I was in high school, went and got 3 degrees in college to manage land, worked nationally for the Hardwood Lumber Association, lobbied in Washington, D.C., did public relations, have since run my own company for the last 9 years, managing land all over the Mid-South and the Midwest. Have never sought to get a real estate license until I met and got to see what Whitetail Properties is doing and how they're doing it. One of the reasons I never sought a real estate license is because of the people that I saw out there trying to represent themselves as knowing something about land. Not everybody, I'm not trying to say that not, but a lot of the people that I was dealing with made me not want to be affiliated with real estate in rural land, because a lot of them were just there to get a commission on a sale. I was doing more work, had more knowledge of what was going on there than they did, and I was getting I was getting my hourly rate as a wildlife biologist, and they were there representing people and trying to tell them what they should and shouldn't do. Many of them would have not known what the green belt is. But that aside, and I want to stay to the point here, I saw over a period of 8 years, I saw Whitetail Properties working, the agents working in Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, all states that I work in, without exception, no issues. All of my clients who I manage land for would leave the process of buying or selling with whitetails and say, I've never been represented that way before. So as I got to a place where my business was established and I found out that Whitetail was considering coming to Tennessee, it was a slam dunk for me that if I was ever going to work on the real estate side and represent buyers and sellers, that a company like Whitetail Properties is it. I think all your points are legitimate. Everything here, I think, knowing Jeff and Dan and the people at Whitetail, I think everything here would be taken into consideration. But they have formed this company around integrity, honorable relations, doing things the right way. When they don't have an answer, they get an answer. They don't just go out there and shoot from the hip. Now, whether or not that means anything coming from me as a non-licensee, I don't know, but I will tell you from my way of looking at rural recreational land real estate, there's not a better company out there, at least not one that I've been involved with and seen practicing. So now, that's that about the company. If you have specific questions as to my background or my place here, I'll be glad to answer.
Is your intent to get a real estate license or not?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. But I'm not going to go through that process if, in fact, I can't work with someone like Whitetail. So, in Cordova, Memphis.
Any other questions or comments before we take action on this matter before us?
There's just one statement, and it's kind of the irony of it. I think if you're really, really committed to work with Whitetail, the way I understand our regulations, you could move to Illinois, get within 50 miles of that office, then come work in Tennessee all you wanted to.
Yeah.
Am I stating that correctly?
They don't have to get in 50 miles of Illinois. They probably don't have a 50-mile rule. All he got to do is get him a domain in Illinois and get him a Illinois and get him a license.
Mr. Alexander,
Neither that. Mr. Chairman, I won't make a motion.
Mr. Alexander.
I move that this be denied. That Whitetails and this for the blanket waiver of the blanket rule and he's supposed to be approved be denied the same as it was last month. I don't think we're on this commission to serve the public, not to serve the real estate industry, and I don't believe it's to the best interest of the public to approve this. And I move it be denied. The majority of this commission that was in attendance last month denied it, and I would hope that you would vote the same way again today.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Alexander to deny this request. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Flitcroft. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, is the motion to deny the request with respect to Mr. Pritchard?
My motion is deny Whitetail Properties of the move of the 50-mile rule. Approve his firm, and you can't approve these two folks because they don't have a license. How can you approve a non-licensee?
My understanding, I wasn't here last month, was that you already denied it on a blanket basis last month, but told them to come, if they wanted to come back, it would have had to have been for specific people. And so I thought at the beginning we talked about we were going to address it with respect to the specific people, and the one we have up here is Mr. Pritchard.
No, Mr. Pritchard, in my opinion, probably got more knowledge than the principal broker of Tennessee rules and regulations. He's one ought to be the principal broker, but he doesn't have a license.
Well, I'm not sure I'll vote on the motion, but I'm not inclined to allow the variance with respect to Mr. Pritchard. While I have a lot of respect for what I've heard about you and what you said about yourself and your experience, and also I think I have a lot of respect for your company, Mr. Evans. You also, you said you look for people who have 5 years or more of professional experience in the field that they're coming from, and I think that's good experience. You're looking for people who are interested in raw land and that outdoors and those sorts of issues. I think I'd be more comfortable if you came in and you said, I have somebody who has experience in the real estate profession as well as those things, but to bring in somebody who doesn't have that experience and isn't going to have the sort of on-site supervision, that would be my concern. Because you also said that you are, in response to Ms. Haynes' question, that you are a traditional real estate brokerage as well, and so and maybe that's somebody who doesn't exist, to find somebody who meets all of those. But I would be more comfortable in that situation than I am in this situation, and so that's why I would not be inclined to vote to allow the variance with respect to Mr. Pritchard. And that's just my take. Everybody else can have their own opinion.
My opinion would be I wouldn't want to give anyone a blanket. The word blanket scares me to death, and that's what I'm voting against.
We did that already.
Right.
And I guess my concern is I'm kind of geared more toward Texas, if you had a designated broker in the state of Tennessee, I would be more comfortable with it. I'm a little concerned, like Commissioner McMullen said, with the fact that you have people who are brand new to the real estate business. There's not going to be anybody close enough to them if they've got a problem that they need to sit down face to face with for them to do that. I mean, for Mr. Pritchard to drive 312 miles to see your smiling face because he needs some one-on-one time is of a little concern to me. You know, I just would feel more comfortable if there were somebody in this state that he could get to in an hour or so if he needed to and get some guidance from.
I say, can I, in response to Mr. McMullen, talking about the individuals who have maybe some years of real estate experience, I'm going to tell you of the 80 licensed agents that we have right now. I would venture to say, and this is not coming not concrete here, but I would say probably about 70 of those are brand new. When they came to our company, they had never possessed a real estate license before, and I think it goes along the same lines of what Mr. Pritchard said. Was it seems like some agents pick up maybe bad habits through other avenues, and we feel like bringing someone in fresh into our business, we can kind of start them from the ground up. So.
Heard the motion, you are hearing the discussion, and I think that the motion is to deny these two individuals. Both of them are in formal conferences. David Pritchard and Sean Maxwell, they're the same situation, and be Jeffrey Evans being their principal broker from Illinois to a non-resident firm in Tennessee. The motion is to deny this request.
Could I ask one additional question before we actually have the vote?
Yes, Commissioner McMullen.
Mr. Maxwell, do you have any experience in the real estate business? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Ms. Maxwell a quick question?
Yes, Commissioner Grease.
I got the indication previously that this would be precedent setting as well. Is that your understanding?
There's been a blanket waiver given to one company that was located here but flew people in from out of state for weekend auctions. And aside from that, I believe that the other firms, since I've been here, have been located in the state of Tennessee.
Maxwell, if I can make a comment there, certainly that was the case. And then there was a second one, which was exclusively a timber company.
That's correct, and it was located here in the state as well.
It was located in the state, but operated throughout the state and had agents which were in excess of 50 miles. I don't think we ever have any precedent where we've granted a non-resident firm permission to do it, and it does clearly violate the 50-mile rule.
I'm trying to recall, Ms. Mack, the Georgia firm that you referenced, did they have an office here in Tennessee? I know they had license.
The Georgia firm, we denied it.
Got it. Okay.
And I think the Georgia firm was just barely across the line from Chattanooga.
Right.
There were some other circumstances, I think, surrounding that developer himself. I think.
Call for the question.
Commissioner Alexander's call for the question. All in favor of the motion, which is to deny this request, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously, and
I think your concept is a great concept. I think it's needed. From my point of view, I have to say it's really something that's needed in the state of Tennessee, because you are right. A lot of agents just go out and list a farm and they know nothing about what the farm is. So please continue to try. Let's get a brokerage here in Tennessee.
Yeah, I would feel much better if you had a designated broker here. I would not have near the problem with it.
okay. At this time, we have been going now. It is right now 5 minutes after 10. We want to take a short break.
Chairman.
Commissioner Northern.
Since we dealt with these individually, and the motion was sort of all encumbering, we probably need to recognize the fact that it's also denied against,
Against Sean Maxwell?
correct.
Right. Yeah. But in the discussion, I brought that out that David Pritchard and Sean Maxwell's were both included in that. This time, let's take a 10-minute break. Call this real estate commission meeting back into session. Ms. Kelly Maxwell has got us turned on. Ms. Kelly McDermott.
No, it's not that either.
Ms. Kelly McDermott.
Heston like Heston.
We're on.
Baylor.
And next on our agenda is Carolyn D. Loretto and principal broker PSM Realty of Tennessee, in formal appearance for request for a blanket waiver of the 50-mile rule. And if I could call Miss DiLoretto and her principal broker.
I am the principal.
You are the principal broker. Come on up here.
Mr. Chairman, there's a matter I need to address. I have represented for a long time an affiliated company, and under the circumstances, it's appropriate for me to recuse myself.
The record show that Commissioner Flitcroft is recusing himself from any discussion or any vote in this matter. And also, I'd like to just bring your attention that Commissioner McMullen had a business luncheon that he had to leave, but he will be back right after lunch to rejoin us. Ms. Maxwell, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes. Ms. Carolyn D. DiLoretto and her company PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC, are requesting the waiver of the 50-mile rule. And I'm going to read her first paragraph just because it probably states best what her desire is. Getting the 50-mile rule waived for any and all validly licensed and active Tennessee affiliated brokers who are employed by PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC, or any licensee residing outside of Tennessee that will be employed by PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC in the future by reciprocity if all other qualifications are met, even though a licensee might reside at a distance greater than 50 miles of the office of the PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC. PSM Realty is engaged in the process of selling primarily either land or subdivided land, and they usually bring individuals in for weekends or for large sales. And they have some licensees who are on the ground here, and then they have others that they would fly in from other states who would be licensed in that state, but would also be licensed in Tennessee, and for the purposes of their Tennessee license would be affiliated with PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC. After a period of time, say 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, I believe that Ms. DiLoretto said, they would move from one location in Tennessee, say Ashland City, which is where they currently are, and they would be there, and they actually would be there 7 days a week, but they'll be there, and then they'll move to East Tennessee and have a big sales push on a piece of property in East Tennessee, and then they would move to another part of Tennessee and do the same thing, and then they would rotate sort of in a cycle until they got all the land or condominiums or whatever the property that they're selling completely sold. Ms. Carolyn D. Loretta became the principal broker of PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC on, she became the principal broker on 5/21/2013, which was when the company was first formed. PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC is located in Ashland City, and that is where Ms. DiLoretto resides at the present time. Ms. DiLoretto was first licensed in 8/22/2007 as an affiliate broker in Tennessee, and then, as I say, she became a broker and became the principal broker of the firm in question on 5/21/2013. The firm currently has 2 affiliated licensees. One is Marty DiLoretto, and he is here today also. He was first licensed on 3/4 of 2010 and continues to be licensed at the present time. Penny Neal is also listed as an affiliate of this firm, and Penny Neal got her first license on, on 7/16 of 2007, and she's now has applied to affiliate. She has been inactive, but now she's applied to reactivate her license and join the PSM Realty of Tennessee, LLC. And then the third individual listed as a broker, and his name is James C. Lloyd, and his first license was issued on 5/29 of 2013, and he's likewise affiliated with this firm. I think the rest of the information I'll let Ms. DiLoretto explain a little more about her company.
If you would, Ms. DiLoretto, just explain, Ms. Maxwell has read that, but explain to us just exactly what you would like or requesting from this commission and what you envision your company doing and how it's going to be operating in the business model.
Absolutely. As Ms. Maxwell stated, we have properties currently right now in Ashland City. We've got the Braxton condominium project. We usually work with banks in foreclosures of distressed properties, and we pick up these condos. We also are working with one currently that we're trying to close in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Once we get that, we do mass marketing. We have event sales. We'll be doing one at the Braxton on June 15th. And instead, we do that for a couple weeks until some of them are under construction right now. So as the contractors are working, once we get to a certain point, we have to stop because they're not ready. Hopefully at that point, we'll be at a project in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We would all move to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and do the same thing there and kind of go back and forth.
What do you have in Oak Ridge, Tennessee?
We are working on closing. I'll kind of turn this more over to Marty because he's in the acquisitions. He's the acquisition partner. He finds these for our company. But basically, we've got Centennial Bluff, which is another condo. I believe it's 36 units. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for having us here today. If I can explain for a minute, because she says we, there's a bit of a separation here. Although I am a licensed Tennessee real estate agent and I am hanging my license under PSM Realty, I am employed by Patent Sales and Marketing, an affiliate of National Land Partners and Inland Management, of which we've had this waiver with the commission before. What we do is we buy large tracts of land and or distressed foreclosed condominiums working with banks, lenders, and the FDIC. So we are the sole owners. The firm only represents and only works and sells properties that we own. So they are the selling agent and the seller's representative. The project that you had asked about over in Oak Ridge, I currently have an LOI on it. It's Centennial Bluff. 36-unit condominium complex. There's several pads out there still to be developed. We're not in the building and construction phase business at all. We hire contractors to go ahead and do that for us. What we are is we purchase a distressed asset, cents on the dollar, we turn around and then sell it off to the general public.
So basically, you come in and do basically what event sales.
Exactly. Correct. Currently, right now, we're only working on the Braxton, so we're there 7 days a week. I am always directly supervising the licensees. Just like if we move to Oak Ridge, we will all go to Oak Ridge. They will not be there.
How many will be all?
Currently, right now, we've got the 3. I've got a couple other people that used to be affiliated with Inland, which was part of that. Ms. Maxwell explained in the past that we had did the blanket waiver then. A lot of them are still inactive until we know that we got Oak Ridge, and then they will go ahead and reactivate their licenses. So there could be up to about 8 to 10 of us possibly, if not more.
Some of them are outside of Tennessee.
Some of them have licenses in Tennessee. They put in inactive because now they moved to Florida, and they've got their Florida license, and they're in Florida. We pretty much sold all of the properties we had in Tennessee in the past, and just recently now acquired more property in Tennessee.
Question meant to be: are all your agents licensed in Tennessee?
Yes, sir. Correct. That is correct.
Will you be bringing on any new agents who are not licensed in Tennessee?
Don't know that yet. If we do have them, we would go ahead and have, I know reciprocity is no longer available. We would have them go ahead. Hopefully they could apply to have their education waived and go ahead and take the state test here to get licensed, but they would be licensed before we would do that. We would know that in advance.
So at no time would you be using licensees who are not actively licensed
No, sir.
under the Tennessee Real Estate Commission?
No, sir.
All right with asking for a waiver on each one rather than the blanket?
We could do that. I think that was part of, we would have done that, and when we kind of talked, I think to Ms. Maxwell, we had kind of asked if we could do a blanket, so we're not going back and forth. But if that's something that you guys would
Here,
require.
a blanket, sometimes stuff gets swept under the blanket, you know.
I understand.
You tell me where your office, permanent office, what address you use?
It's 400 Wariota Way, and that's in Ashland City, and that's our permanent office.
So when you all move to Oak Ridge, let's say, do you shut that office down, or what? How does that work?
We just, instead of, we'll pretty much all be on vacation from Ashland City, and we'll be moving over to Oak Ridge, and at that point, at the condo complex in Oak Ridge, they'll have a place where we could go ahead and be on site there to answer the phones, almost like a call center. We may use our office as a call center. We've got another piece of land pending. Actually, we own it in Waverly. So at one point when that opens, we would be using probably our Ashland City office as the call center to go ahead and make appointments for a sale in Waverly. So we would just be moving over there for the sales, being on site for the sales. And
Are you two related?
we're married.
Okay, so, I mean, you're within 50 miles of the principal broker now yourself, right?
Most of the time. Let me ask the question again about your roving offices. Scenario being you've sold property in Ashland City, you've sold out and you've moved on to Oak Ridge, and it turns out that you've got a dissatisfied buyer in Oak Ridge. How does that person get in contact? I mean, what address, what's your contact information for that person and for the Real Estate Commission?
Currently, the 400 Wariota Way would be our permanent address.
After you've gone to Oak Ridge, what would it be?
Well, once we are sold out of the Braxton and Ashland City, I think that was part of your question. When we're sold out, we will actually then be changing our firm. At that point, we will have to do that. We're thinking we're not going to be out of Ashland City for at least 2 to 3 years. So once that's closed out, we no longer will have an office there. We will go ahead and reestablish an office, whether it be in Waverly, Oak Ridge. It'll probably be another office at that point because
And
we're
my
using
question
the
is,
on-site.
how does that dissatisfied customer find you?
Call me. I mean, I've had the same.
But you've moved, and you're in Oak Ridge now. How do they know that?
How would they know that? Well, when they're dealing with when they're dealing with us, we have our phone numbers. We'll probably keep the same phone number. We've had the same phone number for years. When we go ahead and we apply for another office, we get the same phone numbers through the phone company. So we've never changed phone numbers.
If
Your
I can help,
address for the Real Estate Commission, does that address change?
That address will change once we're sold out of the Braxton, yes.
How many times have you moved to
Ms. Maxwell?
Tennessee?
Just twice. This is my second move. Before this, I was inactive because I went and did other properties. We used to work under a gentleman named Steve Neff, and he did very much the same thing for inland management. So basically, I just reactivated my license within the last 4 or 5 months.
Maxwell, when that firm relocates, does that not require a firm license being, relocation license being recorded with the commission?
If they just move their firm address, then they would have to obviously notify us, fill out a Track 1 form, pay the appropriate fee, and tell us that they've moved their license, their firm address, their business address.
So the dissatisfied customer in Ashland City can find them through Track?
Yes, I mean, as I say, they're obligated under the statute to give us their address change, their business change of address within 10 days of
All of
moving.
the red tape that goes along with that?
Right.
Okay.
There's not much red tape, just a smidge.
Where is Steve? Where is he now? I mean, I'm trying to think. His last name was Mitz?
Neff. I don't know where Steve is because he's no longer with he kind of went out on his own, so I really don't know I don't know where Steve is, if you maybe know where he's at.
I can answer that question, Mr. Chairman. Steve Neff was a minority partner, very similar to what I am with National Land Partners, Inland Management, and Patent Sales and Marketing. He is no longer involved under that umbrella. He is now working for another investor. He presently resides still in Knoxville, but the last that I had spoke with him, I believe he's actually doing some business in Alabama around Smith Lake area.
But now you said that these properties that you're going to be, these event sales you're going to be doing, selling out, that you actually acquire the title to these properties, or do you sell them for the bank that's holding them because of foreclosure?
Patent Sales and Marketing, which is Marty, they go ahead and acquire the properties. All I do is strictly list them, marketing, and sell them. So we buy them from the bank. We get free, clear title from the bank.
I think to answer that question, Mr. Chairman, if I can interject, because there's a relationship between her and I. She says we, because I'm involved, we're married. Patent Sales and Marketing, National Land Partners are on the deed. We purchase the properties. It is titled and deeded to us. PSM Realty, Carolyn, as the broker, is the seller's representative. She is selling the properties for my company.
Chairman,
Mr. Alexander.
I shall run consistent. And that is that I make a motion that a blanket 50-mile rule.
Mr. Alexander's made a motion that a blanket 50-mile rule in this request be denied.
Second.
Here we have a second. Is there any discussion?
I've got a couple quick questions.
Commissioner Grease.
So how many licensees of PSM Realty right now?
4, including myself.
Do any of those 4 require a 50-mile waiver?
Currently, no.
So we're not putting you at a hardship if this passes today?
No, currently no, because we're only working on the one project. None of them do.
Secondly, PSM Realty has state errors and omissions insurance, is that right?
PSM Realty does, yes.
Okay. Is selling property that your husband owns covered by that policy? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Something you may want to look into. I don't
wanna
believe you're
look into
covered. But that's just a comment. Thank you.
Just to follow up to the question that Commissioner Grease, the agents that you now have that are within the 50-mile radius, when you move to Oak Ridge, will they be moving with you, or will they then be outside the 50-mile radius?
They would be outside of their 50-mile radius for the weekend that we have our events.
So you would too.
But your office
So I
has
would,
moved.
too. Yeah.
But your office
Well,
has
our
moved.
office
so-
doesn't our office doesn't move every time we do an event. Our office that we have with the Real Estate Commission, where we're at, is in Ashland City.
I'm talking about when you sold out in Ashland City.
Mm-hmm.
You no longer have any inventory there.
I won't know that because I won't know where our next office is going to be. If we have a ton of property over in the Knoxville area, we will then go ahead and have our firm address. We will actually get a firm then in Knoxville. But for the
I guess my point probably is more to the commission as to the technicality of the office moving and leaving agents who are domiciled outside the 50-mile radius still being licensed with the company that is now beyond the 50-mile radius.
they would have to move because they're staying on site. That's why we're here. They would be moving at that point. If we sell out of the Braxton, they will no longer be in Ashland City neither. They're not. They're just there because
If you had a blanket approval, then they would still be able to function within. So that's one benefit of the blanket approval.
That's exactly why we're here. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just like, if you've got a license, if they just have your calls going to Ashland City, have them forwarded to where you are in Oak Ridge. But as long as you have a license in Tennessee, you can sell real estate anywhere in the state of Tennessee.
I thought so too. I don't know what the...
You can. And I guess I'm kind of like everybody else. I don't understand why you feel like you need a blanket 50-mile rule when nobody is outside that 50-mile rule, and as long as you're hiring agents that are within that 50 miles of the office, I don't know really why you need a waiver.
Well, I can see if you're looking forward and you've got 3 of these projects going on in 3 parts of the state and you have agents in each of those 3 cities, then you would probably, I mean, that's forward thinking, a business plan that I hope works for you. But it seems to me the sense of this commission is that those at that time come see us and let's work on an individual basis.
To the board, I guess maybe I'm looking for a little more clarification on the rule and the law and the statute then. I presently have an agent that is in the Memphis area that could hang his license with us, but he's in Memphis, we're in Ashland City. How does that apply for the rule then?
You would need a waiver for him.
Okay. So that is why we're here, because if Carolyn's overrun this weekend or next weekend and needs some help, and we know that because of how the appointments are being scheduled with the agents that are there, that she can pick up the phone and have this gentleman come in, because we want to make sure that we always have licensed agents representing the public and with customers.
But if he's a licensed agent
Yes,
and he has his license active at some firm, he can come in and help you for a weekend.
That's what we're asking, for him to have his license active with her firm, though.
Can't do it unless you come before this commission and we agree to grant you the 50-mile rule. Now,
Yeah, we don't want to just open it up that you can hire anybody in the state and them.
On a blanket.
Because of training
I want you to
and
understand, my
supervision.
motion was to deny a blanket just waiver, where you can just do whatever you want to without coming back before
Right.
this commission.
So if I have a list of people currently right now that are inactive, but they were licensees, but they're not hung anywhere, and I'm looking to get them active so that I can use them, I would need to get a list of their names and come back and have a list of people I would like to get active, even though they may live in Memphis, to hang their license with me in Ashland City. Is that correct?
Need to bring them with you for us to be able to question them, and we'd vote on them individually.
Perfect. And that would work. So I think that was just more of clarification.
Am I talking out of school, or are we in
No,
agreement?
you're correct.
You're correct.
You're correct, Mr. Commissioner.
but-
They want people from
I can't,
Florida
I
and
can't,
Texas.
excuse me, go ahead. I can't not make this motion and just got through making one for another. Oh, you're
heard
in
that.
Tennessee. It's quite different. You're in Tennessee, and these individual licensed individuals may not be over. And last month or a month or two ago, we do grant some waivers of the 50-mile rule, especially
Okay.
inside the state. But I'm not going. My motion may fail. I rather doubt it, but my motion is not to give you a blanket waiver.
And the other side of that is those individuals may have had something filed against them that we have reason
Sure.
to need to investigate. So
You have heard the discussion, you've heard the motion. What is your pleasure? We ready to vote?
Yep.
All in favor of Commissioner Alexander's motion to deny the request for blanket waiver of the 50-mile rule, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
One recuse.
And plus one recusal, Commissioner David Flitcroft recused himself.
Can we just, as a point of clarification, so if you needed to get a broker to come in from Memphis on a sale in Oak Ridge, as long as they're licensed and that licensee's broker says, sure, you can go up there, just send the check to our company and we'll split with them, I think that's fine. Does anybody have a problem with that on commission? Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure that the statute allows you to have you're basically saying that you can go on loan from one firm to another firm, and your license has to, you're licensed with a firm, and that's the place where one's license hangs.
I think it would be clear that it's a licensee that's at the sale, first of all. But as long as the two brokers, I'm not trying to put them on loan, I'm just saying that there's a cooperating agreement between the two brokers for a period of 24 hours or 36.
it would be just like selling outside your MLS. That we cooperate with brokers in other parts of the state.
But you're basically having that broker take over the supervision of your licensee, aren't you?
That's a good point.
And you can only be affiliated with one firm at a time if you're a Tennessee licensee. I mean, your people that come in from Texas have a different situation, or, you know, somewhere have a different situation. But, I mean, here you can only have your license with one firm and one principal broker.
Let's look at it.
That broker could, though. The broker could come to East Tennessee and could bring other licensees with him in that regard.
That principal broker, if they wanted to hook up with another firm, I
believe it'd be hard for you to get this convention, be hard for you to convince this commission if the two brokers had an agreement and was supervising them to get a complaint.
But I'm just, if you had both brokers and the broker was coming there, like your two firms were going to work together, because I'm just talking about just one little licensee coming up, and he basically was on loan to you.
What she said was, he's a broker.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, these people, under the other blanket that was granted to Mr. Neff, a lot of these licensees are inactive right now because they're not doing general real estate. They specifically did these event sales for the prior firm. So these gentlemen are looking to go ahead. For me to use them, I would need to get them active. And I guess the reason why I'm here for my gentleman in Memphis or my gentleman in Oak Ridge, I'm looking to see if I could get them to hang their license with me, because they would only be practicing real estate under the direct supervision of me during a sale event. So I guess maybe I didn't clarify what I was looking to accomplish. So if that helps any clarification.
It was the firm that received the blanket approval, not you, or not Mr. Knapp.
Correct. So I, as the firm, was looking for this blanket to get these people that are inactive.
But what I'm saying is, if it's already been given, there's no need to revisit it.
Separate, no, this was in the past. I was
Different firm.
Different firm.
Okay.
Different firm, I'm sorry. So my biggest thing is I have all these gentlemen who have been in the real estate industry years ago when we had properties in Tennessee. They're now inactive because that firm is now gone, and I would like to get them active under myself so that I could use them during the event sales process. Pardon me?
You bring them back before us, and we will make that decision then.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just wasn't clarifying. That's what I was looking to do. So.
Now, thank you for coming. I think you've heard the discussion from this commission and know pretty much how this commission is thinking about this matter. No blankets today.
Yeah, we voted.
And we've already voted. Unanimous vote. But anyway, Mr. Loretto, thank you and your husband for coming, and we'll see you at some point in the future.
Sounds good. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Now, next on our amended agenda is discussion of Commissioner Northern's service to this commission over the last 10 years. And at our last break, I have a commitment out of Commissioner Northern that he will be here in December for our annual Christmas luncheon with the staff. He's going to join us. Our treat. We're going to treat him, but he's going to come up. We're going to treat you. Yes, we are. But he will be here, and who knows? At that time, we just might have something for him. But in the meantime, I have something for him. I have enjoyed being on this commission with you, Commissioner Northern. It has been a delight, but where in the devil did 9 years go? How did it pass so quickly?
It really is.
I remember my first commission meeting so well. I came in and you were here, and you welcomed me with open arms and made me feel at home, and you've continued to do that for everybody that's come on new, and you are special, and we're going to miss you. That's all I got to say. Any other commissioners have anything they want to say?
I think his wisdom as chairman was extraordinary. You did a great job. You really thought things through, and it's been a pleasure serving with you and knowing you for all this time.
I think you analyzed a lot of things that I had not looked at before, and I appreciate him doing it. He was a very intelligent person. Enjoyed serving with you.
Isaac, I count you as a personal friend and certainly one of the most sterling I've had the pleasure to deal with, and I expect that to continue.
Thing that I'm going to miss about Commissioner Northern being on this commission, he would keep me supplied in Rendezvous barbecue sauce. I give him for Christmas presents every year. He'd go down to Rendezvous restaurant, get me a case of 12 jars of barbecue sauce, bring them to me.
That's why you want him to come in December?
Yeah, exactly. Or I could just call 1-888 Hogs Fly. That's the 800 number to Rendezvous in Memphis, and just tell them to ship me a case. But I mean, I got personal service for the last 3 or 4 years. Isaac bringing it to me. But the thing that Isaac brought to this commission that was, I think, invaluable for all of us was his knowledge and his insight of leasing. And that aspect of this industry, of which I have no experience whatsoever and don't want to get any. But he did. You brought that insight to this commission, and you gave us a lot of guidance when we had issues pertaining to leasing.
Well, thank you. I really have enjoyed my time on the commission, and as you indicated, these 10 years did go by quicker than I had imagined. And when I first got the call to and was asked to serve on the commission, I had to think about it. I actually got a call on a Thursday afternoon, and the governor wanted a response by Friday, and I said, well, I can't do that. I've got to think this over, and it just happened to be that the following Monday, I believe, was the 4th of July, so it took a little bit longer, but I had some feelings about having to get on that road and travel to Nashville every month, and I couldn't understand why the other commissioners before me really wanted to remain. I just had no desire to get. That's a boring drive from Memphis to Nashville, and I just didn't think that I wanted to do that. But I made up my mind and I did it, and I'll tell you that drive has really helped me, because it allows me to get away from the office and to think and to kind of get myself in the mode of being a regulator as opposed to a practitioner. And it's been good for me for the last 10 years to be able to do that and to come up here and meet with fellow commissioners from across the state. I've learned a lot about the industry that I didn't know being on this commission from you guys, and I really appreciate it. I believe that I've made friends throughout the state. I know that I've made friends with commissioners, and that if the need arises, I can pick up the phone and call and say, hey, help me understand this better, or help me get this done. And I appreciate being in a position to do that. And the staff that I've worked with over the years has been fantastic. I think one of the best things that happened during my term on this commission was initiated by Commissioners Alexander and Haynes, and that was in bringing Ms. Maxwell to us as an executive director. I think she adds an awful lot to this body, and under her guidance, the staff has changed, and I see a big difference. When I first got on the commission, people were afraid to call the real estate commission because they knew the response they got was going to be negative. And most of them wouldn't call because they were, they knew they weren't going to get the phone wasn't going to be answered. That has changed, and I appreciate, being involved in that process, because I think it's made the industry an awful lot better for licensees throughout the state. And I thank you all for the comments that you've made today.
Let me make one comment. Let me start with this: of the two chairmen that I've served under, I mean, you're heads and shoulders.
I agree.
And secondly, and more seriously, Bear's comments about your knowledge of leasing I put property management with that as well. And I recall years ago going to the Tennessee Association of Realtors, where the real estate commissioners were there to answer questions. And even then, Isaac, especially then perhaps, I don't know, had the answer to property management, leasing questions, and tenants' rights and landlords' rights, and has been a real asset to this commission, clearly for the short period of time I've been on it. Thanks, Isaac.
My time.
All right, I'll finalize it then.
I, like Commissioner Flitcroft, feel he's a personal friend of mine. The thing that I most admired about him, he would tell you just like it is and not back where he stands. And when he tells you something, you don't have to go back and check with him tomorrow or next week. He'll be there when the time comes. I can ever help you, just call me. And if you can't come, send money.
Isaac, our time together started in TAR as presidents of our associations. I considered you a friend then, and throughout the years when I wasn't on the commission, I always felt like I could pick up the phone and call you when I needed you.
As you did many times.
As I did many times. And it has been a pleasure to serve with you, and I hope you know that as long as I'm on this commission, you can do likewise. I'll be happy to return the favor.
I mean, I want to say one other thing. I know I'm like Commissioner Flitcroft and Commissioner Alexander. You are a friend, and you always will be. And we're going to miss you big time.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate the confidence shown in me by electing me as chairman 2 years in a row. I hope I did the commission well.
Just like I said when I got elected last year, I made the comment, and I meant every word of it. I just hope that I can be as good a chairman as Commissioner Northern has been for the last 2 years. I remember making that so well, and I, too, feel like you, Commissioner Green.
Right now.
That was an aspirational goal.
Yeah, I'm still working on it, still trying. But anyway, you will be missed, Commissioner Northern.
I want to say one other thing. When I first got on this commission, one of the big issues with this commission at that time, and I know it was trivial, was parking for commissioners. And now, in my last meeting, it has come full circle to bite me again, and it's still that one issue.
Yeah, no parking anymore. But anyway, we'll get that resolved sometime.
Kelly's working on it.
Kelly's working on it. Anybody have anything else to say pertaining to this item on our agenda? And I would, Miss Robin?
Mr. Northern, I'm going to miss having you in our hearings because I think you have a good legal mind, but having said that, please don't go to law school now.
You afraid he'll be representing all those agents in Memphis?
Yep. I'll start losing.
When I retire, I intend to retire. I understand what retirement means.
Okay.
We do have something that we got you, but it's just not complete yet, just to let you know.
Understand.
Don't know if it'll be complete by tomorrow either, but we'll hope for the best.
Mr. McDonald.
Commissioner Alexander is.
Like me to make arrangements for some transportation. Lunch.
Yes.
Where are we going?
11:30.
Yeah, 11:30. Okay.
Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. McDonald.
I just wanted to say, Isaac, I think you're a class act, and I've absolutely enjoyed working with you. And as your other peers have said, I consider you as a friend as well. So it's a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. And whenever I can score some Grizzlies tickets for you, I'll do that.
Okay. He'll be back in December. This time, next on our agenda is our legal report. And now that I have been informed that Ms. Kropp's not going to be here, Ms. Robin Ryan is taking care of our legal report this month.
I am indeed. The first on your agenda is the update on the new VLS rules, but guess what? I'm going to defer that to Ms. Maxwell since I don't know the answers. So she's going to tell you.
Yes, we attended a government ops meeting, and Michelle went with us, which was great. Bear was going to attend, but then had a conflict, and Michelle was nice enough to go. And I think she stayed through the whole fracking discussion and stayed for a pretty good while. Ours went fine. We were asked some questions about the vacation lodging service rules that were before the Government Ops Committee. But everything, as I say, went fine, and those rules became effective on June the 2nd of 2013. And those really just involved the vacation lodging services. And if you remember, the advertising, which was the controversial part of those rules, was taken out. So it's really just a handful of rules that apply only to that industry. But we really, really did appreciate Michelle going with us and being there. And I think she enjoyed it greatly. I'm sure the last part was a lot more exciting than our part was, but it all went great.
Next on your agenda is other legislation update. I am going to be reporting this from Ms. Croft's report. She had an outline of legislative proposals. She dated it the 28th of May. From two sections into the housekeeping matters, the revision is 6213-303A3A. The recommendation was or is to remove language in the subsection which state that affiliated brokers must complete the 30-hour affiliate course within 6 months of attaining their affiliate's broker's license, and instead the proposal would be to change the language to state that affiliate brokers must complete the 30-hour affiliate course as a prerequisite to licensure, and this would be so as not to conflict with 2 CA 6213-303B2. The other housekeeping matter that has been discussed is removal of 6213-303E2B, 6213-303F2B, and 6213-303J2B. These subsections require that the applications for affiliate broker's license, and timeshare license must be accompanied by satisfactory proof of the applicant's residency within the state. As you already know, the AG did do an opinion not too long ago about residency not legally being allowed as a requirement. So that would be the modification for that. Anybody have any questions on those two housekeeping matters?
Yeah, I was trying to follow that last part. The AG said what?
We asked for an AG's opinion a number of years ago about whether or not you could require someone to be a resident in order to get a license, and the answer was no. But the law had that in place at the time. This is an old law. These are old laws. So this would just be cleanup to be in parallel with that AG's opinion.
Just for discussion, if we can't require them to be a resident of Tennessee, can we require a 50-mile rule?
Well, a residency to get a license is different than a 50-mile rule within the state or anything else for relationship between a broker and a licensee. That's an entirely different matter. Other matters, revision to TCA 6213-318. My understanding is you would like to amend the language of this statute, which currently requires completion of all education requirements prior to a licensee placing his or her license in a retired status. Instead, the proposal would be that the licensee be able to retire his or her license without completion of all education requirements, and, in the alternative, require the licensee to have all education requirements of a licensing period to become active again, with the special consideration to military. You made a motion of this and made a motion on this particular matter in January 2013, so I think that's still a proposal that's going to be presented. The last section has to do with, as many times you have expressed some interest in putting some teeth into the unlicensed activity statute. I don't have the proposed language or the language that Commissioner Flicktroff provided. Let me address some of that right now. We have two sections that you can do something about unlicensed activity. One is, it is a crime, but that requires the district attorney's office where the person is working to pursue it. That is particularly difficult because their caseload is loaded with people who are doing much more egregious behavior than selling without a broker's license. The other alternative we have right now is that if we have somebody and they come in, you can certainly charge them a civil penalty. The problem with that is, for a hearing, for a consent order, they're not necessarily going to sign it. And the other problem is that if we have a hearing on it, they're not necessarily going to appear. And yes, you can order a civil penalty, and it's up to $5,000 per day under the Grant General rule for practicing, but collection is another matter. The problem we have with all unlicensed activities in certain areas, but particularly under the regulatory boards, is we don't have teeth. And we don't have teeth because, frankly, we don't have criminal power. And honestly, the best way to be able to modify unlicensed behavior is to have the criminal power. And we don't have it, and we're not going to get it. Frankly, unlicensed activity matters are small on a big comparison basis of other things that go on in real estate practice. Unlicensed activity, I have had a case or two that comes up for a formal hearing. I will tell you that often what happens, not just in this program, but in other programs, you'll have a division or a section of unlicensed activity going on. You can have a hearing, but by then that person is no longer in the state. There is nothing we can do to prevent that either. The best thing, my opinion, this is Robin's opinion, the best thing we can do about unlicensed activity is when we have particularly egregious behavior and you have voted to refer it to the district attorney's office, which you have done many times in the past, is to then, if it's particularly egregious, as commissioners to then perhaps talk to the various district attorneys and say what's happening on this particular matter. We do that routinely, but honestly, again, when you have a rapist or an unlicensed person, I can tell you the resources are going to go towards the rapist.
I have a question on that. And when we went before General Ops, there was the education that went before General Ops too. And what they were doing, if you didn't pay your student loans and you had a license anywhere in the state of Tennessee, it was revoked.
That's true, but you have to have a license in the first place. It can be revoked, yes.
But if we find somebody operating without a license in the real estate business, could we not make sure that they don't have license in securities and exchange? Or
that would be, I don't know.
And I mean, if it's already working for student loans, people that don't pay their student loans.
Well, there's a different interest there, and there's a different.
Well, it's just making sure that they don't.
And a different power, that is. We're dictated. We have to pursue the student loan issue. It's another section of the law. It's not our law.
I know.
And we have to aggressively pursue that. And there's other interests involved. In this particular case, we don't have those other interests. But when I don't know if they routinely look up to see if they're licensed in other areas. But there's at that point, if there was someone who was licensed in another area, you could then prefer to that program if it is a violation of their law to be practicing in another area, which is each program is different. I don't know what the violations would or would not be. I think as a routine matter, though, when we have found that somebody has a license in another area, if it's appropriate, oftentimes it is referred to that other program. I can't say it exactly on the issue of unlicensed activity. I don't know how often that's come up. But I'm pretty certain that you guys know when their licenses, at least in regulatory boards, we know. Is that not right?
Well, I mean, we would say construction, that's frequently an overlapping area.
Yeah, construction, insurance, any of them.
Right, and if there's something in the complaint or something in the unlicensed activity that leads us to believe they say are engaged in construction activities, then we'll ask them if they have we'll ask the contractors if they have a contractor's license. And then we would tell them usually if they're involved in unlicensed activity. But again, as Robin pointed out, it would have to be a violation of their statute as well. So I mean, if they're going along with their contractor's license and not in violation of that, then they wouldn't act on our finding that they were unlicensed. I mean, it would have to be a finding by the commission, really. Right. I mean, because it wouldn't just be based on our complaint.
Right.
Which would just be allegations that we have. If you were having in mind something more broad-based, like the student loan situation, where they have statutory authority to direct all of the other licenses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then that's they had that in their statute, and it's
student loans and
not paying child support and then privilege tax.
Right, privilege tax. So any of those three that are not paid, their license are automatically revoked.
They're suspended.
They're
suspended, not revoked.
Not
some
revoked.
Some disciplines may suspend them, but we get a directive from them.
And
to
there are
suspend.
hearings for a lot of those as well, so it's not just an absolute blanket. One more point.
Can I speak to that for one quick? A couple of Several meetings ago, we had gentlemen from the Office of Consumer Affairs come before us, and we talked about partnering with them in putting together PR campaigns that would help us to expose these unlicensed individuals who are creating issues within areas where we can't get the DAs or the Attorney Generals to move, creating sort of a public awareness campaign. And that in itself sometimes might get the Attorney General in that area or the DA in that area to come forward because of the public outcry. And it also helps the public to understand that this person's not somebody they want to do business with. Personally, I think the way we refer cases on that involve other trades, such as if we've got an individual who's coming before us and there's a violation of the contractors' laws, we refer it to the contractors board. I would like to see this body adopt the same policy with regards to unlicensed activity and make it an automatic referral to the extent that they can help us.
One more point, though. You have to understand, what we get is nominal information. So we get a complaint saying so-and-so is doing unlicensed activity. That then is presented. They may or may not respond. You all make an anonymous decision or based on what proof you have of them. Basically,
that's the way the
probable
Consumer
cause.
Affairs Division
Yes, but
was helping because they've got investigatory
but
powers.
That's exactly right, and there is a large difference there, is that what we don't have often is the proof to support it, and we don't have the same kind of investigatory ability. We do have some investigators, but the investigators are shared by all the programs to actually gather the proof that would be necessary for us to do it. That's exactly right. One other point, we also do not have injunctive power. That is something that would come from the AG's office. If they thought it was sufficient, they could issue an injunction, but we cannot do that. But that would be something another body would have to do as well. We are left with what we have as a general rule. What comes in is often anonymous, sometimes a piece of paper or two, and we make the determination as probable cause. And then what we don't see are a lot, or haven't seen, are a lot of really egregious, aggressive persons for whom we've not been able to get. We don't see that as a general rule. Yes.
Well, I mean, we've seen some repeat offenders, and we've seen some where we've been able to gather a fair amount of information. I don't know
we
whether...
had a couple of bad ones in Memphis that
all the bad ones are in Memphis.
Watch out.
That's not true.
I'm teasing.
But for years, they were able to do whatever they wanted to do, even though we had revoked their license. And it was only because of public outcry and because of individuals calling me, and I'm referring them to the Attorney General's office, that they were finally arrested.
And unfortunately,
we don't have the power. We've got to partner with someone who does.
Yeah, that's a different issue if you're talking about those individuals whose licenses have been revoked, had a license,
It's still a form of unlicensed activity.
Right,
and that is
then they're
different.
Right. I mean, and I've continued to talk to Consumer Affairs, and we're trying to work towards something that that may help. I don't know if it will, but we thought maybe we'd try starting the landlord-tenant property, like that part of it first.
But
Chairman, if I could address a few points. First, we went to Kingsport several years ago and revoked a license of a licensee who's involved in property management, and when I was talking to our then auditors, they said repeatedly that this guy's still in business, or he's in business with his daughter, or something like that. It isn't just Memphis. It
isn't. I really was teasing Isaac.
The proposal that actually I've worked on with Ms. Maxwell, and I certainly want to work with Robin on it as well, and that's one of my goals for next year, is to have a separate transaction. It's not clear in my mind, and I don't think it's clear in the statute, that we even have a jurisdictional basis to make too much of an adjudication as to an unlicensed person. And the Oklahoma statute, and that's the model that we're working on, first gives that jurisdiction to the commission. And so we got more work to do. But it's very important work. I think sometimes it's episodic. I think sometimes it's significant that they're engaged in transactions that aren't following our rules. And if our goal is to serve the public, we can't really serve the public if we don't have a jurisdictional basis to do it. Even with the Oklahoma statute as a model, we make a determination as to culpability, we make a determination as a fine, and then we turn it back over to the Attorney General or the local Attorney General for enforcement, which I hope would be effective. It shortens their activities a great deal. They don't have to actually come in and prove a case that their staff is probably woefully inadequate at doing. They're used to the murders and DUIs and that sort of thing. They're not used to trying to enforce our regulations, and I hope it would work. If not, if we try and we fail, at least we've said we've done our very, very best. What I want to do is work with the legal staff and Ms. Maxwell and try to sculpt a law that will work. I know that one of the main concerns is constitutional, and as long as you're not invoking a criminal prosecution, I don't think there's that much concern. I certainly can't do it by myself, but I think we had all the commissioners and maybe some friends of commissioners, we might get something done.
Now is the time to tell the administration if we want them to carry some bills for us. So are you guys, or are we past that date?
I mean, we passed the two that Robin, other than the housekeeping bills, the two things that Robin talked about, the retirement and the unlicensed activity, and then we also passed along what your suggestion, Michelle, about the fingerprint bill. They've been passed along to the administration, and then the administration looks at everything that all the reg boards submitted, and they make a decision what they will or will not carry, I guess, and that's
Too late to pass the Oklahoma.
we've passed that.
Okay, you've already passed it.
What Julie was told to do was to come up with the sort of preliminary items that the commission or that we thought needed done. So that's why I asked each of you all to tell me if there was something specifically that you all wanted included in here, and then they're going to do
Email?
he sent that, and then they're going to, so then the administration, this is my understanding, they'll look at all of them and then they'll narrow it down to whatever, a handful, and at that point they'll come back and ask Julie or whomever write some proposed legislation that would encompass that. And so I don't know right now whether they would even think about taking on
What their priorities are here.
Right, but New Mexico also has a unlicensed activity bill that law that went into effect that's seems pretty good as well. I don't know that they've had long enough to really implement it for effectively, but it reads well at least. So I'll have to send that one to you as well.
Just as a quick point of clarification, so if we revoke a licensee's license, we can't do anything past that date with it.
If there's proof that they are still practicing, yes, you can have a complaint opened up on unlicensed practice. And if it's egregious enough, and we have done this, in the particular case of the Kingsport person, the entire matter was referred to the district attorney where they were, and my understanding, at least for a while, they were attempting to follow up on that.
In case of revocation, if we suspended the license, is that a different set of
Yes, if you
circumstances?
suspend a license, they still have a license. So if you suspend a license and you find they are practicing under the suspension, then you still have the power to take the license away.
Well, I'm more concerned, like in the most recent revocation, where there were significant monies in escrow accounts, and once we revoked the license, we couldn't audit or even find out.
That's correct. We cannot.
If we suspended, then we would still have that opportunity. Is that?
Yeah, if the person still has a license, they're still subject to our laws. So yes, in theory, you could still go out and with an auditor and say, "Show me your books."
can't seize it.
No, can't seize it or anything, we just show
Oh, I don't want to seize it, but I'd sure like to know what's in there.
They're still subject to the laws when they still have a license, even if the license is in suspension status.
The recourse would be to say no, and then we'll come back and revoke it. We haven't accomplished anything. I mean, that's one way to play out.
Can you put a time on the suspension?
You can put a time on suspension, yes.
Oh, there's a suspend, and it's a suspend for 50 years.
I don't think you can do that. There might be some sort of laws against that.
Window, 50 years or life, whichever is more.
Talking rule of perpetuities, yes.
No, the rule against perpetuity is now 325 years.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
1 plus 22.
Yeah, I thought it was life of 1 plus 22 also. Well, see how
much easier it is.
Yeah. Anybody have any other questions on that particular section? The next section also has to do with new law. It has to do with the fingerprint. You all had asked Julie, and she didn't get a chance to do this before she left the funeral, to come up with maybe some proposed rules. But I have for you, and it's going to be deferred, obviously, to next month, but I have from you for 2 of the other programs in the state who have fingerprint rules. I have copied them for you. One is for the PI and their rules, and the other one is for PPS, which is PPS. It's something else.
Private Protective Services.
Private Protective Services. Thank you, Ms. Eve. So I will pass them out to you. Plus, Ms. Maxwell did speak to Cody Vest, who happens to be the executive director of both these programs. There are some issues and concerns when we're talking about doing some rules when it comes to fingerprint. One of the big things, and I think you'll hear, is that we don't really want to get into paper cards, and that at some point we want to do a lot electronic. Having said that, I have copied them for you. I'm going to turn over to Eve any further discussion she might have on that particular point, but I would suggest that as Julie has not had an opportunity to draft something for you to look at, that you can certainly give or look at these and see where you are, and let her look at them as well, and then discuss this on a much more detailed basis next month. And my able assistant, Steve, is going to pass them out for you.
Has everybody read the fingerprint bill as it was finally signed? The bill that was ultimately signed, I should say, that was signed on May the 16th. Did everybody have a chance to read that?
I think, Eve, that means anybody that's retired right now or inactive won't, if they want to come back active, they don't have to get fingerprinted.
No, they do not. Only a new license, if you're going to issue a new license. What I think the commission will have to decide, and I don't know, is whether or not if an individual were to retest and reapply, would that be considered a new license? I don't know the answer to that question. I think it would have to be addressed by the commission in a rule. This bill goes into effect on 1/1 of 2014, which is really not very far away when you think about the mechanics of it. And so the commission will need to think about rules to implement certain portions of the statute. Obviously it's going to affect 1/1/14. Whether our rules, whatever rules that the commission decides upon are finished with the rule process or not. But the legal department thought that we needed to go forward and at least sort of start that process of thinking about the rules, because as you remember, once you all as a commission decide upon the rules that you want or are happy with, then we have 60-day notice that we give before a public hearing on the rules. So there's just time frames built in that we can't, there's no way to shorten those. So even if you started a rule discussion today and made a decision next month, then you'd still have that 60 days, and it may be the way the meetings are scheduled. Instead of the 60 days falling in September, they would fall in October just because of the way the days of the meetings are set. And it has to be a full 60 days from the time you all make the decision. It's filed with the Secretary of State's office and posted for a public hearing. So it's kind of a slow process, and that's why we wanted to start thinking about the undertaking. When I talked to Cody Vest yesterday, she had said that we need to go ahead and request these ORI numbers that allow one to actually look at the fingerprints and look at the information as it comes back. But she did say that we need to avoid the cards and have it done electronically. In some states, PSI, you can do it at the PSI location. That's the way Texas handles it. I'm not sure that maybe the state doesn't have a contract with a company and that company will be conducting them. I kind of got that impression.
Perhaps I can address that.
Okay.
Much to my surprise and delight, I discovered that all our commissioners have carrying permits.
What? I can't hear you, David.
They all have carrying permits there for firearms, which is a sobering thought, but that's all done electronically. If you think back in the process of doing it, you didn't have a card, you did it electronically. So the state knows how to do it, knows how to do fingerprinting.
Don't say, not all of us have gun permits. They wouldn't give me one.
Miss Maxwell,
That's because of your criminal background.
I have a question about the fingerprint because when I was reading through it, it seems to me that I read an affiliate broker who chooses to upgrade their license to broker doesn't have to be fingerprinted.
That is what it does say.
I have some concerns about that, especially after the case we heard last month. I mean, we all are aware of the fact we've got affiliate brokers out there who have got some records that we're unaware of. And if we had the benefit of having them fingerprinted before they got their broker's license, at least we would be able to find that out before we gave them a license to be in charge of other people.
Right, and that's statutory, so that would have, we didn't, the department didn't carry this bill, so that's statutory and would have to be changed by
the legislature.
statute. Yeah.
Can't you require it as a broker or a business owner?
It doesn't have anything to do with me.
I mean, if you want to know if they've got a criminal background, require it as a business, part of business.
Well, no, what I'm talking about is on the commission, how many times have we heard cases where people had criminal background and didn't disclose it? And if they're getting ready to get their broker's license and don't have to be fingerprinted, we're still not going to know it unless somebody turns me in, like the case we heard last month.
This was a commission, a regulatory issue. But that's not to say fingerprints wouldn't show.
And on a side note, he's not yet paid the first payment.
I just need a little clarity.
Surprise.
Now that it's passed and it's being enacted in a few months, once the information is collected, what are we supposed to do with it?
Once the information is collected, we'll get a report back that resembles those TBI reports that you all have all seen. I was hoping it was going to be something a little more clear than that, because as you know, that shows like all those charges and sometimes doesn't even show the disposition of the charges. But anyway.
Sometimes they can be kind of lengthy.
Right. We'll get a report back like that. We will have to go through those reports. And Cody's her program, she's the only person authorized to go through those. I think we would have to get someone else that authorized in our program to go through those as well. But so you go through each one of those and see if there was a hit, and if there was a hit, like showed a felony or showed any kind of a charge, you have to go through that and then see what the disposition is. And then, like with the TBI reports we get, Kelly goes through those, and when we have a question, we call the person and say, what really were you convicted of? Because you might have 11 or 12, 13 charges, but you end up being convicted of nothing, or you pled all of them away and pled one down from a felony to a misdemeanor.
I guess my question is, the application for licensure already requires that they reveal, convictions. And this might determine whether or not they were truthful in answering the question, but let's say they were truthful and goes through this process and it comes back and it shows their horrible past. They still got to come back before the commission.
Exactly. That process won't change.
Hasn't changed. Yeah.
So what are we doing? What's the difference?
Well, you'll know if they lie. You'll know the ones that didn't tell the truth.
But when they come before the commission, they've already been told, get all of this information together and present it.
Right.
To staff before it even gets to us.
Those are the only people that
So it seems like what it'll do is support the fact that they lied in the first place, which might give more power in instance of last month to consider a revocation if they've already gotten it somehow or something like that. It just gives more power.
But it's only going to do it for initial licensees, so,
Yeah, that's
and they're
true.
not going to run it, like Texas reruns the prints every renewal period. Like, you don't have to go in, obviously, give new prints, but they rerun those prints. We're not.
But
it's
once you're
not-
licensed, you can become a criminal, and it's okay.
Correct. It was just, but it will. I mean, if you didn't answer truthfully, then obviously when we get your fingerprints and you go through the information, it'll pick up those people who were inclined to not answer truthfully, and they'll still, with a felony or a misdemeanor that involves a theft of money, services, or property, have to come before the commission. Just that will be no different.
There's a deterrent benefit as well.
Yeah, I would think so.
The people, when they take the classes, they say, well, not only are you going to have to disclose, we're going to take your fingerprints. You say, I don't need to
Right.
finish this class.
Like the person that we had several months ago that came in that had a felony that was aggravated assault and theft and several other charges, and he didn't disclose that. I mean, someone knocked him out later. So someone like that would maybe he would have been more inclined to come forward on the front end, but somebody like that would have been picked up. If he had initial licensee, he'd be picked up.
So the benefits of maybe twofold. You have an additional deterrent on the front end, and you have the potential for capturing those who didn't answer truthfully. Those are the two primary.
Well, right. I mean, yes. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, didn't answer truthfully, but they're initial licensees. I mean, so it's not like anybody on the backside who didn't answer truthfully is going to pop up, unless you have to retest and reapply, and that's considered to be an initial application, in which event you would catch those, or it would
My
show up.
concern is the extra work for the department.
Well,
how much extra, and I'm sure you're just not into it, you're trying to get into it and figure it out. Are you going to have to hire additional people?
I think, I mean, yes, just from judging from what Cody Best had said, I mean, I think we would have to hire an additional person. I mean, you can spend, I mean, Kelly can spend an hour and a half going through some of those that are, you've seen those TBI reports. I mean, they're just, some of them are massive, and honestly, it boils down to, they ended up being convicted of a misdemeanor. And you see, yeah, that's right, jaywalking. And you see pages upon pages of things, and like, because it might be a seatbelt and crossing the median line or something, just a number of things.
And do you keep all that on file?
Well, yes, apparently it comes to you electronically, but she has lots of locked areas where they keep all that. While it comes electronically, you would really, some of those you really just need to look at, like, so that you can sort of say, okay, this is, I mean, she says she has to outline some of them and do a timeline, just to try to.
Not only is it extra staff time, it's also storage time and maybe even extra person.
We are going to an electronic storage. I mean, I guess you look at it and then you scan it. It would be scanned in. I mean, but just to really look at a long one, you would really, because of the way the pages go, you would really almost have to run it off and look at it, and so that you could follow through the dates and because I mean, I find them confusing, and I one time asked Scotty Lewis to sit down and try to show us how to read this, and I didn't leave with any more information than I
would think you'd come up with a process of summarizing and storing that electronically with each file, so that the next person doesn't have to go through that process of interpreting all of that information.
Well, right, and hopefully, as I say, that it shows just a hit. I mean, the way I understood it before is it just would show a hit, and so if that showed up, you would only look at that person's file. Like if you were clean, it just wouldn't affect you. You wouldn't have to be looking at every single one. Now, if you had the 10,000 applicants like we used to have, or people that took the test, it would become a very large undertaking.
Maybe that way again. I mean, we can't discount that won't happen again. We all hope it does.
Right, but we're pretty far from that right now. I mean, so right now, hopefully I hope we don't have that many people. We haven't in the years since I've been here had that many people narked out. Now, whether or not that means that they're not, a whole lot more out there that just didn't get any enemies and no one turned them in, I really don't know.
And with that thought, ponder in your mind over lunch if there's any further discussions you want to bring up on this topic when we come back from lunch. And then we'll go into our legal report, but it's right now 23 or 27 minutes to 26 minutes till noon. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Real Estate Commission back into session. Does anybody have any revelations about anything we were discussing before we broke for lunch? You want to continue? If not, we're going to go in.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to address the audience.
Please, go ahead.
Folks, the state business is sometimes a little bit boring. Sometimes it's a lot boring. But we've got a seasoned lawyer who's very experienced, who's going to do the legal report, and she is a whiz-bang, and the whole presentation will be more exciting than Oprah Winfrey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the air, you know. You know she's no longer having a program.
Right.
She's still excited.
But if I could, before we get into our legal report, very briefly, I'd like to bring up a subject. We were talking about Isaac this morning. We know Isaac is leaving because statutorily you can only serve 2 5-year terms on this commission, 2 consecutive 5-year terms. We have another individual that's up here who is currently serving as vice chairman of this commission, Michelle Haynes, who is completing the remaining term of her husband's 5-year term, who passed away with cancer about 3 years ago, and she was appointed to fill his place on this commission. Her term expires the end of this month, but we don't know whether or not she's going to be reappointed to another 5-year term, which she's eligible for, or whether or not she's going to be leaving. We don't know yet because nothing has been determined from the administration, because all of us that are sitting up here, all 9 commissioners, we serve at the pleasure of the governor. We're appointed by the governor, and along with about 27 other boards and commissions that are also appointed by the governor. But we serve at the pleasure of him. But I have also been told that if Michelle Haynes does not get reappointed to this commission, that she's going to also be at our December annual luncheon for our staff, and she too will be treated to lunch with the rest of us. So that's the reason we did not
I don't want you to either.
recognize
You can
her.
stop now.
But anyway, because we don't know. She may be here next month. She may not. We don't know. It's up to the administration to make that decision.
But if she's not, I have truly enjoyed serving with her.
Thank you. Austin has been.
He's not, I just know he's not, no, his term is up as well.
His term is up as well, and she seemed to think he had been, but he didn't know about it. So
We don't have, I don't know. We don't know.
now let's go on with our business.
So anyway, I
Okay.
just was.
And with that out of the way, I'm going to turn this meeting over to Robin Ryan.
Thank you. Before we go further, I want to give you an update about next month. Next month, we do have a formal hearing as well. That formal hearing will be on Friday. And our hearing is still on for tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know. Before we get into the legal report, I also want to ask your leave. If after the legal report, we could skip ahead to one section of E's presentation, which is the presentation on errors and omissions insurance, because we have our chief counsel, Laura Betty, here, who's here to discuss and explain where we are and how we're going with that. But she's agreed to wait till after the legal report, but that would mean jumping ahead. Is that acceptable to you all?
That's fine with us.
Here she goes now.
Yeah, I mean, if she wants to go now.
Well,
Go now.
she was going to suffer through the legal report, I thought. Yes,
You
she's going to
wanted
suffer.
Okay.
Good now.
She wants to hear the legal report.
She wants to suffer through that.
She wants to suffer through it. Okay.
Robin, after I told her that introduction there, I'm sure she waited with
Bated breath?
bated breath.
I'm sure she is too. Okay, let me begin this by reading the first paragraph, which says, any consent order authorized by this commission should be signed by the respondent and returned within 30 days. If the consent order is not signed and returned within the allotted time, the matter may proceed to a formal hearing. With that on the record, let me start with number 1 and number 2. 2012-026-901, 2012-026-902. Complainant is a licensee who states that respondent 2, unlicensed, who lives next door to a property that complainant's affiliate had listed, saw people walking around on the outside of the property, and used Respondent 1's principal broker, lock, box, key, and opened the door to let them see the property. Complainant states that Respondent 2 showed the buyers the property another time and wrote the offer and submitted it to complainant's agent and handled the counteroffers as well, had all of the communication with complainant's agent. After closing, when complainant's office tried to enter the closed site on the MLS, complainant states that they could not find Respondent 2's name on the MLS, so it was entered as a comp sale, to which complainant's agent received nasty and hateful text messages from Respondent 2 because Respondent's company did not receive credit for the sale. It was resolved with Respondent 1 being credited with the sale. Complainant began researching the issue and states that at the time of the complaint, Respondent's Tennessee firm license, an out-of-state firm, had expired. Complainant also states the complainant took a reading of the MLS lockbox and found that the keypad which complainant says Respondent 2 was using belonged to Respondent 1. Complainant submitted a number of documents, including a copy of the purchase and sale agreement, as well as counteroffers and the confirmation of agency status form, all of which show Respondent's name, number 1 name as the buyer's agent. Complainant also attached a purchaser's final inspection, which is signed by the buyers, and state that the buyers certified that they have made the final inspection, which was signed by Respondent 2. Finally, complainant attached a key box activity report showing that Respondent 1 got the key from the lockbox a number of times throughout the negotiation process time period, and several fax cover sheets, 2 faxes from Respondent 2 sent from a contracting company to complainant's agent, which appear to attach information regarding to the negotiations, and 1 fax which appears to be from Respondent 1 sent from the firm to complainant's agent. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 2 works part-time as Respondent 1's assistant, and Respondent 2 did not renew Respondent 2's Tennessee license, but states that Respondent 2 is an active agent in the state where the firm is located. Respondent 1 states that the subject property was sold by Respondent 1, and Respondent 1 worked with complainant's agent from start to finish on it. Respondents state that Respondent 2 lives next door to the property and saw people walking around who asked if the property was for sale since there was no sign, and Respondent 2 told them that Respondent 2 was an assistant for Respondent 1, and Respondent 1 would research the matter and contact them. At that time, Respondent states the buyers told Respondent 2 that they would buy the property sight unseen for $250,000 if it were for sale. Once the seller was contacted, respondents state that the seller had just entered into a listing agreement with complainant's agent. All of this information was confirmed in writing by the buyers of the subject property, who state they were shown the house by Respondent 1, all negotiations went through Respondent 1, and at no time did Respondent 2 represent that Respondent 2 was a real estate agent and it was just an assistant. Respondent 1 denies that Respondent 2 had possession of Respondent 1's keypad, but states that the final inspection was signed by Respondent 2 because Respondent 1 had failed to sign it. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 2 faxed the offer twice from spouse's office for Respondent 1 because the fax was not working. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 let Respondent 2 take the key home once to set out the garbage for complainant's agent as a favor, but Respondent 2 never showed the property. As to the expired Tennessee firm license, Respondent 1 states that the license had been reinstated and this was an oversight. Respondent 1 states the complainant's agent knew that Respondent 2 was Respondent 1's assistant, and Respondent 1 sold the property and state that the Respondent 2 and complainant's agents were friends at one point. With regard to the text messages, Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 was unaware of the communication because all communication involving Respondent 1 was done by fax or phone. Respondent 1 indicates that there was a dispute over the commission owed on the sale, which caused some animosity. The documents within the file do not show unlicensed activity on part of Respondent 2. However, the Tennessee firm license was expired for a period due to oversight, and though this has now been corrected, Respondent 1 might benefit from a letter of instruction. So Ms. Croft's recommendation is to close this to Respondent 2, and as to Respondent 1, a letter of instruction regarding TCA 6213-309A1A's requirement that each office shall have a real estate firm license.
Roman? Who
Hey, David.
originated this complaint?
Commissioner Flitcroft.
Who originated this complaint?
One of the agents from the other office.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move we accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Grease and seconded by Commissioner Collins that we accept council's recommendation and close as to Respondent 2, as Respondent 1 letter of instruction regarding the statute. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 3.
Number 3, 2013-000251. This was originally presented in May of 2013, and at that time, this commission voted to defer a determination of this matter until next month's meeting. The complaint is as follows. Complaint opened at the direction of the commission based on information which was included as a part of another complaint file against another licensee. The information in the complaint file against the other licensee suggested that Respondent, principal broker, paid a commission to an affiliate who was not affiliated with Respondent's firm. This complaint was opened against Respondent to obtain additional information regarding the potential issue regarding Respondent's payment of the commission to that affiliate. Respondent submitted a response vigorously denying any wrongdoing. Respondent states that in 2011, the partners of Respondent's firm began exploring a franchise situation with a licensee who wanted to open a firm and borrow from Respondent's branding and support while being the principal broker of her own firm. Respondent states that the partners of Respondent's firm agreed to work with that licensee while she opened her firm if she met a number of conditions, which included but were not limited to that licensee being the principal broker and that licensee working with the firm's accounting department to develop proper accounts and follow certain policies and procedures. Respondent states that soon after it was discovered that the licensee had already opened a firm and hired another licensee as a principal broker, that principal broker was a licensee from whose complaint file this information came. Because the licensee had agreed to meet certain conditions in order to have a franchising agreement with Respondent's firm, and because those conditions were not met, the relationship with that firm was severed. Respondent states that Respondent learned most of this after the fact, and at the time only understood that there might be a possible franchise opening. Around that time, the subject affiliate broker, who was at that time affiliated with the firm who was working towards a franchise agreement, but has been affiliated with Respondent's firm since shortly after the subject closing where the commission was dispersed, the other firm ultimately closed, arrived at Respondent's office for closing, which Respondent states was not unusual because Respondent's firm office allows all 6 affiliated firms to use its office space. When this is done, Respondent states that Respondent transmits the check, which in this case was made out by the title company to Respondent's firm and not the firm at which the affiliate was at the time affiliated, by remote deposit machine which goes to accounting and notifies the affiliate's principal broker. Respondent states that Respondent does not handle the money and the centralized accounting department does it all and notifies the principal broker that the deposit was made. Respondent further states that the affiliate turned in all post-closing paperwork to his principal broker. Respondent states that the affiliate got 100% of the commission, so none goes to the principal broker or the firm. Respondent denies any wrongdoing and states that Respondent's firm prides itself on its compliance record. Based on the information filed by Respondent, it does not appear that Respondent violated TREC's statutes and or the rules, and the recommendation of Ms. Kropp is to discuss. Since it was recommended to dismiss.
Any discussion on this complaint?
I just want to understand the set of circumstances. So the title company cuts a commission check to a company who's not affiliated with the licensee at the time of the contract. Is that right?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
You must remember that I am not as
know.
familiar with these files as is Ms. Kropp. I'm sorry, your question was what now?
Seems to me disguised defense is the title company cut a check to the wrong company.
Yes. The title company cut a check to the Respondent's firm and not the firm where the affiliate was at that time affiliated. So at the time of the sale, the title company wrote a check to the Respondent's firm and that licensee was no longer there.
Somehow then the broker or this firm cashes that check even though it was made out?
I don't know if they cashed it, but they then transmitted the check to, let's see, and not the firm, which of it, by remote deposit machine. It went in by remote deposit necessarily, and then it went into accounting and notifies the principal broker. Then generally how they do it. They don't handle the money directly.
Well, I know electronically how you can do that, but then accounting writes a check to the licensee.
That's what happens as a general rule.
And the licensee wasn't affiliated with the firm.
At the time, because the licensee was no longer there at the firm, but the licensee was there at the time in the beginning of this transaction, beginning of the whole process.
Do you believe the testimony is that when this contract was negotiated finally, the licensee was with the firm?
I believe that at the beginning of the whole process, the licensee was with the firm. That's my understanding. Is that was your understanding?
Was
with it. Well, they were processing, getting it the franchise together, right?
Right, and then and then he moved. Then he moved to the firm that received the check.
Right.
I don't know what we can do about it.
Well,
the allegation was that they wrote it to an affiliate, to someone who was not associated with that firm. That was the allegation.
Well, the person that wrote the check was not licensed anyway.
I'm sorry?
The title company, we can't do anything with them.
Well, that's true, we cannot. But the problem was the money came through, I think, and you might have, this office was the conduit for which the money came through, and that was the issue. And the question really would be why, and this is the explanation why it came through that.
But for years, anytime a commission was involved, we wouldn't address it in any way and let them handle it in Chancery Court because we can't get into all that.
And there is no fight about the commission itself. The allegation is simply that they did it improperly.
So the alternative
That wasn't a licensee, right?
The allegation was that, no, it was to an affiliate that was not affiliated with the firm to whom the check was written. I mean, that they wrote to somebody and that affiliate wasn't a part of their firm.
Mr. Northern.
They wrote the check to an individual or the firm that the individual formerly affiliated with?
To the individual.
They wrote the check to the firm.
To the firm?
Okay,
which was closed at the time they wrote the check.
The other license suggested that the principal broker paid a commission to an affiliate who was not affiliated with that person's firm. That's the allegation.
An affiliate to me would be an individual as opposed to the firm.
Yes.
So it was written to the individual.
The initial
and
check
not the firm.
Was written to the firm.
Title company's check.
The title company check was written to the firm. It passed through the firm, and then a check was written to this affiliate, which I would assume would be the normal. You'd get a check for your commissions. And
the firm that received the check from the title company is one that the affiliate had previously been affiliated with.
Had been attempting to be affiliate and a part of a franchise, and none of that agreement went through.
So the check followed that individual to another company?
Ultimately, because it was written from the respondent's firm.
Right.
But the check came to the respondent's firm. Then the respondent wrote the check to someone who was no longer with that firm or associated with the firm.
Somebody who's no longer associated, if it's...
And we open this file just for clarity purposes, is that correct?
I don't know why this file was opened.
I think if you go back and you read that the recommendation, that was the only way that you could get to this principal broker who did the check writing. It was a recommendation that we not do anything about the complaint, the previous complaint, so we didn't do anything, and then we opened another complaint there. I think that's the way it happened, Isaac.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see any damage to the public. I move to dismiss.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Flitcroft to dismiss and second by Commissioner Collins. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 4.
Number 4, 2013, 000271. Complainant, who lives out of state, states that complainant contacted respondent broker in 2008 regarding the purchase of land for residential use, which complainant had seen advertised. Complainant states that respondent suggested that complainant work with a certain banker, a certain attorney, and a certain insurance agent because respondent was familiar with them, and this would make the process smoother and would also help if respondent chose to build a house or buy a house for the land later. Other than stating complainant feels that respondent made false promises to complainant that a particular bank would be easy to work with, and stating that a real estate closing possession date that respondent sent complainant was unsigned by the seller, the focus of complainant's complaints appear to be regarding the actions of other parties well after the sale, which appear to be unrelated to respondent. Complainant states that complainant bought the property, made payments, and later wanted to build, but was told by the bank that complainant did not qualify. Ultimately, complainant lost the property, it appears, through foreclosure. Complainant outlines numerous complaints regarding the way the bank, the attorney, and the tax assessor treated complainant after complainant was the owner of the property, and complainant suggests those individuals were all working together for their own interests against the complainant. Respondent and respondent's principal broker both submitted responses to the complaint, stating they could not find anywhere in the file that a person by the name of the complainant had ever been noted regarding the purchase of the subject property. Respondent and broker indicate surprise and confusion regarding this complainant since they did not work with and they have never heard of the complainant, and the transaction was approximately 4 years ago and went smoothly with the individual who was the buyer. Respondent provided information regarding the parties to the contract, and all documents regarding the sale provided by respondent indicate a different name from that of complainant. Respondent denies that respondent steered complainant in any way to use a certain attorney, bank, or insurance office, and states that respondent gave information about multiple offices to the buyer. Respondent also enclosed documents from the transaction file, which includes the closing date possession date form referenced by the complainant, which includes all signatures, including that of the seller. With regard to complainant's allegations regarding the other parties after the closing, respondent states that respondent had no control or knowledge of these issues. It appears that the real estate transaction involving respondent occurred well outside of TREC statute of limitations. Despite that, however, there does not appear to be any violation by respondent.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Northern to dismiss and second by Commissioner Alexander. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 5.
2013-000301. And by the way, I apologize, I do not speak as quickly as do you.
Don't have an auctioneer's voice.
You don't have an auctioneer's voice?
Or Julie.
And I appreciate that because I can keep up with you, Robin.
Okay. Complainant owns 4 houses in a neighborhood. 3 are rentals and 1 is the primary residence. Complainant saw the subject property, located in the same neighborhood, listed for sale. Respondent, an affiliate broker, was the listing broker. And complainant's broker arranged a showing, and complainant submitted a written offer on the subject property stating that complainant intended to make it complainant's primary residence. The complaint states that a number of verbal offers were made between the parties, and complainant states that complainant's broker made a verbal counteroffer to respondent and received a reply from respondent later that day saying or stating that the seller took a higher offer. Later, complainant discovered that respondent and respondent's spouse had purchased the home with a purchase price which complainant states was equal to complainant's last verbal counteroffer to the seller, which was submitted verbally through complainant's broker. Complainant provided documentation which included a purchase and sale agreement which contained complainant's initial offer but was not countered or accepted in writing by the seller. Complainant feels that respondent put respondent's personal interests ahead of complainant's, that respondent refused to put counteroffers in writing, that complainant's brokers were never told that there was another bidder, the respondent, and that respondent's actions were unethical. Respondent states that respondent represented the seller, who initially contacted respondent about buying the home. Respondent states that respondent encouraged the seller to put the house on the market to hopefully maximize the sale price. When complainant made the initial written offer, which respondent states was presented to the seller as well as all subsequent counteroffers, respondent states that respondent encouraged the seller to respond to each offer from complainant, but the seller wanted to reject the offer due to the offer being so low. Instead, respondent states the seller countered verbally, and this continued. Respondent states that respondent never refused anything in writing because there was never anything submitted by complainant in writing other than the initial offer, so there was no contract past the termination date of the original offer. When the seller received a verbal counteroffer from complainant and the seller was contemplating a higher counteroffer back to complainant, respondent states that the seller told respondent that the seller would rather sell the property to respondent at the seller's intended counteroffer, so the two reached a verbal agreement. Then, respondent states that complainant's broker conveyed a verbal counteroffer from complainant which was equal to the agreed-upon price already reached between respondent and the seller. At that point, respondent states that respondent conveyed the final offer from complainant to the seller and offered to move away if seller wanted to move forward with complainant, but the seller declined. Respondent states that respondent immediately prepared a written offer, completed a change in agency status form and a partial interest disclosure form for the seller's signature, and informed the seller that respondent would no longer be representing the seller. Respondent included an affidavit from the seller, who confirmed the facts outlined in respondent's response, stating additionally that complainant's offer had a number of contingencies and the seller's contact with respondent accepted the property as is and allowed the seller to stay in the home after closing. Respondent also provided the transaction file, which included but was not limited to all signed applicable disclosures regarding the change of agency status relationship when respondent decided to purchase the property, the personal interest disclosure, and the representation agreements. It does not appear that there's a violation of TREC statutes and or rules by this respondent. Her recommendation is to dismiss.
What you call home cooking. I said, ma'am, that's what you call home cooking. I don't know if you can prove it.
Oh, what are you going to do about it? That sounds like a professional standards complaint to me. They need to go see their board. I make a motion we accept the council's recommendation.
Commissioner DeShara makes a motion to accept council's recommendation to dismiss, and second by Commissioner Collins. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 6.
2013.
Just to comment here on the last one, sounds like seller's choice to me.
Sound like what you
Seller's
say?
choice.
Seller's choice.
Huh?
Seller's choice. And there was nothing in writing, so. This word paper it was written on.
2013-000441. Complainant was a tenant, and respondent's principal broker's firm was handling the property management for the home complainant was renting. Complainant expressed issues with the cleanliness of the property during the initial walkthrough. Complainant states the complainant had to pay for a locksmith to install a lock on a downstairs door when complainant moved in due to the garage door openers being on potentially same frequency as other garage doors, and complainant did not feel safe. Complainant states the complainant did not find out until spring that the weeds of the property were very bad. At the end of the lease, complainant states the complainant looked at the final inspection checklist and did everything the complainant had not already done. Complainant states that complainant was told that complainant would have to pay for the locks to have the locks changed, and complainant did not feel like it was complainant's responsibility. Complainant attached a notification from respondent's firm notifying complainant of the estimate of repair charges and the estimate return amount from complainant's security deposit. Complainant states that some items on the list, including replacing light bulbs, should have been borne by the property management company as a goodwill gesture. Complainant disputed other items on the list, and that as far as estimated charge for de-weeding, complainant should not have to pay for something the complainant did not have control over. Complainant alleges that estimated deductions were not accurate and the firm is not honest. Respondent submitted a reply stating that the home was cleaned professionally by the prior tenant, but the house was promptly cleaned again by the firm and work done by maintenance to meet compliance expectations. Complainant states that the installation of the downstairs locks by complainant was done without the consent of the property owner or the management company, and therefore complainant was informed that no reimbursement would be paid. Respondent states that lease agreement provides that the property must be returned to the move-in condition on move-out, and the locks had to be rekeyed. Respondent states that the repair estimate provided to respondent had to be provided in a strict time frame and included only estimates of repairs. Respondent states that some of the actual costs of repairs were lower than initial estimates, and the cost of the landscaping was absorbed by the firm. The initial estimate provided limit. The estimate amount was adjusted down to reflect the actual cost of repairs, which was lower than the initial estimate provided by complainant. And respondent states the amount which was legitimately and rightfully owed by the complainant was deducted from the security deposit. Respondent disputes that the company is dishonest. If anything, this appears to be a contractual dispute between the parties because the lease...
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Northern to take council's recommendation and dismiss, and seconded by Commissioner Collins. Any discussion or comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 7.
2013-000811. This is a TRECO complaint based on a federal indictment against the respondent, principal broker. Said indictment includes multiple counts consisting of mail fraud, wire fraud, engaging in criminally derived monetary transactions based on respondent's action relating to individuals who bought real estate in respondent's real estate development. Specifically, the indictment alleges that respondent collected money from buyers who were told the money would be deposited into a segregated account for use in constructing certain amenities, and respondent removed the buyer's money for use in other real estate ventures. Respondent submitted a response asserting that respondent is innocent of all charges contained in the federal indictment and asking the Commission to defer any decision on this complaint until the case had been adjudicated. Shortly before presentation of this matter, respondent provided a motion from the prosecution to dismiss the case without prejudice and an order dismissing the case without prejudice. Based on the dismissal of all counts in the indictment, which was the basis of the complaint, dismissal is recommended.
All right. If I might ask, does this involve an out-of-state licensee?
I don't know. Do you know offhand? Okay. No,
This is
it
not
does
a
not.
West Tennessee issue.
No.
No, it's not Memphis.
It does not involve an
It was
out-of-state
dismissed,
license. This person had an office in the state of Tennessee and lived in the state of Tennessee. Was that your question?
Yes.
It sounds very similar to a Mississippi case that I had.
All right, it's not in that part of the state either.
Okay, cool. I will vote on this one.
You're all
It's nice to know that it's not in our neck of the woods
Right.
this time, isn't it?
Okay, where was I?
Motion to dismiss.
Yeah, motion to dismiss. Who made that motion?
I just made it.
You just made it. Okay.
I'll second.
Commissioner Collins makes a motion to dismiss, and second by Commissioner DeShar. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion is no.
One recused.
And one recused. Don't know why, don't know how, but anyways, let the record show that Commissioner Flitcroft, for whatever reason, has recused himself from the vote.
Could be
Probably all the East Tennessee people.
Yeah, that sounded too familiar to him, I
I think
guess.
number 8's next.
East Tennessee.
13-001111. Complainant was a potential buyer and respondent, affiliate broker, was initially the listing broker. Complainant states that complainant is expressing interest to purchase a property that had a business through sending respondent a letter of intent to purchase, which, subject to the conditions of receiving financial information on the business and accepted of financing based on that financial information. Complainant states that respondent relayed false information to complainant. Specifically, complainant states that respondent indicated that the owner of the property was local, and that was not true, and respondent only provided financial information from the purported owner. Complainant further states that the MLS indicated that things would be included in the sale which were different from what complainant was told was included. Complainant further states that respondent insisted on using respondent's form. Respondent used TAR forms. And complainant wanted to represent himself in the process, but that respondent refused to allow him to do that. Instead, said he would represent both the buyer and sellers. Complainant further states that respondent checked a box that complainant would pay for the seller's debts, and further would not get complainant requested true financial information from seller. Complainant attached a partially filled out commercial purchase and sale agreement, a confirmation of agency status form which had respondent checked as facilitator, and a disclaimer form which was signed by the seller. There were no signatures of complainant on any of these forms. Respondents first state that all but one conversation and communication was not with the complainant, but instead was with the complainant's sister. Respondent states that respondent conveyed to the sister that the property was a business which was run, operated, and maintained by one brother, but the brother who provided the funding resides in another state. Respondent states that all financial information received by the brother running the business was provided to complainant. Respondent states that the other brother has no information on the running of the business. With regard to the allegation that different things were offered than advertised, respondent states that complainant made a series of verbal offers that were so low that the seller withdrew the offer of including the inventory, etc., and this was verbally negotiated away. Respondent states that respondent's role was initially as the seller's agent, but when there is no representative on the other side, respondent marked on the agent form that respondent would be a facilitator, not an agent for either party, and that respondent did not insist that respondent represent complainant. Respondent states the complainant could have marked that complainant was unrepresented, but complainant did not. Respondent states the respondent does not know what box complainant is referring to concerning the buyer taking over the seller's debt, as no such box exists on the documents. Respondent explained that the unsigned forms provided by the complainant were sent to the complainant at the request of the seller who was tired of only verbal negotiations and wanted a written contract. So, complainant's sister told respondent to send over the forms, fill out what respondent could, and then complete the rest, and they would complete the rest and send back, which respondent states never happened. Respondent denies any wrongdoing, and there does not appear to be a violation by respondent, and the recommendation of Ms. Croft is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Wait, I got a question. Go ahead. Go.
We'll have discussion.
Get your second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Northern to dismiss, and it was seconded by Commissioner Collins. Now we're just asking for discussion.
Question is in the file where both parties signed agreeing for this person to change from his representation to a facilitator.
There was nothing from the complainant signed on anything in this file. They didn't do any of it. What he did was prepare the documents, and when knowing he wasn't represented, he filled it out as facilitator and sent it to them for their signature for all of it. The complainant didn't sign anything.
Other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. On the motion, which is to dismiss. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 9.
2013-001181. Complainants were the sellers, and respondent, affiliate broker, was one of the listing brokers. Complainant states that they received an offer for below list price, which asked for an allowance for closing costs and the refrigerator. Complainant states that they counter with the asking price and state that they offer to pay the seller's closing costs as well as pay for a home warranty, but complainants will be taking the refrigerator. Complainants state that the buyers accepted the offer, and complainants were later contacted after closing regarding the missing refrigerator, which complainants state they had never agreed to leave. Complainants state that they are being sued for a refrigerator from the eventual buyers of the property. Complainants state they had no intention of leaving the refrigerator for the buyers, and the respondent knew this. Complainants state the refrigerator was not in the counteroffer as stated by the buyers, and the respondent must have forged or added stipulations as they had already signed and agreed to the counteroffer. Respondent states that the original offer requested by the sellers that the sellers pay a certain amount in closing costs and leave the refrigerator. When the complainant signed and submitted the first counteroffer to the buyers, the counteroffer only changed the sales price and stated that the complainants would pay for a home warranty. When the buyer's agents received the complainant's counter, the buyer's agent had the buyer sign and write in the same provision regarding the closing costs and refrigerator to restate the presence in the contract. Respondent states the complainants were aware of these items because the closing costs were paid by complainants, and there was no paperwork to show complainants were not planning to leave the refrigerator. Respondent states that the buyers were upset about a number of issues, efforts were made to resolve the problems, and complainants began making these allegations. There does not appear to be a violation, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Any questions of Ms. Ryan? What? I'm sitting over here laughing through this one. Talking about this refrigerator. I remember one time I auctioned off a house, and I asked the lady, this 20 years ago or so, and I asked the lady that owned the house, I said, what are you going to do with the drapes? She said, I'm going to leave them. Well, I checked off that the buyer was to get the drapes. When we got down to closing, the lady said, I'm taking my drapes. Well, anyway, I paid $1,100 for a house full of drapes to get that thing closed. Brings back memories. Refrigerators. Anybody?
I'll move to accept council's recommendation after that wonderful story you just said.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Grease makes a motion. We take council's recommendation and dismiss it. Second by Commissioner DeShar. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 10.
2013-001481. 2013-001482. Complainant states that Respondent 1, principal broker, represented himself to be associated with a real estate firm. Respondent 1 is principal broker of that firm. And complainant alleges that Respondent 1 gained information about complainant's financial situation and used that information and complainant's fragile state at the time due to personal circumstances to state that Respondent 1 would only allow complainant to rent from Respondent 1's firm if complainant wired $10,000 to a company in another state, which involved a get-rich-quick scheme. Complainant states that complainant was made to sign the lease and pay the rental deposit that day for which property which complainant had never seen and which complainant states was in poor condition. Complainant wired the money to the out-of-state company on the following day. Complainant state that Respondent 1 made various forms of contact with complainant, which complainant states was inappropriate and harassing. Complainant later contacted the real estate firm after complainant had stopped paying rent to attempt to recover the money which complainant wired to the out-of-state company, and complainant states that Respondent 2, broker, said that Respondent 1 did not work at the firm and that Respondent 2 would allow complainant to move out of the property without recourse. Respondents submitted responses. Respondent 2 states that the complaint is unrelated to Respondent's firm, which had nothing to do with the business venture involving complainant's money wired to the out-of-state company. Respondent 2 states that the complaint first contacted Respondent 2 regarding the pending eviction proceeding and then expressed concerns about Respondent 1 and stated she no longer wanted to live at the house. Although Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 and the firm had nothing to do with the business or personal agreement regarding the money wire, and Respondent 2 saw nothing to validate complainant's claims regarding Respondent 1, Respondent 2 agreed to forgive complainant's past due balance if complainant would vacate the property because Respondent 2 states fighting a legal battle over the deal money wire would have been more expensive than the amount owed in back rent. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 never told complainant that Respondent 1 did not work at the firm, but Respondent 2 had limited Respondent 1's involvement with the firm's rentals because the complainant stated concerns. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 showed complainant a number of properties and complainant decided to rent a property, and complainant went to the office, signed lease with another broker, and paid the deposit. A few days later, Respondent 1 states that the complainant asked Respondent 1 about business deals where complainant could make money, and Respondent 1 shared that Respondent 1 had recently received an email from a company which it would help people start up a hard money lending business, and Respondent 1 reported that information, and the two agreed to work together to ultimately seek a profit. Respondent 1 says complainant wired the money and the two met at various places concerning training, but Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 later walked away from the deal. Respondents state that after the firm took complainant to court for non-payment of rent, complainant began making false allegations against Respondent 1 and the firm in an attempt to get the firm to pay back the money complainant wired to the out-of-state company. It appears that complainant completed a rental application the day before the lease agreement was signed. The lease agreement was executed between complainant and another broker at the firm, not Respondent 1. Documentation suggests that the court proceedings were instituted against complainant for past due rent and for eviction, but the firm offered to extend the court date and, if complainant would vacate the property, have the case dropped. The documentation does not evidence any connection between the firm, Respondent 2, the rental of the property, and the business venture involving wiring the money. The business venture appears to have been a side discussion between Respondent 1 and complainant, which involved complainant sending money to a company in California. It appears that complainant has filed a lawsuit against Respondent 1 doing business in the firm, which, according to the attorney formally representing Respondent 1 in the matter, says is dropped from the court calendar indefinitely due to a bankruptcy. There does not appear to be a violation of the Truck statute and or the rules by the respondents, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner DeSharo to take council's recommendation to dismiss, and seconded by Commissioner Flitcroft. Do we have any discussion? Any questions of Ms. Ryan? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 12 and 13.
2013-001591, 2013-001592. Complainant signed a purchase and sale agreement to purchase a home which was listed by Respondent's firm. Respondent 1 is the principal broker, and Respondent 2 is an affiliate broker. There were two signed extensions of the closing date, and ultimately complainant was denied a certain type of mortgage due to student loan obligations. The mortgage company sent a denial letter dated as the same day after the closing was scheduled to take place, and complainant's broker contacted Respondent 2 via email a few days later, stating that complainant was denied the loan and requesting complainant's earnest money. Complainant states that the complainant contacted Respondent 2 a few weeks later to inquire about the earnest money and was told the complainant was not getting the earnest money back. Complainant then contacted Respondent 1 about the earnest money, who told complainant that Respondent 1 needed to speak with complainant's broker regarding the issue. Apparently, a complainant's broker had switched firms and instructed complainant to make contact directly. Complainant then contacted an attorney who sent a letter to the seller and Respondent 1 regarding return the earnest money. Then, complainant filed this complaint. Respondents submitted responses. Complainant stated the seller was very angry when the denial letter was submitted after the closing date and was not in agreement with releasing the earnest money even after both respondents spoke with the seller. Respondents state that respondents requested that complainant's broker contact respondents regarding the earnest money, to which there was no reply, and the reason there was no speedy resolution. Respondent 1 states that after consulting with counsel, the earnest money was released to complainant. Recommendation, closed as Respondent 2. As to Respondent 1, a letter of instruction regarding Rule 1260.02.09, subsection 3, which states that brokers are responsible for deposits and earnest money accepted by them or their affiliate brokers, subsection 6, of which lists a number of conditions which allows a broker to properly disperse funds from an escrow account, and subsection 7, which states that the funds should be dispersed or interplayed within 21 calendar days from the date of the receipt of a written request.
Questions of Ms. Ryan concerning this complaint?
Just a quick, I'm in agreement with the recommendation, but it talks about should be interplayed or dispersed within 21 days. I didn't know there was an option. Is there a grace period, or do we say that it has to be dispersed or interplayed?
Your rule says it has to be dispersed.
So I would change that language where it says should be.
Well, she's gonna follow the rule.
John, the principal broker has the option of making, that's retaining their earnest money, has the option of making a decision on their own.
I know as a principal broker I can, but I also think if I don't make a decision within 21 days, I've got to interplead. It's my understanding of the rule.
Robin?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
My question is different. How many days did he wait from a written demand?
How many days what?
How many days did the broker wait from written demand?
Funds should be dispersed to interplayed within 21 days from the date of receipt of a written request for disbursement of earnest money.
Yeah, but how many days, in fact, did they wait?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that, but it was more than 21 days, but they did talk to an attorney about it, and remember that part of the issue was they were trying to talk with the complainant's broker, and they didn't get response from that broker, and that's why the instruction is, even though there might be a delay like that, even though you're trying to do the right thing, you should interplead it, period. That's what your rule says.
Or make a determination.
Or make a determination.
But it does say should, not has to, right? Based on what you just read. I'm sorry.
I shall.
It does say should. I think your interpretation has always been shall, so it's 21 days, and I don't think that that this has been intended, your rule has been intended to be a opportunity to say later than that. I thought the 21 days, you've always have said that was the end point.
That's what I thought. Is there more to that?
You're saying
I'll say prior to it, prior to that word for should. Let me read it all again. So you can get a shall and a should, okay? That's right. The should and the shall. Funds in escrow or trustee accounts shall be dispersed in a proper manner without unreasonable delay. Second sentence. Funds should be dispersed or interplayed within 21 calendar days from the date of receipt of a written request for disbursement of earnest money. If I were, Mr. Flitcroft may have a different agreement. If I were interpreting that in and of itself, I would interpret it as the unreasonable delay is up to 21 days, and then after that it's unreasonable. That's what I would think that meant. Mm-hmm.
I believe that anytime we have a consent order sent out, that you also have the opportunity to do.
This is not a consent order sending. The recommendation was a letter of instruction.
Consent order.
Okay. Recommendation was a letter of instruction.
All right.
This is just on a related topic. Would it be appropriate for the minister to reflect it's the sense of the commission that 21 days is the deadline, and the shall takes precedence over the should?
Well, I think you read the whole rule together. In the first sentence it says, shall be dispersed within unreasonable delay, and it would appear that the second sentence defines what unreasonable is by saying 21 days.
Good. Then I'm in agreement with you and
But I don't
Mr.
think you
Flitcroft.
have to do... I don't think you have to do anything else.
I'm not with this case, but just in general terms, if we have a broker who calls and says, how long do I have? The answer, at least the sense of commission might be, it's 21 days from the time you receive a letter.
That's right.
That's what I
could also make the argument, because it says should be or should buy within 21 days. I'd just like to make sure, just to clarify the point of the sense of commission.
You get rid of notice, you got 21 days to interplead it. Get it out of your escrow
I
account.
think what he's saying is because the second clause, sentence says should, that there is some reason to believe that there may be some additional leniency, which does not exist based on the first sentence. So just to clarify, shall...
Our minutes just say that's our sense. You got 21 days from the date you get a written request, and I know that's what it says, but I could also argue the case that I might have a few more days if I needed.
John, that may be an appropriate matter for rulemaking.
Well, it's statutory.
It's a rule.
Okay.
I think it is more appropriate for rulemaking, if you wanted to make a change or say something different in it.
I'm getting more and more in the mood to have our minutes reflect what the sense of the commission is on certain items. And that's all I was trying to suggest here.
Part of the record.
Saying is being consistent.
Did we get a motion?
Oh, I make a motion we accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner DeShara to take council's recommendation, and it's seconded, I think, by Commissioner Grease.
Yep.
We've already had the discussion. Any more discussion? I think the minute does show that our discussion that 21 days is timeline. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 14. It's good to see Commissioner
Long lunch.
Mullen back.
Good to be seen.
2013-002561. Complainant states that respondent, affiliate broker, and another agent listed complainant and spouse's home in 2010. Complainant states the complainant and spouse had been going through a prolonged divorce since that time, which was the reason for listing the home, and at that time, complainant moved out and complainant's spouse stopped paying the mortgage payments. Complainant states that after closing on the home took place in March 2011, complainant found out that respondent was romantically involved with complainant's spouse, and complainant states the two had been throughout the process. Complainant states that complainant never had contact with respondent during the listing, and all communication was between respondent and complainant's spouse. After the house had sold, the complainant states that complainant ran into another licensee, who complainant says told complainant that the licensee's buyers, who had made an offer on the property when it was listed, were told by the respondent that complainant and spouse were in bankruptcy, which complainant states was untrue. With regard to that licensee's potential buyers, complainant states that complainant signed one of the counteroffers, but was unaware of the two other counteroffers which were signed only by complainant's spouse, and complainant believes that they could have gotten a better price for the house, but for respondent's action. Respondent submitted a response stating that respondent and complainant's spouse were not involved romantically during the process of listing and selling the house. Respondent states that complainant requested that respondent and the other listing agent deal with complainant's spouse regarding the property since the spouse was the current resident. Complainant states that an offer was received from some potential buyers by the licensee referred by complainant, and the offer was presented to complainant and the spouse for discussion. Complainant states that complainant and spouse countered the offer, and, at the time, the home appeared in the local paper with the beginning of foreclosure, and the bank and the attorneys who had begun the foreclosure proceedings began communicating with complainant's spouse. Respondent states that after licensee conveyed his buyer's best and final offer via email, the house remained on the market because the offer was not high enough to pay off all mortgages and commissions, and respondent states the complainant was informed as to all counteroffers, including the verbal and emailed best and final offer. Respondent states that the ultimate buyer viewed the property and made an offer which was presented to complainant and spouse, and the contract was signed. Prior to closing, respondent states the complainant and spouse were informed by attorneys of several liens against the property. When it appeared the sale would not close due to the amount of liens, respondent and the other agent cut their commission to get the house closed and prevent foreclosure. Further, respondent states the house sold for significantly more than the other potential buyer's best and final offer. Respondent's principal broker also submitted a statement saying he had reviewed the file and found it to be in order and saw no merit to the complaint. There does not appear to be a violation by respondent, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
You may not know the answer to this, Ms. Ryan, but you may can look. In the leasing agreement, was there anything stated in the confidentiality section of it that the agent could not disclose about the potential bankruptcy?
I don't know the answer to that. Let me see if we have that.
Commissioner Greaves?
It wasn't a potential bankruptcy. It was a foreclosure. There was no bankruptcy.
But was there anything prohibited in the confidentiality statement?
Greaves, would you like to share with everybody in real estate terms what this is to be considered?
And I would, thank you.
Okay, I was just checking.
I have the wrong file. Hold on.
Y'all let me, while Ms. Ryan's looking, I know if anybody drank too much tea at lunch and needs a break, just let me know and we'll take a short 10-minute break.
While I'm looking this up?
Oh, I'm just saying if any of them wanted to. I'm just letting them know that they have the freedom to say, Mr. Chairman, we need to take a short break. You're probably right. I don't need one.
ADD kicking in, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think. Do you remember seeing the listing agreement in here? Huh?
Those of you out there in the audience, hopefully you never get a complaint filed against you. And one of the things that all of us up here, the 7 industry members that's on this commission, one of the things that us being on this commission has made us do, because we all have our own companies. And while we've been on this commission, we are much more given to detail and to make sure that we conduct ourselves in a way that a complaint won't be in our future. And I know for you, one of the things that y'all can learn from going through this legal report is just make sure that you disclose, and keep everybody aware of what's going on, and that can eliminate future problems in a lot of areas as we conduct our business on a daily basis. Do you find it, Ms. Ryan?
I don't think
Or do you want me to keep rambling on up here?
Ramble a few more.
Keep rambling a little bit more. And I hope you attendees find something useful from being here at this commission. And I told somebody this morning, one of the things you'll learn about, take away from this commission, is one of the things you're going to take away from this place is the fact that you don't want to ever come to a commission meeting again, I'm sure. But that we do hope that this will be a helpful experience for your future real estate career. As I don't know how many years y'all been involved in real estate, but as you go forward and continue on, we're down in the last 5 years, we're down from about 34,000 total active real estate licensees in Tennessee to around 23,000. From about 34,000 to 23, we're down about 11,000 over the last 11 years. So that's a good thing, because those of us that are still in this business, there's just that much less competition that we have.
I don't think there is a copy of the listing agreement in the file to answer the question, but I will tell you there was not a bankruptcy. It was in foreclosure. There are documents concerning various aspects of the foreclosure process.
Well, that would be the only thing I would see, is that if there was something in the listing agreement that prevented them from disclosing that. So,
but they didn't. She said she didn't because there wasn't one.
Of course, there's a whole little thing going on that.
Well, that's different.
Possible whole little thing going on.
Any other questions of Ms. Ryan? Hearing none, does anybody want to make a motion as to the disposition of this complaint?
Motion to dismiss.
Second.
Commissioner Collins makes a motion, we take council's recommendation and dismiss, and Commissioner Haynes seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Complaint dismissed. Number 15.
2013-002871. Complainant states that respondent, unlicensed, was the developer where complainant bought a home in 2008. Complainant states that respondent is running what complainant calls a property management business in the development, and states that respondent is not licensed as a broker or associated with brokerage. Complainant states that the renters are underage and drink and party all night, leave trash, and act inappropriately, and complainant states that respondent refuses to do anything about it. Additionally,
I'd like to
complaint...
make a motion to dismiss this, please.
Alexander, you have any comments?
Term loose anyway, it says, so this.
Second. Commissioner Collins makes a motion, we dismiss this complaint, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Northern. Any discussion on this motion? And second? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 16 and 17, next.
2013-003451 and 2013-003491. Anonymous complaint states that Respondent 1's license, Respondent 1's a broker, Respondent 2 is Respondent 1's principal broker, expired in January 2013, and Respondent 1 was engaged in activities requiring a real estate license after the license expired. Specifically, the anonymous complaint sent a copy of a listing from a third-party website saying that Respondent 1 was a listing broker of the property. Further, the anonymous complaint states that several properties were listed on the MLS by Respondent 1 while Respondent's license was expired. Respondents submitted responses to the complaint. Respondent 1 states that the license expired because of Respondent 1's failure to timely obtain the necessary post-broker education hours required for Respondent 1's broker's license. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 mistakenly thought that Respondent's license would be downgraded to an affiliate broker if the broker education was not completed on time. But once that Respondent 1 realized this was not true, Respondent 1 communicated with the TREC office and immediately began to take steps to get Respondent 1's broker's license activated again. Respondent 1 passed the requirement examinations and reactivated Respondent 1's license in February 2013. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 did not engage in any real estate activities during the time that Respondent 1's license was expired, and during the time period only worked in the office performing the duties of an unlicensed assistant. Respondent 2 confirmed that there was no unlicensed activity by Respondent 1 during the period. Respondents state that 3 of the listing agreements were signed with Respondent 1 prior to Respondent 1's license expiration, but were held from being placed actively on the market for various reasons. Listing agreements provided confirm this. When the properties were placed on the MLS after Respondent 1's license expired, Respondents state that they were placed in Respondent 1's name by mistake, which was corrected to reflect Respondent 2 as a listing agent. With regard to the third-party website listing provided by the anonymous complainant, Respondent 1 states the website was contacted regarding the correction, but Respondent 1's principal broker was on the listing agent on the MLS while Respondent 1's license was expired. The documentation provided does not show any unlicensed activity by Respondent 1. Further, Respondent 1's broker's license has been active since February of 2013. Recommendation by council was to dismiss.
So move.
Second the motion.
Motion by Commissioner Flitcroft to take council's recommendation and dismiss, and seconded by Commissioner McMullen. Any discussion or questions of Ms. Ryan?
Well, I have a question, and this may be more for Ms. Maxwell. Ms. Maxwell, is this one of those brokers that never gets their continuing education and that just retest every 3 years?
This was this person's first time as a broker, and I happen to have talked to this person, but anyway, the person had been in contact with our office about the Post 120, and anyway, did sign up and retest and replied almost immediately thereafter.
This wasn't one of those habituals.
No, it was not. As a matter of fact, this was the person. This is this person's first time as a broker. Now their second time, but their first time was that Post 120 was that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Maxwell, Ms. Ryan, concerning this complaint? Hearing none, on the motion to dismiss, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 18.
2013-006401. This complaint was opened at the direction of this commission. Respondent is the principal broker of the firm referenced in a complaint which was filed against an unlicensed individual and was presented as following. Complainant entered into a pre-sale agreement and a joint venture agreement with an LLC with respondent unlicensed as its managing member. Complainant and respondent also entered in the commercial purchase and sale agreement on a TAR form. Complainant states that complainant paid $40,000 earnest money to respondent, which the TAR form states will be held in a real estate firm escrow account. Complainant states that respondent is the president of the real estate firm. Complainant states that respondent represented the LLC in the transaction. After the LLC did not complete the acquisition of the property referenced in the agreements by the agreed-upon date, complainant determined the deal was not going to go through in the near future and made requests for return of the earnest money, which complainant states have been ignored. Based on copies of the documents provided, it appears the complainant entered into the joint venture agreement with the LLC, wherein the LLC was requiring a number of units which were to be renovated, and complainant agreed to pay an upfront cost for 10 units to be acquired by the LLC, with the balance due when the units became ready for occupancy. The joint venture agreement specified that the expected initial lease rate, the expected monthly rent costs, and explained that disbursements of profits to joint venture partners would be based on the gross profit. The agreement specified the LLC as the managing member and stated that the real estate firm would be the property manager. Respondent submitted a reply stating that respondent is not a licensed real estate agent and has not been licensed in approximately 10 years, and respondent has not represented himself as such. Respondent states that respondent is the managing and sole member of the LLC, which owns the real estate firm referenced in the TAR purchase and sale agreement as the holder of the earnest money. Respondent states that the contracts between complainant and the LLC relate to a separate operating unit from the real estate firm, and the real estate firm was to be retained as the property management company for the project, but was not otherwise involved in the transaction between the LLC and the complainant. Respondent states the LLC entered into a pre-sale agreement with complainant for 10 units, and the real estate firm was not involved in the transaction. Respondent points to the TAR purchase and sale agreement, which does not include a listing or selling company, to show a lack of agency relationship. Respondent states the complainant wired a down payment to the real estate's firm escrow account in 2 separate wires. Respondent states that this was not earnest money as referenced in the TAR form, but was instead a down payment, and the only reason money was sent to the real estate firm was to use as an account for receipt and disbursement of the money, and the joint venture agreement controlled the contract. Further, respondent states that the money was not to be held in escrow by the real estate firm, but only received and disbursed to the LLC, to be returned by the LLC to complainant only upon certain contractual circumstances. According to respondent, the money was wired into the real estate firm's account, and respondent transferred the money to utilize it for the projects for items such as appraisals, etc. Respondent states that respondent has replied to complainant's request for return of the money, but that there was never any earnest money involved, and the money has been utilized for the project, so the LLC no longer has the money. Further, respondent states the complainant's request for the return of the down payment was instrumental in causing the LLC purchase of the units to fail, and therefore, respondent states the LLC does not plan to return complainant's payment. Complainant submitted an additional response through an attorney, which stated that complainant was led to believe that respondent was licensed since respondent was the owner of the real estate firm, and respondent never informed complainant otherwise. Complainant states that respondent chose the real estate firm to hold the money, and the real estate firm should not have relinquished control of the money to LLC without complainant's permission. Complainant states that the money was not a down payment, but even if it was, the deal failed and the money is owed back to complainant. Based on the documents submitted, it is unclear whether the money was a down payment, earnest money, or an investment, and this is likely a determination for a court of law. However, respondent's use of the car contracts creates the appearance of unlicensed activity on part of the respondent. This commission authorized a consent order for the unlicensed individual and directed that a complaint should be opened against the principal broker of the firm, this respondent. This respondent submitted a response stating that respondent is the principal broker of the real estate firm, and respondent's son, the unlicensed individual, owns an LLC which does business as the real estate firm. Respondent states that the unlicensed individual serves as president of the firm and handles administrative duties. Respondent states that there is one escrow account at the real estate firm, and the unlicensed individual is a signatory on the account, a fact which this respondent states the commission is aware due to previous audits of the escrow account. Respondent states the Unlicensed Individuals LLC entered into a joint agreement with an individual, and pursuant to that agreement and a commercial purchase and sale agreement, $40,000 was deposited into the escrow account. Respondent states that upon information and belief, said money was released and utilized in furtherance of the subject project, and respondent believes the release of the funds was reasonable. The recommendation is to discuss.
You have a copy of the contract?
That's a question that I will answer. I think there was in the original complaint, and this is my recollection. There was in the original complaint, and my recollection, because I believe that Julie discussed this with me and probably with Ms. Maxwell, it was not clear that it was earnest money. Is that right? It was not.
If it's got a TAR contract, it tells it.
But it wasn't listed on there. The $40,000 was not listed on there, as I recall. But let me look and see what we have here.
If you use it, you better know what's in it. I do too. If you don't, we shouldn't use them. You don't like TAR contracts or education, right?
I'll send them to you.
Did you find it, Ms. Ryan?
I did. It is still unclear because it's on the line that says earnest money, but all the documents considering from the LLC agreement refer to it in different ways.
What now, ma'am? I didn't hear that.
This contract, which was not prepared by a licensee and not handled by the real estate company, but between the individual of the previous complaint and the complainant, has the $40,000 on an earnest money line, but the documents also attached to it from the joint venture agreement refer to it in other ways. The contract was not prepared by this respondent.
How is it referred to, you say, in other ways? Because
As part of a discount and the down payment money, and that there's a joint venture agreement that talks about the money invested and how it's to be used.
Were those dated the same day as the binding agreement on the contract?
The 29th and 30th of December.
Mr. Chairman, when the broker put the money in his escrow account, if the money is not tied to an escrow purpose, which it's not, by his own confession, he has violated the Brokers Act. You're not supposed to be putting money in there that's not tied to a transaction.
Well, this was tied to a transaction, just not a
Oh,
transaction.
it says, but it wasn't earnest money.
It was tied to a transaction, just not, here's the confusion, and let me just make sure we all understand. The transaction was between the child of this respondent and the complainant for this joint venture, for this agreement. This person used the TAR contract. The money was, by agreement, placed in the escrow account and then immediately went out to the LLC. Went through the escrow account out to the LLC.
Violation.
This respondent is the broker.
This respondent is the broker.
And the broker is the one who is responsible for the escrow account.
Yes, but the response and part of this is that the one escrow account at the real estate firm and the unlicensed person we're speaking of is a signatory on the account. A fact which The respondent states, "This commission is aware, due to previous audits of this same escrow account."
I don't think that lets him off the hook.
I'm just relating the facts.
Well, I understand, but I personally don't think that lets him off the hook just because he's
I
got an
think that
unlicensed
when
person.
money is put into a realtor's escrow account, you have the expectation that it's going to stay there.
I don't believe this commission had probably the knowledge that through an audit, we certainly
Commissioner
don't know
Alexander?
every- We certainly did not have privilege, nor do I want the privilege of having, if we ever get any other auditors or investigators, that we review every audit. So if it may have, the auditors may have seen it and may have known it, but this commission probably was not aware of the audit and that what they were aware of. So that don't hold water for me.
Speaking of holding water.
Yeah,
can we
one
have
thing
a
to
break?
remember is that your statutes don't your statutes don't provide, and your rules don't provide any language about who is to be a signatory on the escrow accounts.
Well,
If I could, y'all just take all this discussion that's transpired and run it around through your head while we take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll get to the bottom of this and decide on what to do with this particular complaint, because one of our commissioners said we need to take a break, and he has left the room, and the rest of us everybody in here is going to take a break for 10 minutes.
Austin's right there.
Go. Call this meeting back into session. Ms. Ryan, continue on.
Points to highlight here, and then again, you're open for discussion. My understanding when you read all the totality of the documents is that the attempt was to get financing, and that this was the initial agreement was between these two people, and the attempt was to get financing so that when they went to the bank, it looked like they had $40,000 in the bank. That's what you get from the totality of it. Whether or not the $40,000 was earnest money or not, but it was attempt to use financing. The contract itself between the parties indicate that it really was a business venture. Yes, the $40,000 was placed in the escrow account. Yes, this particular unlicensed individual is a signatory on that account. As Ms. Maxwell pointed out earlier, you have no rules or laws indicating who can and cannot be on an escrow account. Yes, this was the principal broker involved in the real estate firm. The LLC in question, the business owns the real estate firm. The unlicensed individual was the president of the real estate firm. This is the principal broker of the real estate firm where the escrow account was held, which there was only one escrow account. That was just further clarification.
I have a motion. I move that we discipline the principal. I move we discipline the principal broker for violation of the Broker Act. He has mixed money into his escrow account, which should not have been there, but was clearly for some other business purpose. I would suggest initially that he attend 2 meetings of TREC and be required to attend within 3 months a ethics course not less than, Steve? 4 hours.
You say 2 TREC meetings?
You about 2 days? One TREC meeting?
One TREC meeting, 2 days. Michelle,
Any fines?
it's up to you.
Penalty?
No, I wouldn't.
Flitcroft has made a motion that
It's an awful lot of money to be put in an escrow account.
this...
Michelle?
That's an awful lot of money to be put in an escrow account and not being used for other purposes rather than the
I'm
escrow
going to
account.
defer to your discretion.
I don't know. I'm just discussing.
Let's get the motion on the floor. Mr. Flitcroft made a motion that this licensee
Second.
come to a TREC meeting, 2-day TREC meeting, and take within 3 months a 4-hour ethics class. That's the motion on the floor, and seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Is there discussion?
Which section did he violate?
That's the question I have. Thank you.
Be the section that defines the duties with reference to an escrow account.
What section?
Robin, which one tells us what to do?
Well, Section 6213-321 says, "Every broker shall, in accordance with rules promulgated by the Commission, keep an escrow or trustee account of funds deposited with the broker relating to a real estate transaction. The broker shall maintain for a period of at least 3 years accurate records of such account showing the depositor of the funds, the date of the deposit, the date of withdrawal, payee of funds, and such other pertinent information as the Commission may require." I'm not, and Eve, you'll have to correct me here, I'm not certain that you have a rule like attorneys, do you? That says you can't mix funds in an escrow account. Do you have a rule on that?
We can't. What?
Mr. Fitkoff, if you're an attorney and have an escrow account, this is where most of our feelings and understanding of escrow accounts. This is just clarification. If you are an attorney and you have an escrow account, in that escrow account you can have nobody's money but the person to whom it belongs, and you can't mix that money in that account in any way, shape, or form. So your money can't be in it as well as someone else's money. So there's no commingling of funds.
I guess, is it 1260-2-.09, subsection 1?
That's where we're going. Each broker shall maintain a separate escrow account for the purpose of holding any funds which may be received in his fiduciary capacity as deposits, earnest money, or the like. Rental deposits must be held in a separate account.
You telling me that the attorneys that if you hold money for an individual in an escrow account, you got to have a different escrow account for every escrow deposit?
No, you just can't have any of your own money in it.
You just can't.
Okay, I knew that, but the way you were reading that made it sound like you had to have a separate escrow account for every one.
Number C3 is brokers are responsible at all times for deposits and earnest monies accepted by them or their affiliates in accordance with the term of the contract.
Oh, can we go back to the terms of the contract just for a minute?
There are several contracts involved.
Well, where does it say the $40,000 is going to be put into an escrow account?
The $40,000
In that TAR contract.
in a TAR contract drafted by a non-licensee and the individual. Okay, I'm just making sure we got the term. The joint venture agreement refers to this money as, let me see.
Basically, what you're saying is that the escrow account can be used as a trustee account
For anything.
for anything,
Well, I'm saying what your rules
as long as
and
it's
laws
properly
say.
documented.
I'm saying what your rules and laws say. I'm reiterating what's in your rules and laws.
And I don't see anything in what's here that says that it can't be. Although I've had a number of auditors tell me that that's commingling and that we should be,
That there should be no money in an escrow
Right.
account, and all the money should belong to somebody else, and I've never had an auditor.
it does belong to someone else, but it's
Yeah.
not relevant to a transaction.
That's
to a
the,
risk.
that's the reason for our rule that says that as soon as the transaction closes, the money needs to be taken out.
Doesn't mean that they're party to the transaction.
And here's the confusion in all of this. Where the money is to be paid is not in the investment agreement. It is outlined to be paid into the escrow account, into the sales agreement. The investment agreement refers to deposits, etc., as to what the money investments were going to be used for. To me, and I'm not the total reviewer of all this, but to me, it's a confusing set of circumstances. That's why you're here to discuss it. You might, I don't know if you want to look at other documents. I think the initial issue was this was more contractual between the parties as opposed to that, but you have this principal broker that's also involved who happens to be at the real estate firm where this unlicensed person is the president.
This first document, the TAR contract, Everybody signed in.
I'll tell you how we could
It
resolve
was
this.
signed by,
Or was it just signed as an offer?
it was signed by,
You're looking at that, Ms. Ryan, I'm just going to tell the commissioners, I know how this,
seller and buyer.
All right.
No
So-
licensing
So
else.
it went, when it went to the second contract, there should have been some statement about what happened to that earnest money, or it should have been returned.
What second contract?
That
There's a parallel investment agreement that doesn't talk at all about all the terms of the money. This was also signed by
Same parties?
same parties.
But the money, the 40,000 is not discussed in that agreement.
Not in exactly that, not in direct terms, no. It is not. It is talked about deposits and down payment on each unit. Down payment on each unit was $4,000, and there were,
Does it appear to be that it was written in such a sloppy manner that it was intended to confuse the individual who put the money up? Or
I don't think so.
did the individual who put the money up, could it be that they were led to believe that the real estate company was involved in this transaction?
Not from the investments, no. The only involvement that the individual could have been led to believe was from the purchase and sale agreement that outlined it as $40,000 earnest money. But only because it referenced the escrow account of the real estate company.
Purchase and sales agreement was relevant to the LLC
LLC.
and not the real estate company.
That's right.
I don't see a violation.
Well, but if we the purchase and sale agreement, was that paragraph that talked about earnest money disbursement amended in any way?
No.
Then it's pretty clear what the broker can do with that money.
The broker is not involved in the purchase and sale agreement.
But
there
the
is no
broker's
broker.
holding the earnest money.
The earnest money was being held by the company,
The broker.
by the real estate
The
firm.
real estate and that
And this
paragraph.
person was also a signatory on
I
that
understand.
account.
But it's pretty clear in that I use that form all the time. How that money can come out of that escrow account. Yeah.
No, it's not pretty clear from it. This was not drafted by professionals at all. This was.
Is that
It says earnest money $40,000, and it doesn't say.
You're reading from which contract?
I'm reading from the commercial purchase and sale agreement between the two individuals that was
Get back
signed in
over on-
connection with the investment
The
agreement.
TAR
Get
contract.
back
The
on the
TAR.
TAR contract.
That's what I'm talking
Read
about.
That's what you read.
That's what I'm reading.
Read the whole paragraph.
Earnest money. Buyer has deposited a sum of $40,000 with the company. Additional earnest money, if any, applied as foul, blank. This earnest money has been received by holder and is to be paid as part of the purchase price at closing. This earnest money shall be deposited in holder's escrow account within 1 banking day. In the event earnest money check is not honored for any reason by the financial institution from which it's drawn, holder shall promptly notify buyer and seller. Buyer shall have 3 business days after notice to deliver good funds to holder. In the event buyer does not timely deliver good funds to holder, this agreement will automatically terminate, and holder shall notify the parties of the same. Holder shall disburse earnest money only as follows. At closing, to be applied as a credit towards buyer's purchase price. Upon a subsequent written agreement signed by buyer and seller, or as set forth below in the event of dispute regarding earnest money.
It references closing several times,
Yes.
and it also ties that to the $40,000.
As what, to the 40,000? Yes.
The closings to the $40,000.
It does. And remember, this agreement we're talking about is between two people who are not licensees at all.
But if I were not a licensee and you showed me a real estate sales contract, and I know I gave $40,000 for the purpose of securing or buying these units, and it came back to me by way of that contract, I would expect that money was in the as a part of that contract.
And you may be right. I'm just relaying the information to you, and there is a subsequent and parallel investment agreement which talks about the money as being part of an investment and how the money is to be paid. This is up to you and how you all want to handle the principal broker. I'm just relaying the information to you.
But Robin, in that initial contract, the one you just read, it does specify that that earnest money is being deposited in this real estate company's escrow account.
It just says with this company. Doesn't say the escrow account.
Well, but it's with that real estate company is named.
What is the heading on the pre-printed contract?
What's the heading on it?
Earnest money.
In the section where it says earnest money?
Earnest money.
Pre-printed. Now, where would you think it was going if it didn't say escrow account? Pre-printed in the contract.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm making a point.
Okay.
Well, and are not contracts just like listings? The broker owns all of them.
If this were a contract for which the broker was involved, it is not a contract.
His company name is on there, which involves him.
It is, yes, as a depository, it is named.
I take back my earlier statement about there not being a violation, and I move that we allow Commissioner DeCharo to review this file and come back to the commission.
Next month?
Next month.
When you're
I think you can only do that because you're not going to be here.
Right.
Would you take this, Commissioner DeShaw?
I will.
We got this motion and a second on the floor. We need to get...
I would suspend my motion until we hear the report from Janet DeCharo. I want to hear what she wants to say.
I'll take back my second.
Mr. Chara, I'm also going to make sure that the original file is provided to you as well.
I don't believe you seconded it, Ms. Hay. If you did, we had 2 seconds because I seconded it also.
Oh, well, okay, whatever.
Did y'all hear me say about 10 minutes ago that I knew how we could resolve this? That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, why didn't you do it 10 minutes ago?
Well, y'all just kept on talking, and I just let you talk. But I was going to say, I was going to ask Commissioner DeShara if she would take this file, and I appreciate you agreeing to do this so you can...
Show more leadership if you'd step up to the plate.
I didn't. Seriously. Okay. Trying to hurt a bunch of cats up here. Next. This one has been resolved. Next we have Ms. Ryan, number 19.
Last and final for the afternoon is number 19. 2013-00-7621. Complaint opened at the direction of this commission based on a complaint which was filed against one of respondents, principal broker, affiliates broker. The complainant who filed the complaint against respondent's affiliate broker listed a number of allegations, including but not limited to the fact that the affiliate broker provided a key to the buyer during the final walkthrough days before closing, which allowed buyers to access the property and paint before closing. The Commission authorized a consent order for the affiliate broker based on those acts and directed that a complaint should also be opened against the affiliate broker's principal broker, this respondent. Respondent submitted a response through an attorney stating that the supervision which respondent provided the affiliate broker throughout the transaction was in compliance with statutes and rules of TREC and standard practices of managing brokers within the real estate industry. Respondent states that respondent devotes respondent's full time to management of the firm, spending approximately 50 hours present in the office and available by telephone until 10 p.m. to consult with and respond to affiliated licensees. Additionally, respondent outlined an extensive training program which respondent provides to affiliates on an ongoing basis. Respondent states that during the course of the subject transaction, the affiliate broker turned in copies of documentation relating to the subject transaction to respondent, and those documents were reviewed and maintained in a separate file, as is company policy, and no documents referenced that a key would be provided to the buyers before closing. Respondent states that respondent has contact with the affiliate broker, which is one of many of respondent's affiliates, on a daily basis, and has never observed any oversight by the affiliate broker giving respondent any reason to believe the affiliate broker was not adequately trained. During the subject transaction, while respondent reviewed the transaction file as is customarily done, the affiliate broker did not ask any questions or seek guidance from respondent or convey to respondent that the affiliate broker intended to give the buyers a key before closing. Respondent states that respondent was not present for the final walkthrough at which the affiliate broker gave the buyers the keys, and was not aware of the affiliate broker releasing the keys until after closing had taken place, at which point respondent counseled the affiliate broker that the affiliate broker should not release a key before closing in any future transaction. It appears that respondent was available to the affiliate broker during the subject transaction and did not have any way of knowing that the affiliate broker planned to or gave the key to the buyers at the final walkthrough. Once respondent did learn of the fact after closing, it appears that respondent promptly addressed the issue with the affiliate to confirm that the mistake would not happen again. Based on these facts, there does not appear to be a failure to supervise by respondent, and Ms. Kropp's recommendation is to dismiss.
I'd like to make a motion we accept your recommendation.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Collins, take council's recommendation to dismiss, and seconded by Commissioner Flitcroft. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries, and that's...
Mr. Chairman, an observation.
What is it, Commissioner
The
Flitcroft?
observation is that for us in the real estate community, this is better than Oprah Winfrey. That we had no runs, one hit, 17 errors, and one bye, which means we put it off for a while. Let me tell you, folks, when we have a complaint from an anonymous person, we don't know what to do. Our rules say that it has to be sworn to, or to have a sworn to statement by an can't say it. Anonymous person. But go back, if you're a broker or if you work with a broker, you know a broker, tell the broker that this commission is very strong on making sure brokers supervise. This last case shows you how a broker should supervise. TREC will initiate their own complaint when we have a complaint against a licensee against the broker if we feel the broker hadn't done their job or if we just suspect they do. Thank you.
This time, I'm going to turn this gavel over to our Vice Chairman, and you
Thank you, sir.
conduct this meeting for a while.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
I think take a nap. You gonna take a nap?
We'll take a break.
I think next we have.
I believe we have a lady who's going to speak to us about the
Yeah, we're moving the E&O up.
E&O.
What about the consent order?
Well, I'm going to do that after Ms.
But I think we have somebody's gonna talk to us about E&O.
Betty has, and y'all have discussed E&O, so she doesn't have to stay here.
She'd had about all those she wanted. She's ready to
She
perform.
probably has about all.
And she probably didn't want to stay for all the legal either.
That was thrilling.
Riveting.
I'm Laura Betty. I'm Chief Counsel for Regulatory Boards, and I see that you have a number of things left on your agenda to discuss, so I will try to be brief. I'm here to talk with you briefly about Public Chapter Number 84, which was signed on May 28th and goes into effect on July 1st, and it amends TCA Section 62-13-112, which deals with errors in emissions insurance. I'm just going to give you a brief summary of it, and then we can talk about the application of it, and I'll try to answer any questions that you have. But according to this, the good news is it keeps the Real Estate Commission from having to do those many, many formal hearings and consent orders relative to E&O insurance, which we've had to do every 2 years in the past. On July 1st, any licensee who is not in compliance with the requirement to obtain or maintain their errors and omissions insurance will have their license automatically suspended.
This year.
This year, yes, ma'am. A letter will go out to notify them of their suspension. If they reinstate their errors and omissions insurance within 31 days of the date of suspension, then they will be reinstated, no penalty, they're good to go. If they show that the suspension was an error, and they in fact had E&O insurance at the time of the suspension, then they will be reinstated, no penalty, they're good to go. Now, after the 30 days, if the licensee who is suspended reinstates their errors and omissions insurance more than 30 days after the suspension, but less than 120 days after the suspension, the Commission may require that they pay a penalty fee of between $0 and $500, but not more than $500. If the licensee is suspended and reinstates their errors and omissions insurance more than 120 days but less than 1 year from the time of their suspension, they must pay a $500 penalty fee. And the Commission may add to that a penalty fee of between $0 to $100 for each month after the 6th month of their suspension.
$600.
Well,
Each month.
for each month, up to a year. So essentially,
Give
they
them 6 months and 1 month, so it's $500.
well, because it's easier for me to think this way. If you were suspended in January, you go the first 120 days. All right. The first 30 days is free. If you go between 30 and 120 days after that, so you're essentially up to 150 days, it's $500. And then each month after that, you can tack on up to $100 per month, up to 1 year. Now, when they get to 1 day over 1 year of suspension, anything over a year, their license is automatically revoked. And the administrative office will send them notice that their license has been revoked pursuant to the statute. Upon written notice, a licensee who has had their license suspended or revoked pursuant to this statute may request a formal hearing. But other than that, the suspension and the revocation under this statute are automatic. If they are revoked and seek reissuance of their license, of course, under your statute, they would have to obtain errors and omissions insurance. And they must pay the penalty if one was assessed. Also, that gives the Commission the discretion that the Commission may waive reexamination or additional education requirements for an applicant, or the Commission may reinstate a license subject to the applicant's compliance with such reasonable conditions as the Commission may prescribe, including but not limited to payment of a penalty fee in addition to the penalty fee provided in the prior subsection, which is the $500 penalty fee. That's not discretionary. Plus, if not more than $100 per month, if you assessed one on top of that, or any portion thereof from the time of revocation. So, it doesn't give the Commission a lot of discretion. A lot of it's just automatically enacted.
Last month's discussion was whether or not, since the law goes into effect in July of 2013, it was retroactive to January of 2013, or if it starts in January 2014.
The way the law reads, I don't know that retroactive is necessarily the right word, but as of July 1st, if we looked at any licensees, any licensee's file, and they do not have errors and omissions insurance and should have it, then they're suspended.
As of today, if they're not covered, and they don't get covered before July 1, then these rules apply back to January.
How many of those do we have that are not covered?
You have, Kelly did provide this, as of May 30th, there were 166 affiliate brokers uninsured active, 29 brokers uninsured, and 98 principal brokers uninsured, and 5 salespersons.
98 principal brokers uninsured?
What the number
How many?
is.
I didn't catch that either.
166 affiliate brokers, 29 brokers, 98 principal brokers, and 5 timeshare salespersons.
I'm amazed.
We've had over the last 6 years, one time we had as many as 13,000 people going around without, insurance.
January.
That was in January. And this is a remarkable state. action that I think ought to be complimented. Question, though, we had our own separate fines and penalties as to principal brokers. Are they affected at all? Or do those still remain in effect? We did it by rule.
Oh, this would supersede that. This sets forth, I believe what you had before were a range of civil penalties, and these are not civil penalties. These are called penalty fees. So it's like a late fee, essentially.
So the principal broker, in his role as supervisor, won't be penalized?
That's correct. This does not address that unless it's...
Well, he won't be penalized unless he gets sued. And then he'll have an agent who doesn't have insurance, and they always sue the principal broker too. So.
Well, I think what the question is, and I think that she just asked that, there's a separate section of the statute that says failure to supervise, you can be penalized separately. What they're saying is...
But yes, this could be found as a violation of failure to supervise. They would not be, the principal broker would not be, that would be a separate action, yes.
They could still penalize them for that.
Yes, you could still penalize them for that.
We'd have to initiate a TREC complaint.
Yes, but you would have to do that anyway.
It's the principal broker,
Against the principal broker.
so it does not turn into loose end.
What's your next step? What's our next step?
So the next step,
Oh,
Hawks to get over there so we can have it on the record.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
the next step will be, well, I think they're already in the process of working with the insurance companies to make sure they get a good list of who's actually, or the best list that we can, of who is insured and who isn't on the July 1st date. Because it does allow some discretion with regard to the penalty fee, when Julie gets back, I'm going to speak with her about proposing a policy that would work for you all to use to determine the discretionary part with regard to what fee, how the fee would work. In the meantime, we would also be working on some rules. I think this is better handled through rules, but, you know, the rulemaking process takes a bit of time. And so, and this has to be implemented, you know, almost immediately. So we're looking at proposing a policy that would help streamline this until we can get some rules in place.
Based on what our carrier did in previous years, they would retroactively activate a licensee's coverage back to January as long as they got their payment in within the 90 days. With this, it doesn't matter because it goes out beyond the 90 days.
They can do that in the first 30 days.
Yeah.
You know, if they can...
Reinstate the first 30 days
Yes.
and not be in violation.
Without any penalty, yes.
Right. So they can now still be reinstated for 90 days.
The insurance company can still backdate it, but they'd still be in violation if they didn't have it legally. So if they didn't get their insurance, like, you know, right now you can buy it up to March or April, and they get it backdated, they're still going to be suspended.
Violation.
Oh, no,
But our rules doesn't kick in until April 1.
Well,
The rules don't have rules.
okay.
Well, I mean, the new...
Look at it. Look at it this way. If
July 1.
No, I mean, when we start imposing actions, isn't it the first 90 days that they...
They actually did 120 this year.
Yeah.
They backdated
120?
120. Mhm.
Right.
I mean, that's what the CNA agreed to backdate
No,
until
I mean,
April.
under the
But they had 90,
the
but...
recently passed legislation.
Oh, well, that's
Under
what...
the new law.
Under the new law, didn't it say 90 days?
No,
No.
it says 30 days.
30 days.
30 days.
Isaac, the legislation has nothing to do with what Rice or any other carrier does. That's all covered by the RFP.
I think it does, because if the law says 30 days and Rice chooses to reinstate them after 90 days, they're already in violation and already along the path to being potentially unlicensed.
I think that's the difference between just contractually what liability the insurance carrier is going to agree to take on. If there's an event that happens during that period and they're willing to retroactively reinstate it, then there could be coverage for that, but it doesn't change the fact that the person still may owe a penalty or whatever the word is to describe this fee for not having coverage, for not getting renewal of their coverage.
But the policy itself says that in order to be represented, they have to have coverage. And if we've already started the process of removing their license after 30 days, how can they be licensed?
They'll have a license, it'll be suspended.
Right,
Right.
you know, coverage.
But, okay,
That's
the
an issue for
penalty
E&O, I
does not come into play until they reinstate their E&O license, E&O coverage. There won't be a question about whether any penalty is imposed until they reinstate their E&O coverage, because you won't know if they've gone 30 days, 120 days, 360 days to know. And so if they reinstate and it was backdated the whole time so that it appears that they've never not been covered, you might choose not to impose any penalty.
I think what he's actually saying is the conflict, and Ms. Northern, is that if you are automatically suspended, then E&O is not there anyway. You can't,
Because you're not licensed.
Because you're not licensed, so you can't get the E&O coverage to get it. That's what you're
I don't
saying,
know that
right?
there's anything we can do about that. The
I
statute.
don't want to do anything about it. I'm just saying that's an
Oh,
issue
yeah.
for the insurance company.
Right.
But come next time, the next period, it would appear that beginning February 1st, licenses would be suspended. The 13,000 we've had in the past would be suspended.
Okay, just as a point of clarification, say July 5th, say one of these people who does not currently have E&O insurance still doesn't have it. Are they in their 30-day period at that point, or are we looking back?
Oh, they're in their 30-day period. Their 30 days will start running July 1st.
Can't go back to any previous month in this year. We start right there. Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question? Because I don't know the answer to this. You're working on doing a policy that will be presented to this commission at the next meeting. How are we going to handle those people whose licenses are suspended?
There's nothing to handle. Their licenses will be suspended and letters will go out telling them.
Yes, but they can't pay any civil penalty
There is no civil penalty.
for the first 30 days.
Right. Well, there's no civil penalty, period. We aren't
Okay,
talking
they-
about civil
the
penalties.
reinstatement fee or the cost that's in the statute between the July 1st date and the date of policy.
There will be no question about that until they actually reinstate. And if they reinstate within the first 30 days, it's
They
not
won't
an
pay
issue
anything
anyway.
Okay, that's what I'm making sure. So that even though you won't have it before you the next time, the issue of the money for those people that lose it and get it right back, get their suspension, insurance right back, there won't be that issue. So you got some time, I guess is what I'm telling you.
Miss Betty, you call this a penalty fee?
That's what it says in the statute, yes.
A penalty fee. Okay.
I wonder why that. Maxwell, what problems do you see with this, or do you? Have you wanted to think about it?
I just, really one of the biggest questions I have is about the people who reinstate back to who've already done that, or back to 1/1.
Right.
Like we had someone last year, if you remember, he had got it on 7/15, and we had somebody
Right.
else that got it on October, and they were able to, for whatever reasons unknown to me, they were able to backdate it to 1/1.
Yes.
So where would that put like those people?
Well, if
These were
they're-
Rice people.
Okay. If they're within the first 120 days since the date of their suspension, then it would be discretionary with the commission as to whether they want to impose any fee on them. Once they have their insurance reinstated, if there is no fee, then their suspension is lifted and they're...
Right.
Now, if they go past the 120 days by statute, it's not discretionary. There is a $500 penalty fee.
So for this year, it'll be, for those people still from Rice, probably be not as difficult to deal with. But say when we get into that where you have a January 1st rollover, say 1/1 of 15, and you go to CNA and or go to Rice and they'll backdate it to 1/1, and you go March 15th and get it, and they'll backdate it to 1/1. But it was as if you had it the whole time when you have that.
Well, what happens is their license is suspended when we have noticed that they aren't insured but should be.
Right.
Because we can't anticipate.
Right.
Right. And so once they get the insurance that they should have had, then the question is whether between 30 and 120 days, whether any penalty should be imposed. And then beyond that, I mean, the only different, their license will be reinstated, but for the question about the penalty and their payment of the penalty.
Right, but we can't reinstate until they pay the penalty.
If one
Isn't
is,
that right? Yeah.
if the commission determines one, yes.
So would that be handled by policy then? By part of this policy or rules? I mean, ultimate rules?
Ultimately, rules, yes.
I mean, but that would be covered in the
So that each
policy.
case wouldn't have to come before the commission.
Right, that's what I
Certain
was-
cases might come before the commission, but, hopefully we can come up with some rules so that not every case needs to come before you for a determination about what kind of penalty fee.
If they give us so when they give us a certificate, it'll have, like if it's, say you bought it on 3/15, and you should have bought it on 1/1, and they backdate it. The certificate we have, show it good and starting 1/1, say 1/1 to 12/31 of the 2 years. But the date of purchase will be 3/15, but it'll show that it's good and in effect starting on.
So we're looking at the
1/1.
date of purchase the way they then.
Are you asking about the suspension then?
I'm just asking in general.
Yeah,
how-
because does it refer to the coverage or refer to the date of the purchase? Or because what Eve is suggesting is that Rice, you can purchase it on April 1st and still have the date of coverage on January 1st, even though you didn't purchase till April 1st.
What it actually says is if a licensee fails to obtain, maintain, or renew the licensee's errors and omissions insurance, which meets or exceeds the minimum requirements established by the Commission, and fails to provide proof of compliance to the Commission when such proof is required, then the licensee's license shall be suspended.
All this backlog of folks, we're going to have people that are suspended doing business that shouldn't be doing business, and then Rice is going to reinstate them, and then what are we going to do? Because that's going to happen.
I think you're going to have.
I want to remind all of y'all, in order for us to have this all to be on our record, anytime y'all talk, lean over to that microphone and talk into it, please. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. It seems to me it doesn't make any difference what Rice does. You're going to abide by the statute that was passed. Now, if in the statute specifically states what you're going to do, they may have the insurance backdated, but if you over these time gaps, your license is going to be suspended. Do you not see it that way, Austin?
I agree with you.
I agree.
I see it that way, but what's going to happen then? We're going to have people doing business because they think they're going to be able to get it backdated, and not. We've got to make that very clear in some of our education. And
They pay that fine, they'll know.
we hadn't. Well, that fine is not that much anymore. Fines are a whole lot less than what they used to be.
Yes, but the suspension will get their attention a lot more than the fine will.
I realize it will, but what's
See,
going to
but-
keep them from doing business?
Brokers.
You hope.
They're suspended.
We got 98 principal brokers that don't have any at all.
They're not suspended, though.
They will be.
They will be.
Well,
Come July 1st.
The notice is, by statute, it says the notice has to go to the licensee at their last known address and business address, and to the licensee's broker. So
Now-
the brokers will be notified.
It seems to me that we need to set these and talk about these fees. If you're going to start a policy and you're going to start enforcing these rules, then we need to discuss the amount of fees that you're going to charge that's not stipulated in there for the first, 30
to 120. Mr. Alexander, she did say that she was going to meet with Julie and get some language together to propose to have you discuss at your next meeting, and so that it could be put in place.
We're going to meet in, this is June.
In July.
But it starts
It
in
starts
fall.
July 1st, but that's the question I asked earlier. The first 30 days, the money part is not relevant.
I got you.
Okay.
That's where I
Mr.
was
Chairman,
coming from.
if we're going to be doing policy and rules on uninsured, I think we also need to consider policy and rules on principal brokers, because every uninsured is going to have a principal broker. If we have to bring up a separate complaint against them, we won't be doing nothing on the legal report, but several thousand complaints against PBs.
Exactly where I was going. Yeah.
And also, those 3 people you said would be notified when they did, the principal broker should be notified that he could be penalized.
One point to address, Mr. Flitcroft, your previous policy concerning principal brokers can then be proposed as a rule. You have a procedure in place for principal brokers who have uninsured licensees. You can use that as a stepping point to propose to be put in a rule.
Why would the present rule pertaining to principal brokers still stand?
You have a policy.
Or policy?
Because,
Why wouldn't a policy still stand?
To be honest with you, my understanding, and Miss Betty could explain further, the policy as it's stated should really be in rule form as opposed to policy.
But it's not, ma'am, and we've been operating under policy. My question is that
That doesn't change as far as the principal brokers. This does not affect that.
It's what now?
This does not affect the
Okay.
principal brokers.
Then until we adopt it by rules, the policy stands and it's still in effect. Is that not right?
As far as your principal broker, the issue of failing to supervise is not affected by this.
Any other questions or discussion? I'm still concerned because I know we're not seeing all the ramifications as we initially thought.
One general comment is we're a lot better off than we were.
I think so too. I hope so. I hope it doesn't, because the whole reason was to take work off of the staff with all these hearings.
The whole reason was to get these people to get the insurance.
Well, yeah, but when they didn't, the work was just phenomenal.
Well, I think it will ultimately. It's just going to take some working through.
Unless you all have some more questions for me. I
believe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Robin, we've been told repeatedly that this commission has no authority to supervise the legal staff.
Well, yes, except for you're the commission, and you can actually say if you want her to stay or not. I'm just certain that she was hoping to say you'd say she didn't have to stay.
She does not have to stay. Thank you.
Do you want to just finish the E&O discussion now? Is that what?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
The way, I mean, just to sort of go over.
Since we got it all fresh.
Right. So just to sort of update, then in July, the legal department will bring back some rules and bring back a policy that you may be able to change into a rule as we get into a rulemaking hearing that will tide you over on the amount of fees that you can charge under the statute, and maybe certain circumstances under which the penalty fee would be $500 or $400 or whatever the amount is. The policy currently, as it relates to principal brokers, it says for any principal brokers whose licensees are not insured on or before the 90th day following the E&O insurance renewal date. I don't know if that'll have to be changed to 30 days or not. I don't know. And to comply with the statute, comport with that language, I don't know. What do you think, Austin?
And the statute did say renewal date. same
Right.
thing. It didn't say date paid.
And so I don't know that that failure to supervise, whether that would have to change to 30 days under the policy, so that might have to be changed next month as well.
I think the failure to supervise is much severer if we've got a suspended licensee and they allow them to continue to practice.
Yeah, that's where we're going to have.
Then you'd have to have some sort of evidence that they continue to practice, not just the mere fact that they didn't have insurance, right?
Well, we've got MLSs that we can pull listings from.
A lot of work.
We can't access the MLS, and we have found that the associations don't. They aren't. Or is that right? They're not really supposed to be giving us the MLS.
Well, you can go to the association websites, or you can go to Realtor.com and pull it up if there's any question as to whether a specific person's still doing it or not.
Not all licensees are members of MLS.
Yeah, we just had an experience with that with Mar.
There's about 30% of our licensees that are not members of.
Right.
I think that a fair number
But
of
that's not the only place
licensees in
you're
the
gonna find
state
that out.
will issue complaints against their fellow licensees who are engaged in suspended practice. It's been my experience there.
They might, yeah. Well, those are just sort of things, I guess, in July we'll have to talk about and find out when the legal department comes
We have
back.
almost 300 people that don't, right now.
200.
I pray that come July 1st, that number's like 50.
Well, the numbers that we read earlier, those are from the numbers that the IS department ran, and so that's what that number showed when we had requested the list, which was about 3 weeks ago, and we got it last week. We've got those numbers at Rice. We've got that list at Rice right now, and they've been scrubbing it. We sent it up there last week, and they're scrubbing it right now. They've already come up with about 100, or we think about 100 people that are insured that would come off, our number on the list of uninsured.
And then I guess that begs the question, if we're going to do this within 30 days next year, how is Rice going to be able to scrub if they haven't been able to scrub up to now?
Well, and actually, some of the people that aren't showing up as insured are actually people who have Kentucky expires 4/1, and so if they're going to get a conformity policy, some of those conformity people were just added last week. So that was from 4/1 to, I guess, almost 6/1. So that that's going to happen anytime that we have a conformity issue.
Actually, when we go to rulemaking, I hope we can continue our exclusion for principal brokers who do a broker release. That was sort of get out of jail free card.
But they'd have to do it, and then within the first 30 days, I think, right?
I think so.
Right. Yeah. Well, we did have a lot of those broker releases that came through. Right now, we have, as of today, we had 291 uninsured people, and as of today, Rice shows that they have 18,680 insureds. So they have 80% of our active licensees. That's a little greater than our number is. So they must have some they've processed in the office that we have not received yet, because that's the number that Cindy sent to me today was 18,680 insureds. And so that's what they were showing as of today. Our total, the number of the list, that we sent up had 298 uninsured active people. We also have 419 uninsured people in broker release status. So there's another group that, as there's always been, of people who are in a broker release status that don't have insurance.
And
419?
And we only have 556 people in broker release status. So the number we got from IS would be 75% of the people who are in broker release do not have insurance.
And that will suspend their license.
That's correct. As of 1/1, I mean that's 7/1.
That'll get us. That'll eliminate the big part of the people that are in broker release that's not going to
Yeah.
move anyway.
Right, and some of those people probably have
They don't intend to,
gone somewhere else. I mean, they're not even probably practicing anymore. Really, the 298, almost 300 of active uninsureds are the biggest probably problem, and then they'll be put in suspension as of 7/1 because we'll have the list back by then.
All of these folks, even in Rice, all the other carriers, people that have insurance outside of Rice, there's none of those delinquent.
Well, by and large, theirs are not 1/1 expiration dates. There's a big one that comes due in like 7/15, and then in October we have several that come due. There probably are some, and we'll have to. I mean, we have that on our list. Whether you're a 0, which means you have no insurance, a 2, which is alternate insurance, or a 1, which is Rice. So we'll be able to go through and check that. But by and large, the bigger ones, we know who those are. And some of the individuals I think that show up really have blanket policies, and we probably just didn't get like any sort of coverage certificate on them. I mean, I think some of them are blanket policy, like some of the exit people, for instance. I mean, I went through the list and looked to try to see who were the biggest individual firms that did not have people that had insurance, and it really was. There was like a couple of bigger ones, but most of it was 5 or 6 people, here, there, one person here. So there didn't appear to be a real large group of people without it. I mean, in one firm without it. So hopefully the count's less than it has been, so it is better than it was. Does anyone have any questions about the Tennessee Real Estate Commission group policy claims information that Rice sent? That is on your iPads? That just shows what the total paid for closed claims and open claims.
It's that quarterly now, don't we?
We do get that quarterly. It's required under the contract. So this is through the first quarter of 2013.
Who has this in the...
Oh, it's under my report. That's probably it's under my report, and it would be, since I'm not in order, it would be like the third thing in my report.
It's under the E&O near the back.
It's under E&O.
Three colors.
Are we putting any of that information on the website?
I'm sorry, what?
Are we putting any of that on the website routinely?
The Rice information?
Mm-hmm.
We could put a link and put. I don't think we want. They send these backup claims that go back to go back to 2003. But we could put probably this little shorter page on there. That would probably be more beneficial to people. Especially, there was a man that asked a question about that. I think that Commissioner McMullen had spoken with, and I'd spoken with him as well, and he asked about, what had been paid out, and probably be a beneficial piece of information. Are there any questions about that? I think that's all on the E&O. If there are not any other questions about E&O, so then we can move. You need to do your consent order log. I'm sorry.
You guys have you all, the commission, you members, have all reviewed the consent order log that Ms. Crop provided. Does anybody have any questions about it? Consent order log does not reflect any payment plans or anything from a hearing, just the consent orders. Anybody have any other questions? I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
You did a wonderful job.
Absolutely wonderful job.
I want you to know I reviewed most of those cases as well, because Julie's very good about discussing all of these. Not that one that I was confused with, but the rest of them I had reviewed too. So.
Robin, how much advance warning did you have?
She called me on Saturday.
Is there any further discussion? I don't know. It looks like we're at the end of the day, and
We're not done these reports at all. We're just at lunch.
Oh, gosh.
Why don't we go to audit
I
process?
wonder. Okay.
The audit discussion.
You want to do that? You want to skip over some of the stuff and go? I mean, I'm whatever you all's
The
desire
audit
is.
process and the advertising, I think, are something that we really need to get into.
Okay, so would you like to just start with those and with that,
Just go through them real quick, hurriedly.
the
get-
audit process and the,
Go through the whole thing.
What are you mumbling about down there?
Well, she's down there, complaint report and licensing statistics. It don't take her long to get through that
She might get
stuff.
on with it.
Got the statistics on the iPad. I'd be curious to hear about the audit discussion.
Let's, you just want to take them in order?
Yeah, I got, where have I got?
do you want to do the complaint report? Is that what you said?
Let's just take them in order.
Oh, okay.
No, you don't want to do the complaint report?
I make a motion we pass on the complaint.
Okay, you want to pass on that? And
Like Austin said, it's on the iPad. We can look at it.
And the licensing statistics.
Just to
Okay.
go to the auditor.
Okay, so
Audit process is next on the agenda.
Let me just tell you one interesting fact about the complaints, or this is really more. Since the fee to not attend the meeting was lowered from $1,500 to $750, that was on 4/4, we've had 16 people pay the $750 to not attend the meeting. So that's...
that's interesting.
Yeah, I just thought that was an interesting fact.
Very hurtful to know that
He was making a mistake by lowering it. Look, we had 16 more people today.
That's right. That's right. Well, I don't know. That was from 4/4.
had $15,000 less dollars.
So we're going to skip the licensing then, too?
Right, I'll skip the licensing, and then we can go
To the audit?
audit. Did
Okay.
everyone get an opportunity to look at the mail-in real estate firm audit? I emailed it to each of you.
Oh, it looked good.
Did you say you didn't get a chance to look at it,
How
Barry?
quick you got to have this?
Did you say how quick am I gonna, or how do I have to? Or-
Well, we got this, you sent this to us when,
Thursday.
Thursday.
Right.
Would like to look over it a little more?
Yeah, I've got, my legal mind is going through it.
I'd like your input. I mean, that's what, I just kind of sent it as a
And,
draft. so
We've
that-
started, but we didn't get completed, and I'm going to have, we'll have several recommendations going by your...
Okay, I mean, no, that's why I sent it out.
What I'm trying to ask you not to do is adopt it today.
Oh, no, I didn't want you to. I really just wanted whatever comments that any of you, each of you all had about it, because I really want, that's what I really want is the input from people who are out, licensees are out in the field practicing, and what things that, you all feel like need to be asked about. And
I'll have you something within the next 10 days, 2 weeks before next.
okay, that's fine. I mean,
Using this,
Well,
using what you put out. And
Okay, I mean,
We
whatever.
have some recommendations.
Yeah, in whatever format. I mean, if there's another format that you all think would be more beneficial. I mean, the whole idea is to get compliance, I think, with the audit, with the mail-in audit, so that if it's not something that's going to be semi-user friendly and it's not going to be answered, then I think it's defeated the purpose of trying to do an audit by a mail-in situation.
One of those have a clause in it that gave us the right to access those accounts.
Well, that's, that's one of the things that a lot of states do have. I mean, and the list that I gave you that had the states that had mail-in audits, and then the states that also had the ability to see the bank, I mean, not just to view what you had in your escrow account, which say, like in the instance that Commissioner Grease was speaking about earlier, at least you could have looked at that account and seen that if it had $600,000 or $200,000, or whether all of a sudden that person got home from this hearing and it had $0 in it. I don't know what action we would take in regard to that, but that is, that is a statement that a lot of states have in their firm application information, and so that that's something to certainly consider, whether the commission wants that ability, not that it would be used all the time or abused, but just would have that ability and you'd have to get the institution to agree to it, too, the financial institution.
For the sake of the audience, we no longer have field auditors that will just drop in on you. Now we're going to possibly have another audit approach where we will send out mandatory mail-in real estate firm audit, and you got to go. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. So that's a really big change. That have we addressed that in a education in our newsletter?
News Journal, I've still got the draft because I'm waiting for the E&O list that we require to go out, so I can absolutely put it back in there. I can put it in there. And as far as our seminars, we won't have another one until August, so it's definitely something that, as we work through this, we can address.
And so we're going to be working through, what we're looking at is the form, and we're going to be working through this form that will be sent, be sent to the firms where, since we don't have auditors in the field anymore, this is what we have gone to use. So. Yes, sir.
Assistant
Mr. Northern.
Chairman, I might point out to Ms. Maxwell that if you look at page 3 of your audit form, not the last question. Well, it actually is the last question with regards to commingling.
Right.
Going back to our earlier discussion that we had just a couple hours ago.
Right.
We can't have it both ways. Either it is commingled or it's not.
Right, and that's something that, I mean, as I was interested in the discussion that we had earlier for that very reason. I guess it goes back to what the definition of a trust account is, which is what I think it's all premised on. And so I don't know what the commission
If the
feels
rule
about
is written so as to eliminate there being a problem with having other funds in that account, then that question is not relevant to the trust account audit.
Or do we need to consider something that clarifies?
Right.
Which, personally, not necessarily on this, but we need to clarify, can we clarify with one of our rules the statute?
I think if you took a poll of this commission, and especially the practitioners, you would find that they are of the opinion that you cannot commingle.
But obviously, the statute doesn't say that.
I'm in agreement, but the statute's not saying that, as was presented earlier today.
And that's where I'm concerned, because we need, I don't know, do we need a statute to clarify that? What do we need to clarify what our opinion is?
Well, I'm sorry.
And I do, with this particular question, I will take some latitude in saying that when you ask that question, it's a matter of timing also, because if you have funds in a trust account that need to be dispersed, and that they're, how do I put this? I'll come back. I'll discuss that with you.
But maybe this question ought to reflect the law. I mean, it was very specific in the law. And rather than ask, have you commingled, just reflect the points in the law.
Well, as an example, if we're not talking about security deposits or earnest money, and we're simply talking about a trust account where you're holding rents that you have collected on behalf of another owner, an investor, and that investor, through an agreement, says that you are allowed a management agreement from the funds that you've collected to be paid at a given time. Those funds that are legally your management fee are going to be in that trust account until such time as you take them out. And the way it's been interpreted, if it's there one day after the end of the month, you're commingling funds, when your practice might be to pay your management fee after the 15th of the month or after the end of the next month.
Right.
Oh. Some even allow them to accumulate. But and I agree that that's not a good practice, but the way it's been interpreted and the way this would read, a lot of management companies would be in violation on the first day that happens, and it's not practical to expect that they're going to transfer those funds that quickly.
Well, you're going to have, Isaac, you're going to have some fun, some of your own money in that trust account to pay bills and repairs and things like that you do, and you advance that money. Plus, I don't have a management company anymore. Ms. Boyd has it, and she's got one client in reading through this that has several homes that she manages, but he doesn't want his money but once a month.
Right.
He wants it all at one time.
Until the end of the year.
And it may come in the 10th, the 15th, the 20th, and she's got 10 or 12 of those houses, and he says, I don't want you to send me I don't get a check every day for $300, $500. I want you to wait and send it every month and send me an accounting plus the bills
That's
that you
why
pay.
ours is set up too, is so that they get it once a month.
But remember, this is just to ask questions, and then it'll be reviewed by the auditor investigator, and then those, if there are answers that are,
Why
say
would you ask the question if it's not a violation?
Yeah. Well, no, well, so that then the person, then if it raises a red flag, because you've got to, I mean, the whole point, I thought at least, is to try to find out if there are red flags that are, that should be raised, and then you look at it and you say, well, my management agreement says X, and then you say, okay. Just to ask those questions so that you can try to ascertain whether there is an ongoing problem. And if you have a management agreement that says something different, then that management agreement is going to direct the way you act. And the commingle, I put that in there, but as I say, this is really just a draft, and the whole concept, I think, is to just make sure that the questions asked will get responses that would, make someone who is reviewing it say, oh, okay, maybe I ought to give this person a call and find out, what the situation is. And that's really what, from talking to the other states and reading through the other material, I think that's probably the best way to have this be effective. Otherwise, I'm not sure it accomplishes the purpose that the Commission wants to do, which is to protect the public by trying to find out what is going on at these firms. The trust account, the whole idea of naming it a trust account, I believe, and Dave and Austin obviously would probably know this better than I do, but is so that it's protected in case there's some action against the other accounts that are there. That money in those accounts is protected. Is that correct? Right. So.
Austin, did I state that accurately?
Yeah, it's not the licensee's property.
Right. So if you mixed your funds in with those funds, would that negate?
Of analysis to try to trace that.
I just was trying to figure out, but I was trying to figure out from the standpoint they were talking about the commingling issue earlier. Right, but we've been asked that question before about licensees who say, well, where does it say what a trust account, where does it say what it is? Where does it define it in the Broker Act? And, it's kind of one of those questions. Tough to.
This is that 6213-321 and Rule 1262.09, Section 1.
Right,
That's
but
what you
so it doesn't really define it in the true sense of what one thinks of a trust account, I guess.
Yes.
Or really I think the public thinks of it.
Yeah. No, there is a separate definition, and Isaac, you can correct me if I'm wrong. In the Landlord-Tenant Act, there is an absolute definition about what money's in the account, isn't there? That's what I thought.
For Tenant Act, you really have to have three accounts. You have to have your trust account. If you got to buy sell, you have to have a separate account and listed on the lease agreement telling the
Security deposits.
Yeah. And you're not really supposed to mix the
No.
rental fees.
But you don't have to have a separate, do you have to have a separate escrow account for every security deposit you put in the bank?
Oh.
That's
No,
it.
you just
Okay, there
have
you
to
go
dispose
again.
of
Right.
one.
I think we could address it by amending that rule to make it more clear?
It needs to be more
60.
clear.
Because the statute says, in accordance with rules promulgated by the commission.
It does. I don't think you can get a rule done today.
Well, is that something that we should consider in the future,
Yes.
Ms. Maxwell?
Well, I mean, like, as we go through the rulemaking problem, I mean, we should probably...
That's pretty important, since we all thought it was one way, and...
And really, when you went to look there, and as I
It's
say, we
not.
have gotten asked that question about, well, where does it say that? And,
Where does it say that?
Trust-
Yeah.
And it doesn't.
That's what a
It
trust
is not
account
clear.
is, so it...
Is there other
that's-
things that you're asked that you say, where does it say that we maybe should address in the rulemaking?
Well, on page 5, with regards to management fees and the commingling issue, the last question, I think, gets to the root of what you're trying to get to, as opposed to the one on page 3.
Right, yeah, and just not mention that, yeah, not
Right.
the commingling, right. Well, and as I say, this is really just for discussion purposes. I mean, I just want to find out what the commission
Well,
wants.
if you're going to put it in there, say no operating escrow account.
Unless you're from...
We've had those.
We have had those.
And the accountant signed off on it.
Well,
You go back on the first page and it says, is the principal broker authorized signature to each client's trust account? Well, in what you're talked about today, that, you got an account that the principal broker is not even on the account, the man that's the president of the company and an unlicensee.
We just said
but the principal broker still ought to be responsible for that trust account. He's the
I agree.
principal, huh?
I agree.
And he ought to be on the account. Now,
well, then, did we say that nobody else is able to sign? An unlicensee cannot be responsible cannot be a signatory on the trust account?
You have to make a rule for that. I mean,
I know, that's what I'm saying.
no, but
That's-
you can't, a principal broker can't, he's not going to sit there and sign all them checks. I hadn't signed
Okay.
4 escrow account checks in 10 years.
I sign all mine. I do too. But just because you don't sign them doesn't relieve you from your liability.
That's true.
That's the way
when
I see it.
When the buck stops here.
That's right.
Right.
So,
But how you going to do that if I got a closing and you up here for 2 days? You going to shut a closing down? Not in my office. We're going to take that money.
Principal broker or designee?
Yeah, there are 2 things you do in my office. You answer the phone and you collect the money.
Window?
you don't,
Yeah.
you don't give that responsibility up.
When a principal broker or assignee or designee.
The principal broker is responsible.
You're the buck stops here.
Buck stops here.
Right, and that's a question that comes up when you do have the third-party ownership of a firm, is like the situation that was described earlier, where the principal broker is not even a signatory on the account, and the third-party person basically appears to be running what goes on. But I think that would have to be addressed in the rule as well.
When are we doing rulemaking?
June.
Well, I mean, we have to have rules for the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And
But
then,
Julie was started on that. I expect she's going to bring that up again next month.
Can we add that kind of to our list of concerns?
I
and
put that on the,
You
on my
definitely
little
have it, okay.
sheet of paper.
We need clarification.
There.
Well,
And any, I mean, like any of those things that relate to the earnest money deposits and the trust funds and the security deposits, I mean, all of those items, as I say, this is in part to have people, I don't know whether this should be partly instructional and, have points where a principal broker would go, should I be doing that, or would that be a better business practice, or whether it just strictly asks those very basic questions about the account. And that's the Commission's decision on how broad you want it to be, whether you want it to be partially a learning sort of tool and partially asking the questions about where the accounts stand and the firm stands as it relates to those accounts.
I'd like to say that you've done a very good job in pulling all of this together in draft form. I was hoping for something a little less cumbersome. But
I like it.
as a teaching tool, also, I think it meets that requirement.
We could shrink
And
the
you-
print down. I made the bigger print. I could shrink
I'm
it.
not talking about the number of pages. I'm talking about the number of actions required to answer these questions.
Well, and I'm sure it could be cut down some. As I say, I really, I really want you all's input. So whatever
You
suggestions.
did a very good job, and I think it's a good starting point.
That anyone has. Last month, Commissioner Alexander had suggested that perhaps we look at if we have firms that have had escrow violations several times or just at least been cited for that, and maybe start with those firms. And so I looked at the firms that we have had in the last couple of years that we've had citations that have been the result of an audit and they involved an escrow account. And we've had about 23 of those, and then we've had other complaints that involved some of those same companies. So that would probably give us about 30 to 40 firms to start with, at least as sort of a base, and then branch out from that point. And maybe there's some other types of complaints that we should look at as well. So anyway, so that's sort of a start in that part. And then another big component, as I say, is enforcement and what happens if someone doesn't comply, and how the commission wants to go about doing that.
How does the statute address it?
Well, the statute really doesn't say what will happen if you don't allow an audit. It just is under 312, and it says we have the authority to do that. We would open up a complaint.
Right, you'd open up a complaint, and then there'd be violation of any rule or any order of this commission, number 14 and the 312. That's what would be the allegations if they fail to allow it.
Right.
So then we open up a complaint, and then what do we do?
Then you'd review it here like you always do your complaints, and then you'd issue a probable cause and recommend a penalty or not, and then it'd be presented to that person who would have the same 30 days to sign, and then if they didn't, they'd have a formal hearing.
Madam Chairman.
Okay, I like that. Yes, sir.
In view of the time we are at and the other things we got, I move that we move on and we discuss more of this next month.
I think that sounds like a good idea. Thank you. Eve, you want to go to
Sure.
advertising?
Sure. Advertising we had on the agenda for last month, and we put it off because Commissioner Grease was not able to attend last month. And so during the course of this month, Commissioner Grease had sent a number of advertisements to me, and I talked to Julie about them, and they were very, very good examples. So good that Julie, by and large, thought that we should not use their names because then we would not be able to open a complaint against the people. So, as I say, he did a great job of sending us examples, all of which I have with me, but none of which we want to put the names out there. I looked in other parts of the country to find some ads and found some that are one particular firm, the large company, which seems to have more issues than others, and it might just be the nature of that firm. And so, I have some of those, and then we have the one that we started with. And I don't know, I told Commissioner Grease we might want to break it down into some component parts.
If I may, so let me just start with this little history lesson. We used to get a flyer from the Real Estate Commission, and in that flyer, which may have come out quarterly, it would list who had been fined and what the penalty was. And everybody that got it immediately went to that page just to see who they knew and what they had done. And we don't do that anymore. And so recently I asked Steve about why those penalties weren't on our website, at which point he's now got those on the website. And so you can go, it takes a little time, but you can go and see what we've penalized people for. But with that said, and in particular, because advertising is what I'm focusing on right now, if you go look at the last 3 advertising violations that are recorded in that DAR report, all it says is advertising violation. It doesn't say what the violation was. So I hope in our process of trying to educate licensees that we can expand that. And frankly, in my mind, we'll never get people to come look at that site. We've got to figure out some way to push as best we can out to licensees what we think and what's going on. And, you know, I don't know how you do that, but if we can get a database of emails or something, we can start pushing these out and letting licensees know what we're working on and what we're talking about. I think it would be helpful. That's just a general statement.
Do we have a database of emails where we could push?
Not at this point.
Do we have the capacity?
The state is currently working on, I got a question about our old listserv today, which was the old email database that doesn't work and hasn't worked in a while. They are going to a system where you opt in to have your email address just like you would any place else, so that it's my understanding what you'll ultimately have to do is opt in, and then you'll get email, and then you'll have to confirm that process. And
People have to go to the site to opt in?
correct. You have to. It's my understanding you have to go to the site to opt in, just like you would if you were, I don't know, going to any other, like to a retailer site to opt in. So that's then that's supposed to be going straight into the system.
People that we have contact with on a regular basis, Director Maxwell and I, Realtor associations get a point of contact from me on a continual basis, and education providers, I have a database of those. And they are aware of this DAR link, and when we go on the seminars, we tell them where it's located.
Without getting too specific today, I think it would be good, the more we can let people know what we're focused on, the better. Now, with that said, since I've started sort of become the point person on this, I get all kinds of emails and pictures that come to me and say, what do you think about this, or how come you're not doing anything about that? And so I'd like for this commission in some form or fashion to go on record saying that advertising is a priority, and we're going to try to enforce what rules we have and interpret those gray areas that we may have an issue with. For instance, I think the statute rules say that when you advertise, you have to advertise using your name, and you have to advertise with the company you're licensed with. And the company's name has to be spelled out as it's registered with the Real Estate Commission. So if you were a Century 21 franchise, you couldn't put C21 John Grease Realty, you'd have to spell out Century 21. And I think if you're a franchise, our rules are pretty clear on exactly what the advertising needs to look like, each office independently owned and operated. And I think all of those are pretty clear, but I think they're also, some of which Eve saw, there are a lot of companies that are just basically either not paying attention to the rules, flaunting the rules, or just ignorant of the rules. And it might be about time for this commission to actually enforce what we have, but there are other bigger issues that we've got to deal with, and we've talked about those, especially as it relates to what else goes on that sign or advertising. You may have a company name and you may have an agent's name, but you may also have a division name. You may also have a team or group name. Is there a relationship between the size of the company's name and the size of the group or agent's name? All of those are items that I think we need to address before they get out of control. And we may have an interpretation and be able to make decisions on those issues pretty easily, but some we may need some help with. For instance, I believe somewhere in this book it says that on a sign, yard sign, the agent's name cannot be any larger than the company's name. I think that's in there. Don't you, Ms. Maxwell?
It is in the statute, yes.
Okay.
Then the letters on it specifically speaks to the letters, not just the name, but it says the letters.
Okay, and so the question might be, if it says Century 21, big letters, and then John Grease Realty in small letters, which letters are we talking about? Is that clear, even that?
Well, it's
Century?
the letters of the firm name as licensed with TREC.
So if it's Century 21, John Grease Realty.
Right, then you would have that's the name is licensed with us.
Okay, well, I'm not even going to go there right now, but
okay.
Let's take other media. We don't have any requirement on any other type of media, I take it, as far as what the name to the company should be, the licensee to the
Not
company.
as far as the relation of the size. All the websites have to have the firm name at least on every page.
But you could take that firm
you could
name
have it
and
be,
squeeze it down to nothing.
Right, correct. That is correct.
And I'm not sure, is that, if this commission said, hey, we need to, equal equally proportioned names. Is that something we can do, or is that statutory, or is that a rule-making process?
I think you could do it by rule. I would think you could do that by rule. I mean, we have advertising rules already, so we did those by rule. So I would think that you could do that.
A committee to
No, well, I don't know. It's, you have to sunshine a committee. But let me go on to another topic, and I'm just rambling for a few minutes. But let's just say a company has multiple offices, and let's say they have people who specialize in new home sales. Even though they're in six or seven different offices, can they advertise that says, have an advertisement that says new homes division? Those 6 people in 6 different offices, can there be a new homes division, or is that a separate office? REO division, short sale division, commercial division, it could be people scattered in several different offices. I don't know that we address that at all in any of our...
I mean, we don't recognize branch offices per se. You know, every office has to have a principal broker and proper signage and, you know, adequate space for the licensees. So, but that's not specifically addressed. You know, anything like that, I guess if you looked at the present statute and rules, it would have to be addressed through misrepresentation and, you know, some sort of, you'd have to go at it from that angle as opposed to something that says this is not right.
So back to the sense of the commission on certain issues, if the commission is, we said, you can't have divisions unless you've got a separate licensed office, is that something we can do, or is that a rule?
I think that would be a rule. I mean, I think you could do those by rules.
How could we do that? How could we do that?
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Because my sense, an overall point today is that advertising, in many cases, is really confusing and really de-emphasizes the brokerage firm and emphasizes teams, groups, divisions, or individual agents in such a prominent fashion that the company appears to be unimportant. Mr. McMullen.
Section 6213.310 has some advertising requirements. It says that licensees may not post signs on any property advertising themselves as real estate agents unless the firm's name appears thereon in letters the same size or larger than those spelling out the name of the licensee.
We're with you on the signage, but everything else is silent.
I think the rest of it's just under our rules.
So my question today and my proposal would be that if we can do this by rule, we need to start giving licensees some direction and the public a little bit more clarity about who they're dealing with. And at the end of the day, there's always a firm and there's always a principal broker. And that seems to me to be de-emphasized by many companies these days.
Maybe we need a task force to kind of work together and put together a proposal on the important issues that need to be looked at.
Well, I mean, we are the task force, I think. I mean, if all of a sudden you said on any print advertising the company's name needs to be at least as large as the agent's name, that could be done by rule, it sounds like.
Well, Mr. Grease, I would certainly hope that you, since you've taken this on as something that you're interested in, just like the complaint report has always been something that I have followed and tried to keep tabs on, that you would address the fact of these companies that are leading you to believe that those teams within that company are themselves a company within the company. And you can certainly get that impression a layman could. Team A or whoever they might be, or you go and this Janet DeChar's team with XYZ company. That you see it every time. You read, if you don't believe it, read your own magazine that's put out in the MLS.
I know.
if it pleases this commission, I'm happy over the next several meetings to bring one item a month for this commission to consider, but I'm not sure if that's the proper way to do it. Is it better for rules to come back and let us consider the rules?
Why don't you put us together something that we introduce in rules, and we might come up with a policy until we get it into the rules? By
Yeah, I think
policy
yeah.
statement.
I think if you, if there's a sort of a list or a rough draft of items that would be addressed in a rule, then if that were adopted by the commission, then Julie could take that and write it up as in rule-like language, and that might be one way to try to move it forward, because it is such a complex issue, and there are so many other issues that surround that advertising. I mean, there's just looking at that one ad that we've looked at several weeks that has 5 or 6 items in it that would.
But if you come back and you start talking about rules and you put into a policy statement what you're going to put in those rules, then you'll begin to get the public's attention if they're made aware of it. Now, what's happened to the newsletter that was online? Have we quit that?
No, it's
Huh?
still there.
Okay.
Well,
Does that get where you want to be with the authority? Do you want this commission to vote on a motion?
Want us to make a motion?
Not at this point, but I think there are certain rules that we have in place that are not being enforced or not being reported, and once they're reported, so I might start asking the staff, working with me if you like, or whoever, to make a list of rules that are already in place.
That's what I was going to
That
suggest.
say,
Do
for
one
instance,
line with already in place.
You can't put C21, John Grease Realty, you have to spell out Century 21, if that's how you're registered with the Real Estate Commission. And we can get those identified and then start working off of that. It's not to get them identified, we know what they are, but just for purposes of discussion and educating the public and licensees, that might be a starting place.
So, and I think Julie actually did that a couple of 3-4 months ago. Just the statute and the rules right now that apply to advertising, is that just those? There's really only a couple of.
Right, definitely.
Yeah, I think there's the statute from which Austin just read, and then the rule.
At the end of the day, in my opinion,
It is on the iPads?
Yeah, it's on the
okay.
iPads.
it's what this commission sees the role of the firm in relationship to the role of the agent in advertising. I mean, at the end of the day, that's, I think, what we're talking about.
Don, I wish you'd put that in an email to all of us prior to us coming together next month.
I'll do that.
So we could ponder it a little bit instead of waiting until we get here.
I'm real sensitive to that open meetings.
If you get it to me, I'll put it in an email to, I'll put it in under out of your name.
In the meantime, I hope if you guys pay attention, or your agents or the public sees advertising the question, that get a copy of it, and let's see if that'll help us as far as what is and isn't going on right now.
I'm afraid there's a trend by these giant brokerage firms to eliminate the existence of individuals by their advertising, and they're often forgotten who they are. You know, it's just that company, and we don't need to lose out on who they're dealing with.
Well, but our job is to protect the public, and by letting an agent go out there and advertise their name as the Jones team, with Coldwell Banker, just as an example, being 2 inches high and the Jones team being 6 inches high, I don't think we're protecting the public, because they don't know that the Jones team is not the name of the company. So I don't think our job is to protect the agent to make them more branded. I think our job is to protect the public so that they know who to complain against if there's a problem.
Just for instance, I used to see the word Keller Williams, now you see KW.
Yeah.
What's sound like they're eliminating anything other than KW?
My sense is, unless they're registered with the Real Estate Commission as KW,
It's wrong.
They're in violation now.
I agree with you.
Well, is that in the statute?
Yeah.
So if that's in the statute, that's going to be in your line over here.
It says as on file with
Right.
the commission.
So that's something there needs to be the rules that we need to, what we need to enforce and what we need to amend.
You can enforce that now.
Yeah, we can enforce it, and several other things we can enforce now.
And part of the reason that Eve won't show examples I sent to her, because some of them are clearly violations now, and if they do choose to pursue them, they don't want to taint your view of what the decision might be.
And we've cited a couple, I mean, just, I'm not picking on Keller, but we have cited a couple of Kellers, and they've had to change their signs. But that, but anyway, that's...
Do those come before the commission, or do you do that on the staff level?
It was done those were done as advertising citations that were paid, so, they were, so...
Do they show up in that DAR report?
They do, yes.
So if we could expand the description of what they were fined for,
then that would be right.
Good education.
That would be real good education.
It would still be done by the link on the page, which I know is not as easily accessible to individuals. I mean, at least to licensees. The public's probably not going there that much anyway.
On our online newsletter, could a portion of that newsletter be dedicated to that outside of the DAR report?
Yeah, I think that, some of the other states, and Steve's seen those as well, some of the other states do, like give more of a description of the what transpired, and we could probably do that on some of the cases. Don't you think, Steve? On some of the more interesting ones.
Okay.
Not this sort of.
Told me earlier.
But we could probably do that, as I say in the newsletter, with some of the more interesting. I mean, some of the cases it would be, I guess, more of a learning tool than others.
Well, you can would be a way to put them on notice, those that are known violators.
Right.
That we're fixing to start enforcing the rules.
Well, that's true. And, one of the states, or actually a couple of the states, I think, just recently basically put out on their website, we're tired of all the advertising violations. This is just notice we're going to start enforcing our advertising rules, and just beware that you need to tighten up on your advertising and read the rules.
But we need to know exactly what those rules are.
Right. And but I mean, there are a couple of states that have done that recently on their website. Maryland is one.
So
of them.
it's something that's happened across.
Well, it is. I mean, when you look through the other states, it is.
Commissioner Grease, have you satisfied with what you want to go from here?
I think I've got good direction, but I'd be glad to put a motion on the floor that would be reflected in the minutes that this commission and its staff intend to start examining and enforcing existing advertising rules.
And then Steve might just include that motion in some of the newsletter.
And I would second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Grease and a second by Commissioner DeChara. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Gary, so will you, Steve, you will put that on the site? Okay. Since I'm talking to Steve, do you want to let folks go, or do you want them to stay a little longer?
There is not anyone here per the list that I received for the attorneys. So those that are in attendance are free to go at your discretion. I will tell everyone to sign out. And tomorrow we do begin at 9. Tomorrow is a formal hearing, so we will have an administrative law judge and a court reporter, so it will be set up like a court situation. So we will try to start right at 9 o'clock. So be safe going home and make sure you sign out.
And you can stick around if you'd like, because we've got a few more things that might be interesting. But totally up to you guys.
You're free to sign out.
You're free to sign out. Are we manuals? I don't see what manuals.
Well, actually, the person from LexisNexis said that she would come to the commission next month and, sort of discuss the manuals. Steve and I met with them again a little, like a month or so ago, I think. And then I talked to one of the girls on the phone on the 31st, and they're working on the pricing. And she's, she and her manager trying to work on, what the pricing would be with an e-book, and with their distributing it from their location. We did ask her, we said, well, last time we ordered 43,000 books, which of course we still have, I don't know how many, but Yeah, really. But they, now if we ordered 43,000, there'd be $1.94 a book with no ebook. But of course, we don't have need for that. And so, they're still looking at a price that if you get the ebook and free shipping and handling, and the printed book, that it would be about $35 per person to purchase the book. So that's with, but as I say, that's with an ebook and the print book and free shipping and handling.
Downloads.
3 downloads.
The ebook, you have 3 downloads.
So you could do it at your home and at the office, yeah. And so anyway, she's pulled
I got
together.
the downloads, but what about changes? Are they going to update it and there still be?
Yeah, there's.
They consider that they have put the work in to do that update, so therefore they're pushing the cost back out to you, so you'll have to purchase the updates.
Or would it be a smaller fee, or would it be the same as buying a new book all over again?
Well, you'd be buying a new book. I mean, that's the problem with the problem with the fact that Michies has the state contract and does all of the publications for the digest, is that
Don't have the ability to take this and, unfortunately, even if there was one word changed, make the software interlap. So you have to they'll have to do a whole new run.
That's great.
but that's going to be I don't think that's going to change in the near future. And so that's a problem that's going to be there. It's always been there, and I think that's going to remain a problem.
But our manuals are currently on the website, correct?
They are. That is correct. They are on the website.
I think that's going to be our best options, just to continue to put them on the website and let people download them.
Well, the problem is that we, even though I actually do have the manual in Word, I cannot make, it's copyrighted, I can't go in there and make the changes to it. So that Michies owns it. I mean, that's the problem, is Michies.
But we can't do just an ebook.
Oh, it would be the same cost. They're actually giving us 2 for the price of 1 plus free shipping and handling. And that's why we asked her to come down and talk, because we feel like it would be beneficial for her to be able to answer all those questions. Like she's had the discussions with her manager,
And we're one of 22 states that have an official manual. The rest do not. They have an unofficial manual.
An unofficial digest. They don't have a digest either. So
What's that?
You might read a Michies or a Westlaw. So they do not have an official publisher of their digest of their laws and statutes.
Well, how do they do it?
So they just like Michies does some, Westlaw does some.
California writes theirs and puts it.
Yeah, and puts it out. So
Why can't we do that?
Well, this is like the whole. I'm talking about the whole, like the whole set of books that you see Robin and Julie with. The whole code. They do not have an official publisher of the code. There's 22 states that do. That's what the girl from LexisNexis.
We're one of them.
For the consumer, what's the advantage of having an ebook over a hard copy if there's not guaranteed updates of the ebook for a certain period of time?
You don't have to carry the manual around.
Have to change us in it either.
Right? No, it doesn't. No, you're right.
I don't see spending the money for a used book.
I don't either.
Did you say the updated laws and rules are available on the website all the time?
The updated laws, you have to go to Michies' site to see.
Google Tennessee Code annotated.
Correct. And if you've done, I don't know if you try to go through Michies like the normal Michies, it's not really that user-friendly. Well, if you go to our site and go in, you have to it takes you to one site, and then it says, do you promise you're not going to, distribute this information or something, and you have to push yes. And then you go to a list of states, and you pick Tennessee. And
you have to know 6213 is the Brokers Act.
And you have to keep going. Anyway, it's not easy to use.
I know what you're looking for if you Google it.
But our manual is on the site, on our website, but it's not up to date. So that's, to get the up-to-date statute, you got to go to Michi's, and, they don't update it till like this November, I think she told us. And so there's just really there's no way to get around that particular issue.
And this is because the state says that the state says that we have to use this company and we cannot use any other company.
Correct, and we cannot use any other company. I mean,
Did y'all
Michi's
catch
is
that?
the sole provider of our statutory material. So therefore, we can't go to Westwash and say, here are our statutes, would you print us up?
Or Quality Printing or anybody
Correct,
else.
We
We
cannot do that.
can't.
We could do that for our rules singularly, but not for the statutory material.
Because
So-
that is a state law for all state
It's
government.
a state contract, and they do, and they basically own the printed material of the statutes. So the statutes from the beginning of the digest to the end of the digest, every single thing in
So the
there.
state doesn't even own them?
Well, I mean, Michi's publishes it, and they own the rights.
So they
to
own it all. Okay, you attorneys know more about that.
Austin said we just have to hire an attorney.
Our lawyer here to tell you what the laws are.
Yeah. Well,
So
once
it- so
again,
that-
I
yeah.
see no advantage to having an electronic version if it's not going to be maintained at a cost. I mean, even if it's just a small change and you charge a nominal fee, but to have to do the whole charge all over again, that defeats the purpose of having an electronic manual.
I agree. Yeah.
And it's an insult to technology.
You're right.
Ms. Maxwell?
Well, it's an insult, period.
I think at one point in time we had the feeling or philosophy that a part of the amount that licensees pay for registration included a free copy of the book. I'm not sure that's part of the folklore. I'm not sure it's true, but
Yeah, I know that's part of the folklore. I have never seen it written anywhere. I don't know.
I haven't either.
Other commissioners might know better.
Yeah, Commissioner Alexander, do you have any knowledge about that? Every licensee gets a free book?
Used to be that goes back kind of like the 50-mile rule. Everybody used to get one. It was you understood.
I think she's trying to give them away now.
I was just going to say, we've been trying to
We
give
do.
them away.
She's trying her best right now to do that.
I need a box to take home with me, by the way.
I'm for doing away with the
Yeah.
book if you could put it on the
But if you can't put it
On the
online and they
website,
still
huh?
own the content.
See, we can't.
where you could pull up. It's just like I was looking for something pertaining to this case this morning, and I couldn't find it because it had changed. And we sent you an email, and we finally worked out and got what we wanted. But if you don't have all the new changes, which are day to day, it's no good to you.
Well, and we've had some big rule changes starting from 2010, those rules that we looked at today on earnest money and advertising. And then now we've got these two new statutes, which obviously are the E&O and the fingerprint.
And then how is the licensee to know?
Well, I mean that. Yeah, it's a problem because they're not going to go to Michi's and look that information up. It's too.
Right.
I agree. It's too difficult to do business with that part of the site, and that is why it's important that we get new material out there. And as I say, even though I have I have that manual in Word, unbeknownst I think probably to them, I do have it in Word, but I can't change it. I mean, I can't go in there and
Then we don't even have a listserv where if we change the rules, we could send all the rules out to people. And then is there a copyright on those rules? Is that what you're telling me?
The rules are ours. So the rules we get, like the rules.
And the updated ones are on the website
Right.
with the pocket card. And
Right.
it's listed pocket card.
The pocket
update
card,
your-
okay.
Right, but so the rules are ours, the commission's, but the legislative statutory material is Michi's. I mean, they've got the contract for that.
I know, okay.
And they control it. And that is, I say, that's one reason why we asked the person from
Leslie
What's
will be
Nexus
here.
if they could come down and answer the
So you
questions
think they're
that
going to come
come
next
with more
month and
numbers.
answer?
Right.
Okay.
She'll
She
have
wants
more
to come
discussion.
next month.
Okay, well, let's move on and let's
And
go
she'll
with
have a
it.
lot more numbers, which I should get
I've
by
had about all
Friday.
this I can endure today.
Second the motion.
Do you want it back? No.
Just make a motion to adjourn.
Hit him in the head with it. You going to go over Arello?
I just wanted to make sure that the conference schedule is on the iPads. I just wanted to make sure that John and Janet were still a go for Seattle. Okay, that's all I wanted to do was make sure they were.
You have to get us approved, right?
Well, yes, but before we did that, I just wanted to make sure that you were a go before we did that. That's all I wanted to ask about that.
And do we want to do our education report? Definitely tonight.
Got 2 minutes to do it.
Okay.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, according to Commissioner Alexander.
All right, you have 12 courses before you. I have no issues with any of these.
Courses be approved.
Second the motion.
Any discussion?
We got Bruce Lynn down there on one of them. I just really have issue with that.
Where's
Call
that?
for the question, Madam Chairman.
Well, we got a motion by Commissioner Grease, a second by Commissioner Stevenson. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
For instructor approvals, we have 5 providers. Candy Joyce Middle Tennessee Association of Realtors requests the approval of Harold Lucky, license 258812 to teach Code of Ethics, new member orientation, course 5258, purchase sales agreement, course 5259, and 2013-2016 NAR Quadrennial Code of Ethics, course 7249. Harold Lucky is a principal broker of Red Realty in Murfreesboro. He earned his BS degree in personal and organizational behavior from Indiana University. Holds the ABR CRS.
Move to approve the instructors.
Second.
I have a moved by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Grease. Any discussion?
Commissioner Stevenson wants to hire you.
Excellent.
I'm going to send him to auction school.
Going to send him to auction
Perfect.
school. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, what else we got? Anything else?
Finished.
Recess.
I have a motion. We recess by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner Alexander.
Get that, yeah.
How's that sound? Let's go home.
Recess.